Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, industry leaders, partners, members of the media, and delegates joining us from across the country. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you to the 20th edition of the Marketing Conclave 2026. Proudly organized by Internet and Mobile Association of India, IAMAI, and powered by Google, here at the beautiful Taj Lands End, Mumbai. I'm your host, J-Man, and I'm delighted for the next 2 days we celebrate what is truly a special milestone. Today is a celebration of 2 decades of Marketing Conclave, 20 remarkable editions of bringing together the brightest minds in marketing, media, advertising, technology, and digital innovation under one roof. Over the last 20 years, Marketing Conclave has evolved alongside the industry itself. It has witnessed the transition from traditional marketing to digital-first strategies, from desktop to mobile, from social media to creator economy, from data-driven marketing to hyper-personalized customer experiences. And now, to one of the most transformative shifts our industry has ever experienced, the rise of artificial intelligence. Over the next 2 days, we're going to explore intelligence, which is reshaping every aspect of marketing, from creativity and consumer engagement to media planning, commerce, measurement, search, entertainment, customer experience, and business growth. Through insightful keynote addresses and engaging fireside conversation, dynamic panel discussions, thought-provoking trilogues, product showcases, startup talks, and interactive discussions, we will examine not just where marketing stands today, but where it is headed tomorrow. Across the venue, we have curated a range of exclusive experiences that complement the main conference, from Google Masterclasses and case study sessions to invite-only roundtables and power breakfast for women leaders, which is happening tomorrow. These sessions are designed to encourage deeper conversations, practical learning, and valuable networking. I take this opportunity, please take the opportunity to visit our partner showcase, interact with exhibitors, connect with fellow delegates during the networking breaks, and participate in the many experiences taking this place throughout the venue. Now, before we begin today's proceedings, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge all our partners, exhibitors, for their continued trust, collaboration, and commitment to strengthening India's marketing ecosystem. Thank you to all our partners, powered by Google, Gold Partner, Affinity, Gold Partner, Origin 8, Silver Partner, M-Filterit, Silver Partner, Double Tick, Silver Partner, Vonage, Roundtable Partners, Truecaller, Roundtable Partners, SEMrush, Roundtable Partners, Exotel, Communication Partner, Hello.ai, Bronze Partner, LS Digital, Bronze Partner, Connect Network, Bronze Partner, Consumer.ai, Bronze Partner, PubLive, Bronze Partner, BC Webwise, Bronze Partner, Shemaru. We would also like to extend our sincere thanks to our supporting partners for their valuable association with the 20th edition of Marketing Conclave: AdGully, AdTech Today, ED Times, StartupNews.fyi, and Bloggers Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all of them a big round of applause. Our partners and supporters for making it to the 20th edition of Marketing Conclave and making this possible. Thank you once again for being here with us. Now, without further ado, I officially would like to begin the edition of Marketing Conclave that will help us define the next chapter of marketing. Thank you. Now, before we begin, may I please request Garima Kalgutkar to come on stage, and please welcome everybody. And she is General Manager at IAMAI. Give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay. I, Garima, on behalf of Internet and Mobile Association of India and the Digital Advertising Council, would like to welcome all of you here, all our members, all industry stakeholders, to the landmark 20th edition of Marketing Conclave, MarCon 2026. To give you a little context, while Jay has already shared a lot, for 2 full decades, MarCon has served as the premier platform where visionaries from brands, agencies, media, technology, and the broader digital ecosystem assemble. We gather here to exchange ideas, to challenge conventional thinking, and actively shape the future of digital marketing. This year's theme is defining the new media and marketing playbook for the age of intelligence, reflecting and pondering upon the profound transformations sweeping across the industry. As artificial intelligence reshapes creativity, consumer engagement, media planning, business strategy, the conversation across the next 2 days would be expected to explore how organizations can embrace this transition responsibly while driving continuous innovation and sustainable growth. To give you a view of the digital ecosystem at large, IAMAI has been instrumental since 2004 in representing the robust community of over 850 members spanning leading digital businesses, multinationals, high-growth startups. IAMAI has been advocating for the last 22 years free and fair competition. Our overarching goal remains simple: driving the progress of the internet economy through public policy, B2B platforms, targeted research, support of startups, and consumer trust initiatives. Operating under the umbrella of IAMAI, our Digital Advertising Council serves as the primary unified voice for the advertising ecosystem in India, with over 150 active members across agencies, publishers, affiliates, ad tech, martech companies. DAC actively collaborates with multiple brands, agencies, and publishers in the billing and payment recovery process and our various task force initiatives. What to expect for all of us, you and me, for the next 2 days? We will experience an exceptional program with over 100+ speakers across keynotes and panel discussions, a bustling expo floor with 30+ exhibitors, and more than 10 ancillary events, including strategic roundtables, committee meetings, leadership dialogues, and a very entertaining networking dinner today. We fully expect the discussions here to spark fresh perspectives, build high-value collaborations, and leave you with an actionable framework to take back to your teams at home. Thank you very much for being a part of this session today, and we warmly welcome you to MarCon 2026. Thank you very much.
All right, this is going to be the first session of the day. So the first session is the AI frontier, decoding the new era of marketing. May I please request, put your hands together for Priya Chaudhary, Director, Business Solutions and Insights, Google. May I please call her up on stage? Give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay, so good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. I'm delighted to be here today in front of this prestigious audience and deliver a keynote. And let me just start by introducing myself a little bit. I lead Business Solutions and Insights for Google in India. Worked with Google for roughly 7 years, but 2.5 decades in the media and advertising industry. So I've seen it from the era when digital didn't exist to digital and now AI. So that's been my journey. And like I said, what better way to start this day than something that has occupied our mind for such a long time, which is AI. It has revolutionized the way we look at the world today. But when we think about our conversations, and I'm sure you'll all relate to it, our conversations have evolved, right? 2 years back when AI, 2.5 years back when AI first came to the fore and people started talking about it, there was a lot of curiosity that we had. And we were all trying to experiment with AI, we were all trying to learn together. But when you think about today, we have all moved beyond curiosity to actual execution. And led by marketers like yourselves, now we are not just experimenting, we have concrete use cases of AI. And that's the world in which we are evolving. So we thought let's talk a little bit over the next 10-15 minutes about how we as Google are thinking about AI and the next frontier of AI. How is consumer behavior evolving? Because that's what is truly driving AI innovation, not the models and not technology. And let's talk a little bit about why should you care as brand marketeers, what's in it for you? How are we thinking about new tools, new models to enable you and your businesses in this AI first world? So let's get going. Now, a little bit about how we are thinking about AI in general, and then I'll come to AI in marketing. But when you're thinking about AI in general, our North Star has not been just technological innovation. Technology happens, by the way. But our North Star is how do we partner deeply for larger societal good, creating impact for population at scale. And that's evident in everything that we do, from the research that we are doing, to the partnerships that we are evolving, to the kind of new models that we are developing. It's all about how do we make AI helpful on an everyday basis for society at large and for people. And whether you look at the kind of partnerships that we have done with institutions like AIMS, which are health partnerships, or partnerships with state governments, agricultural bodies to be able to identify which are the right terrains, what should be the right crops to be grown in certain areas, to developing multilingual commerce models. Our single biggest intent of AI is to make it inclusive and resilient as a digital ecosystem. And that's the same commitment of bringing scale and impact, which is really helpful and reliable, that we bring to this community as well as marketing. Now, definitely, like I said, as a community, we have moved away from doing experiments with AI to AI where we are actually starting to see business results. I can safely say that we are out of the sandbox stage of AI, right? We are all experimenting, we are all learning together. And I give a lot of credit to this community. As marketeers, you have fueled this. And as Google, we believe that we have shipped a decade worth of innovation in just the last few months, last 1 year. But that brings us to also a critical inflection point, I feel. Now today when you think about AI, and let's look at our own behavior, every day we are talking about a new model, we are hearing a new headline, isn't it? It can be really confusing. But let me tell you, as marketers, as people who have worked in the field of AI for such a long time, and where we are making commercial decisions on AI, just a new model is not enough. What really makes the difference is the depth of architecture supporting these AI models. And let me tell you what I mean. When you have the infrastructure that you set from base, when you build your research and models on top of it, and you also have consumer platforms that consumers like us really trust and love, that is when the true magic of AI really comes alive. And that is what is the true differentiator, where you are able to create impact at scale. And that's where we believe that this stable, predictable AI comes into being, and that is the power of Google, and that's the power of our foundation model, which is called Gemini. I'm sure you've heard about Gemini, you're experimenting with Gemini as well. And in case you did not read, in the recent times, we have just actually a couple of days back, we have launched our newest Gemini models. They are called 3.6 Flash, 3.5 Flash Lite, and 3.5 Flash Cyber. Now these are the models we believe are truly world-class, that pack in right effectiveness at scale, trust, reliability, and impact. And it's not actually just the models that are mind-blowing. It's truly what is driving it is change in consumer behavior that we are seeing. And let's think about it as consumers. We are expecting AI or any other form of any other form of digital mechanism to be able to answer our questions here and now. We are truly having conversations with AI. It's not just typing in a few keywords in a search box and expecting search to answer, right? We've evolved as consumers. And that's what has really powered this AI revolution as well. Actually, as consumers, when we think about it, the initial thought was that AI is going to contract this entire search journey. It's going to be like one robotic click, and we are going to say, let's say I'm looking for shoes, I'm going to say buy shoes, AI will do it for me and we'll be done with it. But that's not the case. AI has actually expanded the entire search revolution. It's an expansionary moment in the era of search. And I'll give you a few examples. Typically, we say our research shows that when, as consumers, we buy something, typically we consult like 5.5 touch points. That's what our research says. Now, can you tell me how many touch points do we consult as AI consumers? Any guesses? Any number is okay. There is no, I'll give you the right answer, but what do you think? Okay, I'll give you the answer. It has more than doubled. In the world of AI, an average consumer is consulting 13 touch points. Now, why is this happening? Because, like I said, AI has made this entire moment expansionary rather than reducing it. And like I was saying, let's look at our own search behavior. We are now having two-way conversations with AI, almost like AI is an individual. We are asking follow-up questions. We are inputting long, very, very specific, customized queries in AI. Isn't that true? And that is what is driving how models are evolving to keep pace with this evolving consumer behavior as well. So search is becoming more conversational, it's becoming more personal, it's becoming multimodal, intelligent, agentic. All of this is happening as search is evolving. And let's talk about AI mode. How many of you are experimenting with AI overviews and AI mode? Almost everyone, right? When AI mode was launched a couple of years back, to now, it has 1 billion users. Now let that number sink in. It's a massive amount of usage that we are seeing on AI mode. The average length of queries in an AI mode, AI overview environment is 2 to 3 times longer than regular queries. And not just that, consumers today feel more confident when they use AI overviews and AI mode. 87% of consumers in our research tell us that they are feeling more confident after they get their responses from AI models like AI overviews and AI mode. Now that's amazing, and that's actually reflecting in intent as well. Last quarter, we had our highest ever queries that we saw on our platforms. So that's truly reflecting in how consumers are searching and how confident they are feeling when they are searching in the AI environment. And now we are pushing the frontier of AI search in the agentic world. And I'm giving you a little bit of a glimpse of what future will look like. So think about AI agents, search live kind of experiences. And AI is not just, and search driven by AI is not just going to answer your questions anymore, it's actually going to execute your intent. So that's the world we are building for. Like I said, we are extremely optimistic of what AI is doing to search and how we are keeping pace with consumer expectations and consumer demands, and really, really excited about this new era of agentic search as well. But it's not just search that is powering, it's not just search that AI is powering. AI is also powering our video models, and of course YouTube, one of our biggest platforms, is powered by the same Gemini models that you see on search. I'm sure you've experimented a little bit with Ask YouTube, but that's how video is also getting more intelligent, more agentic. And it's not just search and video, it's actually embedded in all our advertising models through Google Ads. So the same intelligence of Gemini that I spoke about models all our ad models as well, and hence the kind of business impact and intelligence that it's able to create is unparalleled. I don't know how many of you have tried Gemini Omni. Have any of you heard about it, tried it? Yeah. So that is one of our latest models, I would say breakthrough in the era of creativity, and the way it's bringing world-class video and image models. If you haven't tried it, I would really urge you to try it. It's truly world-class. So we are extending AI in different ways, including pushing the frontiers of creative as well. Now the question you will ask as this community is, what does all this Gemini advantage mean for your businesses? And that's the right question to ask. I would say it's collaborating with a partner that understands this entire arc of consumer intent powered by robust discovery to intent engines that we have. Now, for years, we used to all believe, and we've all lived in the era of marketing where we used to believe that consumer journeys are a straight line, like a highway. It starts at one point and it ends at another point. But over a period of time, our own behavior and the way AI has evolved has made it clear that consumer behavior is not a straight line anymore. It's actually this never-ending loop of discovery to intent, right? Right from discovery to intent to validation, curiosity. It's become like this never-ending loop. And there are three clear consumer realities that we are seeing in this world. Number one, Google search and YouTube are where your consumers are truly making decisions. In fact, our data tells us that in 93% of discovery journeys where your brand is discovered or any service is discovered or any business is discovered, Google and YouTube are present in those journeys. Search is where consumers are truly hitting the purchase button. Even when the discovery is happening on social platforms, people, before making the final purchase, are going to Google search to try and validate, to try and compare, to try and get more information. And most importantly, the Gen Z cohort that all of us care very, very deeply about, they might be obsessed with their social media feeds, but before making a search decision, before making a purchase decision, 90% of them go to Google search. But the proof of all of this, truly, what I'm talking about is in performance. And when brands combine YouTube and Google performance together, they see on an average 1.6x higher ROI than paid social benchmarks. Now, I'm also saying this because we cannot, in this world of AI, rely on platforms that just react to data. We need to partner with platforms where we are able to predict consumer behavior in real time, put your brand and business in front of the consumer when it truly matters, to be able to answer the consumer query in the form of the right ads that you've put out for your businesses and brands. And that is where the Gemini advantage comes in. I would say it is our most advanced model, our best engineered AI, which is designed to deliver the best ROI for your brands. And it will be a game changer in the agentic era. Imagine a world where visibility does not matter anymore. What will matter is how eligible is your brand to be in front of the consumer when somebody else, an agent, is actually making the decision for you. And that's why we have started building for that world. We have launched something called UCP, Universal Commerce Protocol. I'm sure you've heard about it. Try and find out more if you haven't. But this is exactly using the Gemini intelligence to be able to power agents to deliver real impact for businesses and brands in moments that truly matter, where consumer is really searching for your brands or is showing or displaying the right intent for your brands and businesses. With that, I've come to the close of what I had to say, but I do want to say that we are in this together as partners, and we, with Gemini, which is our most advanced model, we truly believe we can make a difference and deliver the best ROI for your brands. We want to partner with you. We want to ensure that you have all the right tools available to experiment, to gain the confidence, and deliver the best results for your brands and businesses. When I began, I said I'm also extremely optimistic in the world of AI. I'm extremely optimistic because what I have seen from marketers like yourselves is this willingness to really embrace AI, willingness to experiment, willingness to fail fast and try and understand what really works for you. So I would really urge you over the next 2 days to ensure that you attend all the deep sessions that we are doing. We have a full session that we are delivering on search and what is changing in the world of search, what's changing in the world of YouTube, our creator partnerships, and of course, more here and now, how we are preparing for the festive and how you can partner with us very, very closely. So please ensure that you partner with us, you go through all the sessions, reach out to your Google representatives. We'll be happy to partner with you. And with that, thank you so much. I hope you have a really productive 2 days. Thank you.
That was an insightful session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Well, moving on, next is going to be the fireside chat and the trust playbook, building iconic brands and credibility in the age of AI-driven performance. But before we start this session, I would request the montage to be played. And you must have definitely seen the Chetak Awards. Let's just dive in a little deeper with this.
We celebrate, yes, best performances and the best films.
कब से अब तक, कब से कब तक, लम्हों की कहानी है, सदियों की जुबानी है.
Like my daughter's saree. Oh, so cute.
धक दिल दिल, दिल दिल धक धक, कब से अब तक, कब से कब तक.
My sources told me few days back that I'm not getting this award. यहाँ पे कोई source नहीं लगता. So thank you, Sri.
I'd like to congratulate the entire team of Screen for actually recognizing this category. I think hair and makeup is extremely crucial in our movies.
You know, it inspires us to do better.
Well, that was really amazing. Well, moving on, may I please call upon stage Sanjay Sindwani, Director, Indian Express Digital, and alongside we have Anushri Bhattacharya, Media and Marketing Professional. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll start with the very first question. In an age where people don't watch awards, in an age where people have little or no belief in the ecosystem of awards, what made Indian Express invest in Screen, buy back Screen, and then do a whole award after a long time?
Sure. I think before I answer, can I ask the audience by a raise of hands, how many of you have watched some part of that show? Okay. So I think that kind of answers that, if you keep doing something in the way it was done and then blame the product, I don't think it works. So when we bought the brand back from Star and wanted to do the awards again after a gap of 6 years, I think we went and looked at why people were not interested anymore. So as you will relate, people of my generation, for us awards was a big deal and we used to watch it very diligently. But then even a person like me who was an avid watcher of awards, hadn't watched an award in the last 10 to 15 years. I don't remember the last time when I watched an award show. And it had to do with many things. I think as a consumer, it was more about TV viewing had declined. We were no longer watching television. We were on the mobile screens most of the time, and we were, on connected TV, you were into OTT platforms. So I think the audience had moved while the program or the product did not. And that for us was like the biggest gap that we saw, and we saw it as an opportunity and said, okay, let's rethink the whole thing from scratch. So I think that was the biggest thing, that there was a belief that if you do it right, the audience will come back, because Bollywood still is the ABC of content, right? So Bollywood cricket is still the mantra on which content, people who understand content work on. And with that belief, we said, okay, let's look at the problems and solve them one by one.
Got it. But you had three stakeholders to convince. One was fraternity, which was very used to knowing which award they're going to win and hence showcasing their presence, you had the audience, and you also had your advertisers slash sponsors to convince. In an age of, I mean, no offense to the previous session, AI and, performance marketing, how did you manage to get your sponsors on board through the brand building story?
So I think that was a tough one, because when talking about the three stakeholders, let me first talk about the problems that each one had. I think audiences we discussed to some extent that they had moved on. The Gen Z, which everybody now wants to chase, is a very different animal from maybe people like us. We were used to packaged content delivered in a certain way. They are used to unfiltered, honest, transparent ecosystems. They don't care if it's not packaged too well, but honesty and showing it as is, I think, is very important. So we said, okay, let's start addressing the concerns of each of the three cohorts. The first was, I think, the film fraternity itself. And as you rightly said, awards had become kind of a trade-off in a way, and we wanted to bring the credibility back. So about 1.5 years back, we set up the Screen Academy, which was a not-for-profit. We onboarded 53 members from the film fraternity, from different walks of the film ecosystem, who we said are going to evaluate the awards. We engaged with Ms. Pia Jaikumar, who's a professor emeritus at the University of South California. She decided the structure of the awards, and each award category she defined what the hubris is going to be for the evaluation for these 53 members to vote on. These members voted. The data was compiled by Ernst & Young, and I think till about 2 hours ago, nobody knew about the awards, who's winning, who's not. And even 2 hours we had to do because we had to create the montages for the show to be displayed. And it was only released to 2 people in the event team. So that's how we maintained the secrecy, transparency, and the authenticity. So that brought the credibility back. We also took a very big decision where we said we will only announce the nominations. So nobody knew who's winning the awards till the very end. It was only on the stage when the envelope was opened, people got to know that they were winning. So that was the film fraternity part, and it took a lot of convincing. I'm not saying it was easy, but a lot of people in the film industry said that we are on the right track and somebody needs to do it. So I think that was very comforting for us. Then we come to the advertisers. Now for advertisers, it's again like, we said we are doing a lot of experiments. We'll do it live. We'll broadcast it on YouTube and OTT and Sony TV, simultaneously. We'll have multiple feeds running. We had a feed for the red carpet. We had a feed for the show. So we had multiple feeds running simultaneously. And we told them, look, we are trying to create it in a manner where episodes will get cut out. So our expectation was the live entire show will probably not do very well, because how many of us actually watch a 2-hour or a 3-hour program, nowadays? What we are used to, swiping films, short films, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, that is what the user behavior is. So we understood how the market had evolved over the last 20 years, but the content hadn't. And every aspect of it we tried to address through various innovations and interventions. And we were very clear that the most of the viewing is going to happen after the event. I don't know how many of the people are aware, but typically award shows, they happen, they are recorded, they are edited, and then they are released on television almost 2 to 3 weeks after they happen. So for us, the dilemma was in 3 weeks, the social media will have already killed the event. So why not kill it ourselves and stream it live? So it was a big decision, because film events typically don't start on time, they don't end on time. And historically, when they are being done for television, it will last for maybe 8 to 9 hours, because different people will come in at different hours. They will record their bits, which will all be stitched together like, a movie is being shot. So doing it live, expecting everybody will turn up on time, you are on the stage announcing a winner and probably he's still not started from his home. There were all the risks that were attendant with this kind of a decision. But we said, okay, if we have to change the game, then we have to kind of take the risks. And convincing the advertisers that those risks will pay off, I think that was the biggest challenge. We tried to project some matrices, which at least on paper made us look good and comparative. So Priya just mentioned some numbers on ROI. So we said, okay, these are the industry benchmarks, and let's project numbers which will at least give a ROI that matches the industry benchmarks. That's what we went to the sponsors with. And at the back of the mind, we kept marketing budgets to deliver those numbers, because if organically it didn't happen, the sponsors would want, the ROI to get delivered. So we kept some marketing budgets as a backup call. Thankfully, we didn't have to use it, and the montage didn't play out in full, but it ends with 2 billion views. So that's the number we ended up achieving, while our promise to our sponsors were 280 million. So at 280 million, they were breaking even on industry standard benchmarks, and we delivered 2 billion.
So would it be fair that you were not only chasing numbers, but also conversation with brands? So when I look at it from the angle that, okay, I have got the reach, but what is the value that I got in terms of a brand, in terms of conversation, in terms of reaching out to my audience? How did you ensure that was covered?
Sure, yeah. So I think the two prominent brands that we were working with was Campa and Chetak. Both the brands wanted to reach out to the 18 to 35 audience as the core, and across platforms. Insta, we had about 73% of the people who fell in that bracket, and YouTube, almost 54% of the people who viewed the content fell into that bracket. So I think from that perspective, the choice of people who anchored the program between Alia, Zakir, and Saurabh and Sunil, I think they are very relevant to that age group. So that was where the choice of the people who we engaged with to perform mattered. Then we also kind of worked on the numbers in terms of, as I said, we measured the brand uplift after the engagement was over. And for both Chetak and Bajaj, we saw significant improvement. Chetak, being the lead sponsor, obviously saw higher, almost 2x of the uplift what Campa saw. So Campa was typically between aided and unaided between 6 to 8% uplift, while Chetak was between 12 to 16% on most fronts. So we kind of measured not only just the reach and the engagement, even on engagement, the engagement rate was upward of 3%. So people who were engaging with the content, commenting, liking, share, that was upward of 3%, which I believe from industry standards is pretty good. So I think on all parameters, whether it was the engagement, whether it was the audience profile, whether it was the cost per reach or cost per view. So cost per view, we were able to deliver at 10% of what the industry benchmarks are. And cost per reach was almost 1/4 of the industry benchmarks. So I think on all parameters from an ROI perspective, and last week I was going and presenting the numbers to Chetak, and they were very happy. And the good part was the brand lift study that we had done and that they had done, both showed almost similar numbers. So, their own study validated the numbers that we had taken to them, and they were really happy with the outcomes of the campaign. And just to mention, like one of the things they mentioned, which according to them was probably a little problematic, they said out of every 3 people who mentioned the Chetak Screen Awards, one remembered it as a Star Screen Award, which was the old name of the product. And to which I said, it's a good thing, because after a gap of 6 years, if people still remember Star Screen, then imagine if you are associated with us for the next couple of years, people will continue to remember it for the next 10 years. And that's the power of branding events like this, which become cultural tentpole moments. Because then the branding and the association carry much beyond, what a typical performance campaign will give you, where the impact is over the day after the click is over.
On the content side, one thing you also did was you moved it from just being a mere 3-hour content to you played it on the 90 days impact. How much that also helped you to get user attention, get the right kind of conversation from brands?
So I think it came from 2 inputs. One, sponsors not willing to put in money because audiences don't consume. Appointment viewing is dead. I mean, we all know it. So, there was a time, we should look at a brand like Nirma, it was built on sponsoring Chitrahar. Because 30 years ago, all of us would sit in front of the idiot box to watch the Chitra. I remember, traveling 3 kilometers to my Masi's house because we didn't have a television to watch a Chitra almost every other Wednesday. That was the kind of appointment viewing people had grown up with. Today, it's a fragmented attention span. People keep moving between screens, between platforms. They watch for a few minutes at most. So in that kind of a scenario, asking somebody to put in crores of rupees on a 3-hour show, I think it's absolutely stupid. I will not do it. So our whole positioning to the sponsor was, this is not a 3-hour show. It's a 3-hour production that we are going to do. The show will continue for 90 days, about 4 weeks prior, which is the build-up, and which is also important because all of you here understand how algos work. You need to warm them up. They need to start seeing people engaging with your content. And the more people engage with your content and your keyword, the more the algo will pump it up. So the activity started 4 weeks prior. The event was where we generated the next lot of content. And then 2 months later, we continued to cut out that content, most of it on stage, but a lot of off stage as well, and kept releasing it. And the momentum kept building on top of it. The other innovative thing we did was we involved the creators, because creators are big influencers in today's market. And once we brought in the creators and they had their own perspective on every shot, everything that was taken, and then they kind of added another layer of warming up to the AI engine, I would say, which accelerated the uplift of the content. So that's how we played it. And just to tell you, like I mentioned, we had promised about 280 million views to our sponsors. And we were on the target in the 3rd week. We were on the target 1 week before the event actually took place. So that is what gave us confidence that what we are doing is right. And after the event, the numbers will obviously be better than this. But even we didn't anticipate that we'll end up doing about 2 billion plus impressions in the 3-month window that we had sold to sponsors.
Interesting. AI has allowed everybody to create content, But I think at the end of the day, what we are saying, it's authenticity and trust that actually allows the content to live. In this case, would you say that this also played a very critical role in taking screens to the heart of audience?
Yeah, I think that was very important because I think, like I said, Gen Z wants things to be honest. They don't want you to wrap it around and assume that, they're stupid. They're very smart guys. And if you give it to them as it is, they will take their own take on it. And if you look at the numbers at a unit content level, I think the best content was the one that happened spontaneously, right? I mean, you talk about Zakir saying, "Bam Liari mein phate, par dhua Bandra se Juhu tak hua," or his response to Goldie Bahel, where he says, कि हमें बस के नीचे धकेल दिया. All those were very spontaneous reactions, and that was the kind of content that really did well. So I think while you program, and what we programmed also did well, but it was this spontaneous, natural, real outburst which really kind of connected with the Gen Z.
Is it now fair to assume that Chetak Screen Award brought back the idea of brand building in the minds of advertisers instead of just putting it on performance and driving leads?
I think yes, and but it's still like, it's hard to beat the performance game because that's instantaneous value. As I said, when the Bajaj team told me that, some people still remembered Star Screen. For me, that was not a negative because that was a positive. That is what we are trying to tell people that, when you invest in a brand, people remember it even after your advertising is over, even after your spends are over. And I think that is the value that Star Screen created. That is the value that Chetak Screen will create for Chetak over a period of time, where people will remember Chetak Screen even though they stop spending money and stop sponsoring the brand. And it is not just about the recall, it is also about the uplift, it's also about the context. So just to give you a little idea, I keep mentioning the 2 billion number. I think 2 billion is very easy to create. As a news media organization, I can tell you, you have anything controversial, getting a 2 billion number is no problem. But creating 2 billion in a brand safe environment where most of the content sentiment is either positive or neutral, I think that was where we achieved something big. Because the awards were seen to be done in a fair, transparent manner. There was very little negativity around those. People agreed to disagree with us. A lot of people said, oh, you know, Dhurandhar won 14 awards and Homegrown, what is the name? Homebound. Homebound won the best movie. So a lot of people had views on that and a lot of debates happened around that. But they were not acrimonious, vendetta-driven debates. They were positive debates in a positive sense. And I think that environment, creating that environment for brands was also equally important. That how do you keep the guardrails on the public commentary in control, which technically you cannot control. So what you can do is, if you are trustworthy and you are honest, I think the community itself follows those rules and guardrails on its own.
Interesting. What we know, we have heard about some of the challenges that you have faced. What were the learnings? And if I have to also ask you, what is that you have, how do you envisage Chetak Screen Awards in the future?
So I think the learning for us was, while doing live, I think messed up TV in some bit. We use the same feed on a live channel like YouTube and on television. I think television audience is still used to a packaged output, and we probably should have made it tighter and better. So I think next year we'll definitely work on it. I think the program should also be a little more tighter, because when people are watching live, you know, people moving up and down the stage. There's some minor things, I think more technical than anything else. Broadly, I think we managed it well, and I think everybody supported us. So whether it's the sponsors, whether it's the film fraternity, I think a lot of support came in from all sides. People who are really well-wishers, you know, who are passionate about Bollywood, they all supported us, and of course we keep listening to the audiences. So I think the biggest learning is keep listening to the audiences, keep looking at the patterns, keep looking at how the behavioral changes are happening. Because we don't want to be caught in the trap that, okay, you know, what we did last year is going to work next year. So we haven't still gone on the drawing board, but when we go to the drawing board, we'll look at it, what's new, what's emerging, how do we tap into that. So I think all those things will happen.
We have some time left. Anybody wants to ask any question? Anybody in the audience? We can take, say, 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, I think at the end. Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Please introduce yourself and just restrict yourself to the question, please.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sabha. And I just wanted to ask that you mentioned about 2 billion views and everything, but how do you define those views? Like, I could log in, watch for like 5 seconds and just drop off, but I'll still count in your 2 billion views. But I'm not like a actual audience who watched the whole 3-hour spread over 90 days, right? So how do you quantify that? Who's like the actual active viewers that
Sure.
you had?
I think very valid question, and let me answer that with some data points. So there would obviously be some people who would watch for a 5-second and go out, and but what you look at is the averages. So to give you a little data insight, on Insta the average view time per view was between 45 to 50 seconds. On YouTube, for the horizontal videos, it was about 85 to 90 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. Might be off by 5 odd seconds here or there. On YouTube verticals, it was about 60-65 seconds. The live stream on YouTube was 19 minutes, and TV viewing was approximately 9 minutes. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think this gentleman on, yeah, if somebody's with the mic. Here, please. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Jatin. I'm from Polycab. I wanted to ask you a question on brand recall, right? You mentioned about brand recall. Now, just understanding the context that, awards like Filmfare or, Stardust or IFA for that matter. Now, obviously, these are very strong brands created over time, and today, if at my age I know Filmfare, now, those things obviously were carried, right? There were brands like Manikchand, RMD who did sponsor those events then. Talking about the brand recall in today's context, with the proliferation of brands, sponsors, event, media, AI coming into it, do you see that the kind of longevity of brand recalls that were then, like say for example, I would remember Filmfare for the next 20, 30 years because I've seen that. But will my son, who is a 10-year-old now, would say Chetak Awards and would remember it for even next 10 years? So how is that brand recall comparable then versus now?
Okay, I think you have a valid point in the sense that there are more brands, there's more marketed, there's fragmented attention spans. So all of those play a part. And to be honest, nobody can predict what's the outcome going to be 10 years down the road, right? But I think the number of brands who are also investing in branding today is much less because everybody is going the performance route. And I think there's a room full of marketers, and if you talk to marketers privately, they all say we want to spend more on branding. We know that's the right thing to do. But quarterly targets, monthly targets, and yearly targets force us in the opposite direction. I'll just I had jotted down some figures here from the brand impact studies that I had. So this was done between the 5th and the 6th week after the awards happened. And I will read out two numbers, first for Chetak and second for Campa. Chetak was the title partner and Campa was the co-sponsor. So top of the mind recall, Chetak was up 12%, Campa was up 6%. Unaided awareness, Chetak was up 29%, Campa was up 7%. Unaided consideration, Chetak was 7%, Campa was also 7%. Aided awareness, Chetak was up 18%, Campa was up 4%. Aided sponsor recall, Chetak 26%, Campa 38%. Past 7-day purchase, this was only done for Campa, was up 6%. Now, this is 4 to 6 weeks after the event was over. We'll probably do another repeat study before we do next year's event to figure out what was the decay in the recall levels, 10 months after the event happened. And then maybe next year also. So over a period of time, we'll collect this data because you're absolutely right. Unless you have data supporting these spends, people will be hesitant to make those spends. We were fortunate that Campa and Chetak believed in what we said. And to be honest, this is what I told Sumit, who's the CMO of Chetak. Megha, you were playing a blind hand, trusting the dealer. So we were dealing the cards, we were saying you have good cards, and he was playing blind and he put a big bet. And he put the onus of delivery on us. Because I was telling you go and play blind. So the onus was on us to deliver the numbers. And thankfully we were able to deliver the numbers. As I told you, we kept backup money to spend on marketing in order the numbers were not achieved organically. But as I said, by the 3rd week itself, we had crossed what we had promised. So we were pretty comfortable by that time. But anything can go wrong. The awards couldn't have started on time. Something would have gone wrong. So, with the events that happens. But I think when partners trust and they give a free hand, I think that's also equally important. Because we were trying to build a trust ecosystem in when the content will fly. So, there were sponsors who wanted to come and we said no to them because we were not very comfortable with those sponsors. Right? Somebody wanted to put their product on the stage and say, let it be there for the whole 3-hour show. I said, it won't work. It will kill the whole damn concept that we're trying to build. So I think having the right partners who understand the ethos on which brands are built and why they want to do it, I think that's equally important. And then we work with them. It's not that, we put the partners away and say, oh, no, you leave it. We try to understand what their objectives are. Right, like I said, both partners wanted the penetration in a certain age group. They had geographical priorities. We try to work around that. Some we achieved, some we didn't. It's not that we achieved everything. So, but I think more or less, we delivered more than what was expected as an outcome. And yes, we will continue to measure and share the performance matrices, the brand impact matrices as it progresses, because it is a very different market for what it was 5 years ago.
Thank you. Thanks.
Just one, this is the last question that we'll take because after that we'll be running over time.
Hi, my name is Chanel. I work with a lot of brands in the brand consultancy space. If I'm focusing specifically on the Screen Awards, right, there were a lot of conversation that happened primarily from the content standpoint. A lot of it, like television in the past, worked on a lot of dramatic content. Now it became more of a, like if we look at the clips that kind of went viral, they were more organically faux pas. They were kind of not revenge really, but back saying, answering back to a certain kind of conversation where certain creators would have not done that in the past in front of a large audience. While it used to be very, very formal in the past, this particular edition looked very, very conversational and informal. When it comes to very, very formal brands that you're partnering with, there's a lot of gray area here. How do you sort of manage to convince the brands to be able to associate with something this dramatic at times?
So I think the people you put on stage, you need to vet them fairly and squarely to understand, what is their operating range and how much are they likely to go beyond that. So I think for us, that was a very important criteria in deciding the people on the stage. And just to give you a little insight, so for us, there were 4 people who were like driving the whole show. It was, you had Sunil, right? He comes from a very television kind of a background, so he brings that television community in a big way. Then we had Zakir, very strong on YouTube and very strong Central India kind of a profile. Sunil is more North India kind of a profile. Then you had Alia, who's from Bollywood, right? And then we had Saurabh, who brought in the news ecosystem kind of an audience. So each one of those people brought in their own cohort of people. And if you look at all of them, they all operate in a narrow range. They don't go fly off their top and utter things which even Zakir, who's like, stand-up comedian, you look at his speeches, he's always maintained a very nice balance. In fact, we've done an Adda with Zakir, and if you watch that, you will see why we chose Zakir over, somebody else who could have probably created a more controversial kind of a space, maybe taken us to a 3 billion. But like I said, we were very conscious that the conversations have to be brand safe. And being transparent, being open, being candid was a very integral part of that across all aspects. But it was choosing the award winners, doing the show, doing it live at a very big risk, right? Doing it live was a very big risk for a television thing, not for a YouTube. It doesn't make a difference on YouTube if I start 15 minutes late. But on television, you have a designated time when it has to stop and start. And that was the big risk for us. So we had a plan B, we had backup, we have all of it. But I think defining those guardrails was equally important, and not only saying you are credible, but proving it beyond doubt that you mean it. I think that's equally important.
Thank you so much. We have run out of time, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, that was indeed a fireside chat. I would request Sanjay sir, Anushri ma'am to just stand there for the photo opportunity. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take this time to thank our sincere thanks to our supporting partners. Well, powered by Google, Gold Partner Affinity, Gold Partner Origin 8, Silver Partner M-Filterit, Silver Partner Double Tick, Silver Partner Vonage, Roundtable's partner Truecaller, Roundtable partners SEMrush, Roundtable partners Exhortal. Well, the next session is about to begin. Well, this is an address and trilogue. It is Creatives in Digital Advertising, how AI is shaping creative economics. Well, as I said, this is an address and trilogue, Creatives in Digital Advertising, how AI is shaping creative economics. Our moderator for this session is Akanksha Patel, Managing Director, APAC and India, Oliver India. And may I please request her to come on stage. Give her a big round of applause. And we have a presentation, and then we have the other panelists who will be joining in. But now it's time for the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Yes? Okay. Can we get the presentation up? All right. Good morning, everyone. I know you've been through 2 sessions so far today. We're going to try and have a little more fun with this session. And then we'll get into a pretty intense and interesting panel discussion. I'm just waiting for my slides to come up. Speaker notes, please. With all the AI in the world, we still don't get tech quite right the first time, so just give us a minute. All right, thank you. We're going to try and get through this quite smoothly. Hopefully that was the only technical disruption. All right, so today I'm going to talk to you about the tectonic disruption that AI is causing in the marketing world, more specifically about AI, data, and MarTech, which are powering the future of the way we do advertising, right? But before I start, let's quickly hear a message from a friend. Audio? Audio of the video, please.
Everyone, Brandtech is my AI guru and has taught me everything I know. Don't worry, I'm not taking over the speaker for the day. Over to you, Akanksha.
I'm going to try that again. Missed a bit of it.
Everyone, Brandtech is my AI guru and has taught me everything I know. Don't worry, I'm not taking over the speaker for the day. Over to you, Akanksha.
Must be true. It's AI. For those who don't know, that was Sam Altman. All right. We've currently entered one of the most transformative eras of our business, right? But what is very interesting about this transformational era is that it's no longer a vertical. I think historically, when we look at transformative technologies, they usually solve about one problem at a time. AI is more of a horizontal. It's not a marketing tool, it's more of a capability that's impacting every vertical, every single unit of the industry at the same time, from healthcare to consumer goods to legal to finance to coding, all simultaneously. So there is no AI bubble anymore, is what I'm trying to say. It's bigger than anything we've ever seen before. In late 2024, there was an article that was published by The Economist that said, "Farewell Don Draper, AI is coming for advertising." Sam Altman himself said that about 95% of all marketing is going to be done by AI rather than agencies. But as we all know, about 100% of the headlines today are about AI, but less than 1% of the world's content is actually using AI. So we asked the marketoonists to create this comic for us. What will be the impact of AI on our business? It's too big to put into words. So here's an image I created. It's a cheetah wearing a backpack, a jetpack, while inventing electricity simultaneously and fire, all at the same time. So how are we using AI right now? Well, mostly to create cool images like this. But the most serious point behind this cartoon is now we actually can. I think at no point of time in my career could I have done this in 20 seconds. So as you know, and the MC earlier pointed out that I have a panel discussion later today, so I thought why not bring them on the journey? This one's for you guys. Don't worry, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. So we've been through a few technology revolutions in the past, and I think not all technology revolutions are built the same. We've heard the saying that we're always going to overestimate the change in 2 years, but underestimate the change we see in 10. I think it's different this time. I think we're underestimating the change we're going to see in the next 3 months.
The speed at which it is moving takes my breath away.
So where did the chihuahuas come from this first slide that you might have seen? So back in 2018, when AI first launched, right, it couldn't really tell the difference between a chihuahua and a muffin. But by February 2024, we could do this. And by September 2024, we were photoreal. And by the end of the year, we could do videos.
Pick up all the remaining cups, cans, and glasses. If you could have them ready for us as we pass by, we certainly would pick up all the remaining cups.
And now I can do stuff like this just on the car ride over here.
Happy Tuesday, everyone. I am so happy to tell you that AI can now do full speaking videos with chihuahuas and muffins.
If I had a little more time than the car ride over here, I'd probably correct chihuahuas to chihuahuas. All right. So all to say that brands that are best at AI marketing will grow faster, be more valuable, and attract better talent, and outperform their competition. AI marketing is becoming an investor initiative, but it's a marketing arms race. We need to build for a future that's constantly evolving, and that's how we're going to help brands get one step ahead of their competition. The rules may have changed, but the fundamentals still apply. Brand is more important in the Gen AI world, creativity is more important in a Gen AI world, and talent is more important in a Gen AI world. And if you know what you're doing, Gen AI is just going to turbocharge all of these functions. So what we've done is we've identified 4 key shifts that define what it means to stay one step ahead. The first is agentic workflows, really to create mid and lower funnel content at global scale, not just local. We do this through our proprietary tool called Pencil Pro. It's basically an aggregate of all the best AI. It's not necessarily an AI tool in itself. It actually launched the same time as ChatGPT back in 2018, and now we're delivering over 5 million ads for 5,000 plus brands globally in a safe and ring-fenced environment, which allows which is done through customized agentic workflows, not only from a generative AI standpoint, but also from a predictive AI standpoint using our $5 billion ad spend. So that's a lot of words, but basically what I'm trying to say is the reason we call ourselves the #1 Gen AI company in the world is because we have partnered with all the Gen AI companies and brought them into one safe ecosystem which gives you the best access that you might have to Gen AI. And you heard from Google earlier today, the best brands have already started using it. This is actually Yonsha, this is not AI created, this is actually what she said during Cannes last year.
Just looking at my own examples, my own team, where we use AI, we use something called Pencil Pro, which is a brand tech tool. And my team that does advertising to small businesses, hey, small businesses, come and find your customers on Google. They use Pencil Pro. What they normally create in weeks, they created in seconds. And what a creative asset that costs $100 costs $5. And so it's like, there's so many examples like this.
So all to say that now with Pencil and all the AI that's out there, marketers can stay one step ahead by creating content that's at least 55% cheaper, 65% faster than traditional production, and delivering 40% better ROI. And this is based on published studies, not just our own data. Another way that brands are starting to stay one step ahead is through high-craft Gen AI storytelling. Can you play the video? All right. So there was a really fun video there, but it's okay. We'll create it again. Earlier this year, Ad Age actually published this article about one of the best Super Bowl ads that were done during Super Bowl 2026. This was actually created by the Brand Tech group, but essentially what makes it great is that it was 100% AI created. So it was the first ad that was 100% AI created, that was published during the Super Bowl, that actually got an accolade from Ad Age for being one of the top ads of the week. And this is when, you know, all marketing companies bring out their marketing gold. Let me play the ad for you.
When technology moves this quickly, it's easy to become lemmings, swept along by the rush. So how do you move fast while avoiding disaster? It's all in the preparation. NetApp helps businesses get AI ready with intelligent data infrastructure. It's time to unleash genius.
There's also now what I call real-time creativity. I think in the past we've always done, you know, real-time responses, real-time creativity when it comes to digital trends, but it's always about 4 hours too late. This is just some fun films that we made in less than about 5 minutes to entertain you while we move through the deck.
Breaking news from Mumbai. IAMAI is hosting the 20th edition of the Marketing Conclave, MarCon 2026 on August 4th and 5th at Taj Lands End. Birla Opus Paints has partnered with the Heritage Project to restore over 100 homes and 4 community centers in Mumbai's historic Worli Koliwada.
That's a note to another panelist that I'm speaking to today. Okay. The third step to take you one step ahead is the transition from marketing to humans to marketing to LLMs. Again, I know we heard about a little bit of search and the role it plays in terms of influencing marketers earlier in the Google session. But from a marketing standpoint, what we believe is brands used to be defined by what brands said to people. Then brands were defined by what humans said to humans, what people said to people. But now, brands are starting to get defined by what LLMs say to people too. It's not just us that observed this. The Harvard Business Review also published this article not too long ago. And we did a study of our own to validate it. As you can see, about 68% of people are actually finding it more and more important to consult with LLMs before they purchase a product, making it one of the most influential sources before purchase. Enter share of model.
Welcome to the world of share of model.
What share of model is essentially developed for, it's a tool that really helps you understand where you stand in the AI perception. From mention rates, which means is your brand turning up in the top 25 AI responses, which is actually where you want to be, to share of voice by model, how is your brand performing across LLM models, to attributes. Am I, as a brand, showing up when I want my customers to be looking for, to be finding me? Share of model is not a GenAI optimization tool, so it's not a GEM or GEO, but you can use it to help sharpen your strategy so that everything that you do and publish in the digital world ensures that your asset and your brands are working hard to appear when you want your customers to find you. It also ensures that you're not sweating assets that aren't actually working for you from an LLM standpoint. It's important for all of your brands to have some form of a share of voice within the agentic world. So that's where share of model comes from. And the final big shift that we look at, and I'm running out of time, so I'm going to try and stream through this, is our focus to where our customers are today, a social first cultural impact, right? I'm sure most of you have seen this article by Fernando, who's the CEO of Unilever. Essentially what Unilever did was a big bold decision to move from your mainline, your ATL, to really spend more money on social first advertising. And we've already started doing this with Unilever's first social transformation, which is actually helping them stay one step ahead through their in-house studio called UStudio. So we've heard what, but I think a lot of marketers are struggling with the how. Across every transformation we've run, right, Unilever and others, what we've identified is that if you keep building the capability outside of your organization, the value leaks outside of your organization. When you build it inside, every efficiency gain, every bit of IP, every dollar you save actually compounds back to you, not whoever you rented the capability from. And the 3 things to do this right in this order is people, getting the right people for your business, using the right technology and the right platforms, setting the right daily rhythms and the right muscle memory for your business, because transformation is not a pilot project, it's very much an ongoing evolving process for a business. So here's our answer in terms of how you do it. Bring AI inside your organization. Best talent, best AI technology, but the operative word is inside, not an external agency doing your AI for you. You keep the learning and you accrue that learning with every quarter that goes by. Speed, value, and IP that compounds to you as a brand, sitting inside your organization. That is how you get smarter with every quarter that goes by. And this is how we actually prove that it's working. It's not a survey or KPIs that are built towards your agency, but are our brands actually shifting their non-working media spends to working media spends? Is your share of voice or share of model actually beating your market share? How little do you need to spend to move $1 of incremental sales? How often does your current creative actually outperform your past creative? If your AI operating system cannot move the needles on these fronts, then it's not an AI operating system. The brands that win won't just adopt AI, they will reinvent the economics of AI. And I think that's where we will easily pivot to our discussion today. Can we bring our panelists on?
Check. All right. Now it's time for the panelists to join in. The first panelist is Megha Parthe, Head of Marketing, Baroda BNP Paribas Mutual Fund, and Sugandha Srivastava, Category Head, Birla Opus, Aditya Birla Group. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you guys have your mics? Okay. Hi, welcome to the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. It gets less intimidating as the longer you're on it. Okay, so I think I wanted to start the discussion just pivoting off what I've already presented in the last 15 minutes or so. I think my first question, and it's for both of you, is what is the single biggest way AI has actually changed your day-to-day work versus what you might have expected it to change? Can we start with Megha and then Sunanda?
Thank you, IAMAI and Akansha. So the question, what has actually changed? Yes, we expected that this will save time. But what it did is it changed how we really think. You know, earlier the team, if you have to really create a campaign, it would take some days to come up the first draft. And now what it takes is some hours to get it done. And with multiple options to save it. But where the real responsibility is the judgment that what has been created, is it really for us? Does it really resonate with the brand personality? Will it really go through by the compliance check? Will my investor trust into the creative which has been created? That is the judgment which has been really created by this shift. Earlier we used to think that can we create this creative? Now we think, should we create this creative? And the premium which has given by the AI is to the strategic thinking and the decision making, I would really say it is.
I think it goes back to the how.
How,
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Sorry, Sugandha?
Thank you so much, Akansha and IAMAI, for this opportunity. Reflecting on what you're asking, what is the biggest shift? So I think the biggest shift has not been about the speed of making creatives or the cost, but it's basically the way we are learning so much faster now. So now it's completely possible to create 5 concepts, to arrive at the same selling story, test them out with consumers on digital platforms at a very low cost, and then scale what is showing, the best results. So it's become really easy to learn now. And I think I come from an industry which is very production heavy, but now it's not about speed to production, it's about speed to insight.
Yeah.
And that has really accelerated, with the generative AI. You can generate different concepts very quickly at very, very low costs, test them, and before you spend your money, you are learning. It's not that you're spending money and then learning.
Just to build off that, have you started using AI consumer groups and not just the physical consumer groups?
So a lot. We are using AI a lot in consumer research and customer research, I would say. So it's really helping us, shorten that process. So we are able to speak to consumers from multiple languages, etc. AI is able to, give us the summary of that very quickly. So the entire process of research has become really streamlined with the help of AI. These small changes, they really add up to the efficiency of the process.
Yeah.
Overall making learning faster, and we are able to increase the group amongst whom we are doing research. So I think that is one of the best parts.
And in that efficiency gain that you're seeing through insights, have you started seeing that efficiency gain be reinvested into the business to drive that top line growth?
Yes, absolutely. So again, coming from a product background, and I'm working in the paint industry, the biggest challenge in this industry is the complexity of SKUs, because there are so many shades, so many colors, so many products. So AI is really helping us understand what will go where, thereby, helping us save a fortune on inventory management.
Absolutely. I think a really big feat. I think you're number 3 in the market in a very short number of times. So it's a really big feat. Great. What about you, Sugandha? I mean, Megha, sorry. I keep switching them up. Sorry.
Yeah, so we do a little bit of use of AI in the research, investor research, I would say. So because we call our consumers our investors, so we do a little bit of use, and it has taken the load of we thinking, because the hypothesization what we use can be tested and used against the creative.
Got it. Clear. All right. So if you can just keep your mic with you. I think what I'll just ask is, in an SBI regulated category, right, content has clear compliance. I think compliance is more important than the creative itself, right? When a piece of content becomes faster and cheaper to produce with AI, your total cost per approved asset actually goes down. Does it? Or does it actually get reinvested into the legal and compliance review?
So I would say it is not either or, that it goes down or it goes higher. Yes, you get so many creatives faster, but there is no help to the compliance team, which is actually very, very important for the industry like us, where the layer is thick. They have to go through each word what we write. Our creators have to be balanced. We cannot create a misleading content at all.
Yeah.
They don't have a help to go through this, right? So they have to do that part manually, which takes time. But what can AI help us in generating is building the capabilities for the marketing team, where you inbuild your brand guidelines, you inbuild your basic compliance governance check, so that your content doesn't have too much of a friction between the teams, back and forth doesn't happen so much.
Got it. So it's almost like you're building AI as an enabler, but you're still keeping human in the loop.
Yes, yes. So I personally think that you cannot remove the human from the whole process. Like I said, the judgment, that comes from the knowledge what a human has.
Yeah.
And the compliance, the judgment of the compliance and the governance, the AI is not reached where it can really get to know every detail of it.
Yeah.
So the human has to be there.
I think that's a big relief to a lot of people sitting in the audience today. Sugandha, this one's for you. I think Birla Opus, as I mentioned earlier, has built share really fast in a category with an entrenched leader. Speed to market and brand salience becomes a natural priority when it comes to AI. How have your marketing team seen the most success and failures using AI, and what do you feel is more important, or the most important part rather, of keeping the human in the loop in terms of building efficient, scalable and mass creative production?
You're asking this question in the context of Birla Opus. So paints, as we know, is a very high involvement category. Once a consumer is in the market, he is ready to spend anything between 1 lakh to 2 lakh rupees to get the house painted. It's a cost and time investment. So the most powerful tool, I think, in this particular industry is the feet on street. The boys and girls who are standing on the real shop floor and selling to the consumers.
Yeah.
So I think what has really helped us is that we have been able to arm these people with AI tools. So they can actually create content and help the consumer visualize how their house could look, you know, with a new paint, with a new wallpaper, etc. These are tools that are really helping the people in the shops right now, more than, you know, the creatives that we are putting on digital marketing.
Got it.
In-store marketing, especially in this industry, has, you know, really leapfrogged. And I think it's not just about Birla Opus, it will help the entire industry, because earlier people would revert to what were the safe options. Let me go with a light wallpaper, a light color. Now when you will visualize it, you can actually see the possibilities, and it will help the consumer feel happier and the industry overall premiumize. So I think that's been one very big, you know, use case of AI in high involvement industries, which have always actually been content driven. But now the visualization is of another level.
Yeah, I think especially when it comes to paint, right? It's such a product that you have to see it in person before you can actually purchase it. So as much as your digital, as far as your digital might stretch, that point of sale, like you're rightly saying, becomes one of the most important. I think maybe you can keep the mic with you. I'll continue with you first. So Sugandha, you're optimizing obviously for reach and recall. Megha, you're optimizing for trust over years. Does AI actually serve both goals equally well, or is it quietly maybe better suited for one over the other? Sugandha, since you had the mic.
So I think over here I feel reach and recall is where, you know, AI can play a very strong role. It can be your co-pilot. Trust is a different ball game altogether. So you can use AI for sharper insights, faster insights, creating more, testing more, and really scaling your reach with the help of all these testings and optimizations that you can do at a much faster speed. Trust, however, I feel will still come from understanding your consumer very deeply and then offering them what is consistent with your brand story and brand promise. So that I don't think we can really hack with AI. We can optimize our reach in a much better way with AI, but trust will continue to be, you know, the long game. You cannot really hack it.
Using AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Sugandha said, speed, yes, definitely AI is giving, and I would agree with her that trust is something, AI doesn't manufacture trust. AI has capability to enable the trust. As a brand, if I have to deliver my promise, I have to keep it. That delivers the trust. It has to be consistent. Generating more creatives, delivering more creatives doesn't create the trust what I want from the investor in my brand. As a brand, what I stand for is something which I have to talk consistently, but yes, the enabler can be AI. Just to give you an example, let's say we sell SIP, which is systematic investment plans. I'm hoping everyone knows here in the room, to 25 years old guy, and then let's say we sell retirement products to a 55-year-old person. The tonality of the communication will be different. The communication, while it is SIP, while we are talking you should do a 2,000 rupees SIP monthly for your better future, but it will not have the same content, it will not have the same communication. AI will help me to create that personalization, which creates the resonance with the consumer. But that has to be thought by the human. Again, coming to the point that human is important in this whole story. And yes, AI can build up on your trust. It cannot manufacture the trust for the brand.
Yeah, I think just to your point as well, I think with keeping humans in the loop and even what we've seen within our organization, there's a lot of trust that's lacking when it comes to direct AI, and I think that's where the whole brand is still important, creativity is still important, and talent is still important, because if we use AI in the right way, that's where we have, I think, the superpower that we need to reach our audiences where they're ready to buy us, rather than enter that sea of sameness where customers also start losing a bit of faith in what you might be saying as a business. And it's really great to hear that it's both ways, not just from the marketing ecosystem, but from the brands as well. So that's good to hear. Okay. My next question, again for both of you. So Megha, since you have the mic, does speed of production actually matter in your category the way it's talked about? Or is speed more of a red herring and the real constraint is somewhere else entirely? Maybe distribution, like you said, trust earlier, approval, talent. What do you think?
Personally, as a marketer, every marketer wants to turn out the creators very fast, you know. It matters to me personally, but as a brand, should it matter? No. My answer is no for us as a category, simply because, as I said, the trust is more important for the investor to have it in me versus the speed. My speed of delivery doesn't matter to the person. What I am talking to him, because he's giving me the money, money for which he is hoping to have a better life in future. So speed personally is something we can keep it aside while it is part of the process. With the AI, it has come into the place, but it is not the ultimate thing for us. It is the red herring for us.
What about from a marketing standpoint? If I just narrow down that question more from a marketing equation rather than from a customer's equation.
Why should it be the marketing equation? Are we not all working for the customer? So for me, it is customer, what they really want to have. It is not something what I want to have it as a marketing, as a unit. For me, AI has to work for the customer more than the marketing. If it is only working for the marketing, it is an operational win.
It is an operation.
If it is working for the customer and the investor, it is something for the business win, I think.
Yeah, very, very clear. Yeah. Sugandha?
So I would agree with Megha. Speed is not the most important thing. However, there are situations when, because of maybe our poor planning or lack of foresight, we are in situations sometimes where speed becomes critical, to win tactically at least. So in those situations, I think AI really saves the day. So there are times when, you've possibly not planned ahead, or there is an opportunity or a challenge you had not thought of. In those situations, AI now has made it really possible to create content. Let's say something is viral and you want to respond tomorrow. It possibly 4 years back it was, it would not be the case. You would have to really compromise either on speed or quality. Now with AI, in all these very tactical situations, you can respond with speed. So I think that's where AI is helping. If whatever is the firefighting, we are now better equipped for that.
Very clear.
A lot of movement marketing, what keeps happening, where there I think we can have a good usage of the AI to turn out the creative pretty faster.
I believe Birla Opus did movement marketing very well during the IPL. Maybe you want to tell us whether AI played a role in that, since it was quite live and reactive at the time.
So absolutely. So we've done about 3 campaigns now with IPL, and AI has been central to all of that. So what you see is the consumer facing part on the TV. We do equally that bit with the painter and the contractor community. So without AI, I think it would have been impossible, or at least 3 to 4 times the cost to do the same activity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it's very, very relevant to do all of these kind of activities where you want to take it beyond a TV campaign or a digital campaign, and you want to really involve people. I think AI has a fantastic use case over there.
Social first, cultural
Yes,
first.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So neither of you run AI alone, right? You work with creative talent, agencies, contractors. Can you give us a real example, I think you already have, where a person using AI produced a materially better outcome than either would have done on its own? Again, just to your point, in terms of keeping the human in the loop and giving them the superpower. What did the human bring to that combination that made the difference? I think, Megha, why not?
Okay, so with us, I have seen, there's something like a cloning, what you also showed for all of us. In our industry, investor, and it is a B2B2C industry, B2B wants to hear from the fund management because they manage the fund. They think that this is the guy who's making my business work.
Yeah.
But the fund manager's job is not only to make creatives and go for the sales pitch. His primarily job is to manage the fund. So we really struggle with the time of the fund manager to create these kind of videos, to come and talk about the market outlook, what can happen, what happened, why the prices are like this. So the cloning with their own voice, which relates to the B2B person, to the distributor, and also to the investor who has been following them to invest in our funds, is something which is a good use case with us, where their time is limited. They come, see, we create the script and gets approved by the compliance in advance, and then we create the videos. Also, something like that in this, because we can do the translations as well. A very basic example, somewhere we had said that steady growth, as we can't do a misleading and the forward giving confirmation, we cannot as a SEBI guideline say that you will get a guaranteed growth.
Yeah.
The AI in some language turned it to a guaranteed growth. No keyword and nothing can really check that where and what went wrong. And there the human came into the picture and said that, oh, this is something wrong which we cannot really go ahead, and the compliance really gets flagged off there. So that's the good combination where the time saves of the human person, you can really generate really faster, but the compliance check and the governance check is done at the end of the brand's end, and something is being delivered which is quite good.
Yeah, excellent. I think with AI now, especially with agents, you can definitely create skills, but I definitely think that's one skill that you cannot absolutely replace using AI. Sugandha?
Yeah. So very similar to what Megha had said, this example of catching the error at the right point of time. So we also did a campaign very recently in Tamil Nadu around the time of Pongal. And we created multiple color palettes, and we were creating digital assets around them to showcase consumers. And unfortunately, only one person in the team was from the region who understood the Vastu sensibilities. And was able to flag a lot of combinations which would not be acceptable to those people. So caught it in the right moment of time, and we were able to roll back those designs which are not Vastu compliant. So again, human eye catching the mistakes.
Got it.
Because AI is only as good as the prompts that you're giving to it. And overall for us, I think the biggest use case is AI empowering the actual seller, somebody who's talking to the consumer, like I said. So when our promoters, in-store promoters, when they used to talk to the consumers earlier, the reliance was on a lot of books that we had created. And they would be passively telling the consumers possible shade combinations and how to put your house together. Now with AI, it's a fantastic combination. So they know what is the right prompt to be given to the AI after talking to the consumer, and then turning around something which blows away the consumer's mind. If you just give that AI engine to the consumer and expect him to get to that output, it would possibly not happen, because the consumer interacts with the category once in 5 years. So now the promoter is much more empowered to actually convince the consumer. So I think either of them alone cannot make the kind of impact which they are doing together, which is, AI visualizers with the help of in-shop promoters.
No, absolutely. And I think even with prompting and, as good as AI gets, right, it's the human that I feel like is driving the AI that really gives you that gold, rather than, because more often than not, even when we were prompting the videos in the deck that you see, more often than not, it'll always give you some iteration of what you might think this creative should be. And then when you refine the prompt and really give it the direction that you're thinking, that it actually gives you that marketing gold. What is maybe one thing that you would tell the CMOs in this room to actually go and do on Thursday morning or tomorrow morning whenever everyone gets back to their desks? Let's start with Megha.
I would probably say that think something or identify something which will add value to your customer. Marketing will fall in place as per that. If we can do that, then as I said, that's the business win, and operational wins will come along with it.
Good advice. I might take that as well. Sugandha?
I would say AI is a great thinking tool more than creation also. So pressure testing your own hypothesis with AI and just making sure that you can find the fault in your own thinking by prompting it to tell you what is it that you are not thinking through, what is it that you're not thinking through. I think that is something that can really make us all better marketeers and better professionals. So my suggestion would be to just use AI a lot more for pressure testing your own thoughts and hypotheses.
Yeah, thank you. Very sound advice, and I think a lot of people will benefit from this room. I don't have any other questions, so thank you so much for spending time with me today. Thank you, IAMAI, for bringing us on stage, but I think we can wrap the day. Thank you.
Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would request the the panelists to please stand back for the photo opportunity here. Wherever you're comfortable. All right, may I request you please can get seated well. Do you have any questions that can be answered? Any questions? That gentleman there.
Hi, good morning. My question is to both the panelists. My name is Ashish and I'm from InfraTwin AI. To both of you, what is the new thing or the next thing in technology that you would love to see and adopt in order to drive sales, build brands, empower more with your customers? What's the new thing or next thing that you would love to see? Or you wish it happens right now, or maybe tomorrow somebody comes and approaches you? Thank you.
So I can tell probably two things, not one. Marketers are always visual people. So one thing which I was talking to Akansha is the agentic AI, which I think can really get implemented, and to the industries like us, especially. Second is, as an organization, and I'm assuming that many organizations have a lot of fragmented datas available. So the seamless integration of your right AI tools to your data infrastructure, to your decision making, to your insights of the consumers, if we can stitch in all together and see it as a one dashboard and an outcome, I think is a real win for a marketer.
I would say the same actually, and it's really quite amazing that SaaS is such a big industry, but unfortunately for category marketing, there's nothing right now that integrates everything into one dashboard. So anything that helps us analyze the marketing mix better with far more information and to see how the 5 or 6 variables at play are leading to the outcomes would be great. There's no Salesforce for marketing, unfortunately, till now. So I think I would love to see that for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Hi. Hi, my name is Zubin. I run a brand tech agency powered by AI. It's called Brand You Good. I just wanted to understand, how does DPDP play a role in all of the stuff that we are doing when AI is galloping to enable stuff happening? How does the DPDP elements come into play from a brand standpoint? And this goes to both of you.
Okay, I'll again go first maybe. So there is no way we can skip this, right? So all the brands, and we are also one of them, we are trying to understand that how we can really implement it and what is the best way. And that's why I was talking about the governance part a lot, how much can be shared and what can be shared on the open platforms. So yes, that has to be a part of it.
I'd say it's a journey. We are all learning, and right now we've not discovered the right trade-off. But it's all just, learning right now where we are at.
Yeah, actually, like being an agency, we are also a little in limbo, saying how much of our customers' data can we handle, because we are effectively fiduciaries of the data,
Yes. So one of the things which is the privilege largely of big companies is they've created their own platforms, etc. We have one at Aditya Birla Group. It's really fantastic. It's a version of Gemini. So I think that's how the industry will grow. More and more people will invest in making sure that there's enough of security around sharing this information.
So just to add on to that, for us, fortunately, we have the regulator and the guiding body, SEBI and MFI, where they are doing these kind of sessions and understanding what can be done and what is required and what can be eliminated. And I'm assuming that as an industry, we will come up with something which will help us to be guided with this.
All right, one more question if you don't mind. How much is, now that AI can enable it, how much is personalization of video communication relevant to both your industries? When I say personalization, I mean addressing people through their names and other personal information for a certain video that could go out to 100,000 people, specifically addressing each one of them personally.
I think it's amazing. So when we launched Birla Opus 2 years back, we sent the invite to all the dealers and the contractors in the voice of Mr. Birla. It was only possible through the power of AI. And now every time we come up with a very product-centric campaign, we are able to completely personalize it for the dealers and the contractors. So I think it's a great use case. It's something that has really allowed us to build trust with the community of influencers in this particular category.
Yeah, and I think it's 100%. It's very good, and I'll just probably try and attempt this because I'm in an industry where everyone wants to have a happy life. They want to have a lot of money and wealth, but they probably don't want to invest, and they don't realize that we should probably invest. And you know, a message or a video comes to me and say, "Hello Megha, do you want to have a good retirement?" Yes, I want to have a good retirement. Please tell me more about it. Yeah. So everyone would want to have a personalization. I think that's the way for AI to be adopted by the brands.
Great, we should start talking. We've developed some interesting tech around that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Last question. Please, can you pass on the mic? No.
Hi. You actually spoke about how AI is enabling you to discover new insights very quickly. But can you also throw some light on how fast is the consumer preferences changing because of AI? Because today, the amount of information the consumer is overloaded with, his preferences are also changing, might be changing at a breakneck speed, right? So do you think that's a problem to all the marketers out here?
So I was talking something similar to Akansha before the session, that we are always in a catching up phase, right? By the time we think of AI, the agentic AI comes in. By the time we try and adopt AI, and many of you can probably pitch us that this is what it is, but by the time we realize and get into the system, there is something else which is there. Consumer trends are shifting, but are they changing drastically overnight? No, I don't think so. That is what my personal view is, and other two people can obviously add to it. It is how, as an ecosystem, we identify that all shiny tools which are available are not for your brand. You have to identify the right tool and go ahead with that. But to answer your question, is the consumer changing their preferences every night? No, I don't think so they are.
And I also think, to add on to what Megha said, you can use this as an opportunity to shape preferences. So earlier, in a lot of cases, maybe for an entire category, it may not be possible to, build preferences because the consumer was constrained by possibilities. Now you can actually shape preferences. You can tell the consumer what is possible with the product, and you can instill more confidence, and therefore you can actually shape preferences, and it's a big opportunity for lifestyle, food, any of these industries. I think it's more of a opportunity rather than a challenge, is how I think.
Thank you.
We have time for one last question. Yeah.
Hey. So my question is to all three of you. Looking at the next 12 months, what would need to change for you to feel ahead and not behind? And it will be interesting to have both perspectives, like brand perspectives from both of you and an agency perspective from Akanksha.
For me, I think it would be the internal acceptance of the right tools. I'm assuming you're from the agency side. When you're at the brand side and when the agency meets the marketing team, probably they are not the only decision makers when it is get discussed, and AI is right now every boardroom discussion. Which tool to take, why to take, how much to take, what is the subscription, what will we get, what we are not going to get. That is something what I think is the important point right now for the marketing and the brand owners to discuss internally before even they reach out to the agencies. And I think that will really shape the requirements, and the clear requirements would be there to identify the right path.
Right.
For me, I think generative AI is fine. It's a great tool. But making sure that our organizations are fully ingrained with the right AI in marketing analytics is what would make me feel more comfortable and, feel ahead. So I think generative AI is great, but making sure that AI is at the center of your thinking is possibly what will get an organization far more ahead, and that would make me feel more comfortable if I've been able to create one or two tools that really help us think in a far more robust way.
Right. Makes sense.
I think from my perspective, can you still hear me? Yeah. From my perspective, I truly believe about 95% of agency work will be done through AI. Where I think what needs to change is the quality of the talent that's using AI. So anyone can use AI and get a creative out today, but if you put it in the right hands and you have the right talent that's groomed to use it in the right way, that's where your magic will really happen. And I think that's where a lot more pressure is going to come on the talent that we find and put for brands, which is actually going to get the magic which customers eventually want to see as well. So it's not that the tools will keep evolving, as Megha said. There's always going to be something new, but when you give the right people the right superpowers, that's what's going to blow everyone's mind in the next 12 months, I truly believe. In addition to agentic workflows and optimizing our pathways with 95% of the work being done through agents.
Maybe I can add it on to her with a framework if you want to really follow. Let's say it 4A framework. Adopt, which we are talking, is the adoption of the right technology and right AI. Augment, don't replace the human. Give them the power to use it better. Give them the power to use the better insight, better understanding. And accelerate, yes, we have been talking about that AI will accelerate and will give the personalization to us, and amplify where you actually reach what we talk about. Is it really giving the revenue? Is it really giving the growth for the organization and for the marketing teams? Is where you identify that it is helping to the stronger brand recall. It is helping you for the better consumer journeys. Then I think is the real win for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much. I would just request you to again come and stand for it was a very tight shot, so you want to give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next up is a panel discussion. All right, before we begin that, I would like to say that there is going to be a member dinner, which is at 7 p.m. onwards. I'm AI member dinner, shaping the future of advertising and media. And there is also an invite-only dinner, which is by LS Digital. And another at Conclave Hall, 9 to 11. It is going to be AICI invite-only roundtable, industry roundtable on AI. And it's time for me to thank the sponsors. Communication partner, Hello.ai, bronze partner, LS Digital, bronze partner, Connect Network, bronze partner, Consumer.ai, bronze partner, Pub Live, bronze partner, BC Webwise, bronze partner, Shimaru. Also, sincere thanks to our supporting partners for the valuable association with the 20th edition of Marketing Conclave, AdGully, AdTech Today, ED Times, StartupNews.fii, and Bloggers Alliance. As I told you that the next one is going to be a panel discussion. Hyper-local influence, national impact, engaging consumers across non-metro and regional markets. May I please invite the moderator on stage, Pushkar Gupte, Head of Industry, CPG, Google. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We can do better. And the panelists are Priyanka Shah, Head of Digital Marketing, Bajaj Auto. Ratin Lahiri, Chief Marketing Officer, SBI General Insurance. Siddharth Bajaj, Chief Marketing Officer, Dr. Batra's Healthcare. And Suruchi Kore, Head of Digital and Social Strategies, Group Communication, Bajaj Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause and let the panel discussion begin.
All right. Thank you for making it through Mumbai traffic. So I don't know if we'll have a common alignment on regional marketing by the end of this, but we've all found common ground with Mumbai traffic today from different parts of the city. Thank you for making it despite what the city has had to go through. I'm quite excited about the topic today because if you look at the rise of regional consumers, even on our platforms, on YouTube, for example, we find that 70% of consumers are coming in from tier 2, tier 3 and beyond. So there is a huge explosion and there is a huge consumer need that really comes through. We find that attention, of course, is trust, and that trust is what drives a lot of regional business as well. So maybe just to get started, a quick rapid fire sort of a question. What is the single largest misconception today or mistake that most national brands make about regional consumers?
Not knowing how forward and how well informed they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would kind of echo that, saying that I think the level of aspiration is the same. It's just that the geography is different. Maybe the purchasing power is a little lower, but the level of aspiration is absolutely the same.
Yeah.
Let me correct you. Purchasing power is far higher if you look at the reports.
Yeah, I think most of the brands now have started realizing that the hyperlocal business is not just regional business, but they are also like it's more than 50% of our audience today, and the purchasing power is quite high. And the kind of awareness that's come up with digital platforms, they are all on YouTube. Even regional audiences first watching, even if it's a farmer, they go and do a research key if there's a disease in their crops. Everything is now become digital. Yeah. So I think reaching out to the audience, the mistake that we are talking about, I think most brands today are aware that that's the audience we all want to reach out to, and how we are improving every day with our tools and communication strategies to reach out to our right audience. That's what we are all here to discuss. So yeah. Interesting. Thank you.
Pushkar, like you said, 70% of people are there on internet who belongs to the tier 2 and non-metro cities. The second aspect is 500 million people basically consume content in regional languages. But the misconception still remains that they are less evolved, which they are not actually. They are far more evolved than us, that we so-called city goers or city stayers basically call that out. So we need to basically understand those insights by getting to the ground rather than just looking at the dashboards and industry reports. So that is the misconception. I believe that we need to break that very seriously, because ultimately we as a marketers are also going to them and fetching the businesses, right?
Yeah.
So why not be part of that ground?
No, absolutely. Thank you. What I'm hearing is that English is not equal to evolution, irrespective of what language speak. Consumers are very evolved, that they're very aspirational, and in many cases have perhaps more purchasing power as well to bring to the table.
100%.
Great. Thank you. Maybe Priyanka will start with you with something like automotive purchases, which are obviously very high involvement in nature and a high consideration purchase. I'm assuming that trust becomes a non-negotiable, right? You have to get to that level of trust. How do you see your regional marketing, or perhaps even creators in the specific regions, how do you get them to build that trust with consumers on something which is as high involvement as automotive?
Thank you for the question. At Bajaj Auto, we work on 3 principles. One is product truth, one is the brand truth, and the third is authenticity. So if your product is not good, irrespective of brand truth or authenticity, it will fail. If the brand doesn't stand for things with the other 2 pillars, it will fail. Hence, if you know, traditionally, Bajaj Auto is known for bringing out phenomenal product. And that's where the confidence stems out, that we know that the product that goes out in the market is world class. Behind that, how do you reach out to tier 2, tier 3? We have then built the pillar around authenticity and giving the freedom to the creators, where we do not go with a brand script. We do not go with the principle that the first 6 seconds my brand logo should be seen. Because if I go with a guideline as Bajaj Auto, it is very easy for me to arm twist because I'm paying. But then it just becomes a parallel product film which may come at a cheaper cost or higher, we don't know, depending on which creator I'm using, but loses its authenticity and loses its touch of the cultural nuances that your creator will actually bring in. Because we feel that the knowing the market, knowing what will connect with the customer who will buy my product is something that the creator brings in. And we'll talk more as the panel progresses. So this is the pillar that we work on, and this is how we approach the creator economy.
All right, so what you are emphasizing on is trying to maintain the authenticity that comes in from the creator, because that's the currency that the creator deals with.
Absolutely,
as well.
and at the core of it, your brand, your product has to stand out, because it's very important for the product to be good, then for the entire chain to follow.
Yeah, no, makes sense. And I mean, my favorite thing to do is pick up any of your favorite YouTube creators and go to the comment section on one of their videos. The kind of engagement that happens there and the question and answer that happens, that really shows the authenticity and credibility that they bring to the table. Yeah. Moving from maybe one automotive, which is high involvement, to something like finance, and which is again very high consideration. Ratin, how do you try to build that trust and recommendation that will come in for your products with regional customers?
So let me give some basic background so that everybody has some perspective. So I look after marketing for the general insurance business. The general insurance business is growing at roughly 50% faster than the rate of the growth of the economy. So if the economy is growing at 7.5%, the industry is growing at 10.5%. And this is on a base of 3.6 lakh crores. So it's a pretty large industry and growing pretty fast. There have been various triggers to the growth. COVID was a really big trigger, which actually led to a lot of people kind of adopting health insurance and thinking of health insurance far earlier than they would have. Earlier, we would see that, it was only late 30s when typically, people would look at taking health insurance. That number's come down significantly to early 30s. That's a massive shift. And the growth in health insurance numbers, the growth of, in fact, the standalone health insurance companies is all like 25-30%. So that's even faster than the overall industry growth. Now, with the brand SBI, your awareness, consideration comes up very, very high, right? So what we have been focusing on is how can we kind of ensure that that we are able to portray to the customers that we stand for trust and we deliver trust. So what we've been doing is taking a lot of examples of all our claims experience, because finally the proof of the pudding is when you actually go to a hospital and you go through the process. And at SBI General Insurance, we've been doing a lot of education to our customers, one, so that they declare all their health issues right up front, because today technology also is very far ahead, that if you have blood pressure or you have sugar and you don't declare it, it will get caught in a medical report, and that kind of becomes a barrier. So for us, using claims and using other customer referrals has been a very, very kind of big way to kind of boost our trust scores. So that's something which we are kind of really working on. The second thing again is leveraging our distribution. So that's our bank network, that's YONO, which is the SBI's app, has got some 20 million plus active users. So frankly, it's as good as Google or
we'll talk outside
cheaper,
on that.
Cheaper, and definitely cheaper than Google, for us to get traction. So the one thing I would like to kind of just leave behind is, I think for all of us as marketeers, we look at paid channels. And there is a lot of kind of steam and strength left in our own channels. So whether it's our distributors, our agents, our customers, repeat customers, the referrals, and all of these people today are available on social, are available on digital. So just leveraging that first up before we kind of go to other media has been a big point of success for us.
Got it. So essentially looking to scale up the trust that you built up with your set of consumers, right? With financial products, I always have this, right? In every ad, you will find that last line which goes, mutual funds are subject to market risk, please read offer document carefully, right? And there's a lot of jargon that comes in with that. How do you get that across to consumers in a simple enough way that they're able to engage with it?
Yeah, so I think this is a very regulated market, and it needs to be regulated. Because if you don't have regulation, you will have all kinds of people mis-selling a lot of products. So I think there's a very, very deep need for regulation. That said, I think for us, the key is how do you make it simple? How do you make it understandable? How do you de-jargonize all the products? So the way we have again approached that is exactly like FMCG. In the last 3-4 years, what we have done is introduced a couple of very basic products, because everybody does not need a very complex health product. So we've started up with a starter health product. We found a channel like the SBI Bank channel, and we are rapidly kind of using that channel to create awareness. So once somebody takes in a base health product, which actually is a necessity, then there is always time for him to upsell and add on other features as his life stage also changes.
Right.
So that's been a very, very kind of important part for us.
Got it. Great. And you spoke about regulation, one of the other bits on regulation, and so that maybe I'll come to you based on that. Compliance and regulatory environment, even on healthcare, is quite stringent, right? So how do you then get your regional messaging across, perhaps with creators or otherwise, but how do you get the complexity of being compliant enough, adhering to all the regulations, and yet having that message go across in different markets?
So one of the things which we have kind of stayed away from is actively using local influencers, right? Because it's very difficult for us to figure out the authenticity of that, and I think that whole ecosystem is also interested in monetizing, right? So today they might be pushing our product today. And I think we still have a lot of steam. So we have actually used our own handles, whether on Instagram and so on. And that has delivered reach and engagement, which has been really astounding to us. We've had communication which has got like 15 to 18% engagement rates, and at a reach of maybe 20 crores, 25 crores, like 200 million, 250 million. So that is massive reach. And the key to that has been simplicity of communication, authenticity of communication, like we are what we say we are, and you know, what you say is what you get. That, I think, if you're, and like in financial services, if you're able to deliver your promise, and therefore a lot of emphasis has been
Interestingly, we gave out a gold button to SBI for the number of subscribers that you have on the YouTube channel as well. So that happened quite recently. But Siddharth, moving to you on how you see that compliance piece in healthcare.
So this is a very tricky space to be operating in, actually, because you are building your business, making money out of people's vulnerabilities. So that is something that needs to be think about. So compliance is given. So there are a set of rules, frameworks that are already there, which team takes care of it before planning any kind of marketing strategy or creative strategy for that matter. See, important is, like Ratin also touched about, de-jargonizing things, right? So I'll quickly ask one question, that how many of us are familiar with the word trichotillomania? Just simply raise your hand if you know this word. Trichotillomania. I didn't know before joining Dr. Batras. You can Google it later. So these are the complex terms, so which medical fraternity basically obsesses about. They want to communicate when it comes to marketing also. So how me as a marketer try to de-jargonize it, basically. Medical science will bring in the effectiveness out of it, the science part of it. People like content creators, whether it is large scale, Cat A, Cat B or regional, will make it more relatable and resonant the people who are actually facing it. So I just have to tell them that hair pulling, it's a mental disorder, basically. It's a condition, not a disorder, but where there is an irresistible urge to pull your hair all the time. Okay? And many
that
people
just happened in business reviews, man.
Yes,
but,
yes.
But
and we marketers, I know, especially performance guys. Yeah. So that is the problem. So it is not a different module that we operate in. This is part of the layer, part of the ecosystem where doctor talk about expertise when the patient arrive at the clinic's door. But creator basically make these things relatable in the very easy to understand terminologies and analogies to bring that awareness aspect, and then definitely patient expectations, patient reviews, testimonials also play a very big role as far as credibility building is concerned.
Makes sense now. I remember my days as a brand manager, and translating complex topics or words into any local language would be a headache. But now, like you said, with a whole set of creators or authentic spokespeople, you can get those messages across in a much simpler way. Suruchi, for you, how do you see regional marketing from a group level? Because doing it for one specific business is one thing, but at a whole Bajaj group level, how do you see regional marketing and how is it important for you?
No, interesting. Like we are all discussing, so every business, like we have, I am specifically looking at Bajaj Consumer Care, which is an FMCG brand, then Bajaj Hindustan Sugar, which is into manufacturing, sugar, ethanol, then but also power business. So every audience that way has different understanding of businesses, how can we communicate with them in their language again. So that really makes a difference, because we are reaching out to the local people out there and really understanding what is it that matters to them the most. And I think that is what makes the difference when we are reaching out to hyperlocal influencers and we are giving them the complete freedom to produce content in their language as well as their nuances on what matters to them in their daily lives, what is it that will be relatable for that audience. So I think, again, being relatable to your target audience is something that makes the huge difference in any brand communication. So that's how we have to bifurcate and really reach out to our audience.
And how do you try and get consistency across all group companies that you work with, or is it more horses for courses at that point?
Yeah, so there are certain things when it goes to trust or brand legacy piece which has to be centralized at the group level. But of course, certain pieces where we are actually reaching out to the audience in terms of business and day-to-day nuances about how we can make their lives better, be it our employees or stakeholders at the manufacturing plants, because they are also our stakeholders. If it's a manufacturing plant, we have around 10,000 employees in 14 sugar mills located in the company campuses. They are really an important stakeholder for the company, and they are going to shape the brand overall identity and how they will see the company as, and we need to build in that trust in all those stakeholders. So of course at that level, what is it that we can provide to them? Is it the local health related concerns, or they need something at the company level, safety, sustainability? That is something which goes into specific business related communication. But at an overall consumer facing level, of course, the brand identity has to be in terms of legacy, trust. We had to speak the same language that ties in together for the bigger, larger brand. So yeah, that's, I think all the companies really need to understand their target audience in the right way and go about it.
Makes sense. I have long felt that, having seen the earning power of creators, I've made a series of wrong career choices and I should have gotten into the creator economy at some point of time. But hearing you guys speak, be it distributors with Bajaj Auto or employees for you, or the 20 million subscribers that you're talking about, or even your users, it looks like you're looking at cultivating both employees and your users as a whole army of creators, going beyond the ones who already exist. So it's a very different way of looking at it as well. Yeah. Priyanka, maybe coming back to you. You guys said it that the regional consumers, and any consumer for that matter, are extremely sharp and they can spot anything which is forced. You did say that you have to provide that sort of authenticity or freedom to creators as well. But again, you will have certain specific messages to land when you are selling a particular product, right? How do you try and make those two meet across, say, different regions?
It's a good question, and since I handled a lot of brands, I will not be able to give you examples of all. Let me take the example of Chetak, the EV. Now, it has many selling points or product features, as I must say. So let me take two examples. One example is that it has got huge boot space. Second example is that it has got hill assist. Okay, now these are two very interesting features which, as either a new two-wheeler person who's adopting into the space or somebody who is already using it, it works. So what we do is that we will, when you go regional, and when you speak to the creators, so it's not like when we are briefing creators, it's never a one-way communication. It will always be trying to understand from them what will work in those markets. So for example, if I'm going into a hilly region, I don't want to go there and talk about charging point. I don't want to go there and talk about boot space. Maybe, I want to talk about hill assist. So what we do is that we will inform the creator that what does the product have to offer. We firmly believe that any creator who has to work with us or talk about our product has to experience it. Because it's a high involvement product, so till they don't actually experience it, the storytelling does not come out in an authentic way. Hence, with a touch and feel product like us, we encourage them to use it and not just one test ride. Keep it for 3-4 days, try different things, then come back with what is the story angle that they are going to go with. And this has really yielded us success, a lot of organic views, and of course the ones which really do well, we do put money behind that as well. But this strategy has been working for us, where we are trying to build consideration. And of course, at a national level, we do have what does Chetak stand for, entering into the EV space, broadly fuel saving. Yeah. Those things we definitely drive at a national level, but when it comes to nuance of regional, we speak to the creator, and like I said, let them experience, let them come back with what they think is valid for that region, valid for the audiences that they are catering to, and why it will work. Now this has seen a lot of success, especially when it comes to Chetak. Okay, and then we also look at different cohorts. So a young mother, okay, who wants to drop their kids. So ease of driving, it's not a very heavy vehicle. You know, they can maneuver easily, they can have their kids safely parked, anti-theft. All these features, whatever works for them in the cohort that they are in, we start targeting and capturing creators of that nature and have the story told.
Yeah, I think it's a marketer's dream, right, to have hyper-local messages which go across to specific geographies. And in the past, mass media would not allow you that. But
Absolutely.
now with digital, with YouTube, reach, etc., you have that kind of wherewithal to tailor the messages. Like you said, a hill-assessed message for a hilly area versus something else somewhere else. Right?
Yes.
Do you see business results improve as a function of those kind of messages?
Business results, I wouldn't want to comment at this stage. Definitely everything that, every marketing activity that you do has to translate into business, but definitely the consideration metrics, we do see a movement when we measure it. We do see footfalls coming in, and why do I say this is that we've trained our sales executive to check with people that what is it that, you know, has got them here. Is it just that they were deciding, have they seen a particular creator, because now we work with a lot of them. What is the feature that excites them the most? So when we have our salespeople talk to them and feed that back into the system, which is like a rolling mechanism for us, so that our next campaign, what we do is we have a system where we collect all these feedback, and whatever resonates across regions, that makes its way into the national campaign. Whatever at region level is resonating then goes into the nuances of those regions. So the feedback mechanism is very critical for us to then decide which is the next creator we want to go with.
Yeah, that makes sense with a few of my partners as well. Mondelez, for example, they've done Oreo Pongal specific communication, both in what they did for the specific region and then with the creators as well. It does lead to consumers also thinking that this is for me and this is relevant for me. So that kind of attention then also leads to better results from an overall standpoint.
So I'll just give you a simple example. So if I'm doing something in Pune, we know that Pune, there are a lot of food joints. So you could do like a food thing, where on a Chetak you're going around and tasting different foods, where the story is not about Chetak. Chetak is just taking you from point A to point B, but it is about the food, which will then resonate with the audience. In some other place, we do a heritage walk, a heritage drive, where you're going from one heritage to the other. Now, these kind of nuances is something that, you know, sitting at central level as a marketeer becomes very difficult. And with the whole creator ecosystem, I think, like AI has given us the liberty to go out at different cohorts, the creators have given us the liberty to bring out multiple stories and different nuanced stories. Sometimes we are also surprised that, you know, this is one angle that the creator has seen and brought to us, which also find their way into our national campaigns at times.
No, absolutely. I think being in a room with creators is so energizing. The kind of ideas that they typically come up with is amazing. But after this, I do want you to share that list of Pune restaurants. My wife is from Pune, but she hasn't taken me to enough restaurants there yet. So that list will be very useful. So that just coming back to you, and I think with healthcare, and you did mention, you know, about speaking to creators and trying to get the right kind of messages to users as well. How do you see that journey going across from taking the right messages to also probably driving them to clinic? How does that work for you?
See, it's a very fragmented space, actually. The problem is it's not an impulsive buying kind of business, where there is a product, you advertise it, and then there is a link where you can go and check out. Problem is that you have to, for first consultation, you have to come to the clinic. So there are multiple things, multiple touch points. We do a lot of society campaigns, corporate campaigns using creators. Then there are creators. So at a time, we basically try to pilot with 3 creators. Whoever gets better traction, basically, then we have a deeper engagement with them. So it's not just about reel, then we translate it into meet and greet kind of session. We translate it into reaching out to patient, interview them, and then showcasing it to the potential patients. Hence, it's more of a digital plus physical kind of, so phygital kind of model, where around 8 to 10 days it takes for a particular person who not even identified whether he is actually going through or she is going through a problem. So first is discovery, and then probably consuming different content across different touch points and then reaching out to us.
How do you drive that discovery?
Discovery is through marketing only, different campaigns, regional language-based pure. It's not basically a translation strategy, it's more of a regional content in that nuance, in that cultural context also.
And you create separate videos for this
Yes,
kind of communication,
yes,
right?
yes, yes.
In fact, interestingly, the panel just before us was talking about how, again, AI or Gemini has made it that much simpler to create those videos at scale as well, which was probably
right. So that's how the first question also arises, that how we basically want to treat them. We want business from them, so we have to talk to them in their language they understand, they are comfortable in, right?
Yeah.
So फारसी में बात नहीं कर सकते किसी पंजाबी आदमी से, so that is a problem. Hence southern market is completely different. They have a different thought process, different set of values also, vis-a-vis what we basically consume, face, deal in western part of it, and the north is also a completely different ball game altogether. Yeah. Still you can club these into Hindi belts, but when it comes to southern market, you have to talk to their in their manner and the way they understand.
In fact, even within the so-called Hindi markets, talking about it, there is a Purbi Hindi channel called Gadar TV, which
Yes.
is about that region, Bihar and specific parts of UP, which gets a lot of traction. So again, those kinds of hyper-localization, even in the kind of content that appeals, really comes through. Srijay, you had some.
Yeah, and I think what you just mentioned, I think that nuance can only be brought up if we are working closely with those hyperlocal influencers, creators, and people to really understand what is it that will drive traction, that will be relatable to that audience.
Yeah.
And in India, like Priyanka was just mentioning, I think festive marketing is such a big thing, and reaching out to that audience during their specific festivals, I think, in that language, and how AI has made it so easy today, where we are able to just generate content in different languages, not just translating them, but also including different nuances of that particular festival, changing the scenario, changing the complete background, and just generating content even with a picture of that celebrity or your creator or your leader at the management level, when I'm talking about corporate comms for that matter. So I think that's how things are moving is really transformational. And
Absolutely. And if you look at consumers today, they're doing multiple things at the same time, right? They're seeing things on a big screen, they're seeing it on their mobile phones, shorts, multiple formats, etc. As a marketeer, how do you deal with that kind of complexity now? Because being where the consumer is critical. And we find that even for things like auto or finance purchase, they might come into it watching a small shorts video, but then long form video is what drives deep research before they make their decision. How do you deal with that kind of consumer behavior now across?
Yeah, I think the tools also that are coming with AI, the analysis that's making our lives easy, the data that's coming in, the entire funnel touch points that are that we are able to now understand and leverage. I think that's really making a big difference today, because even for SBI, like Ratan was saying, that I am sure they have different touch points, how we can reach out to the audience. All our businesses, it's a big boon for us today that we are able to understand what is it that the audience is really missing out on, where is it that it's a challenge for us, and how we can make a consolidated business strategy. Because ultimately, everything coming together, leaving behind the silos, and since we are also talking about the creators, I think within the organization, working together as teams is also going to make a difference in the near future. So that's all I have to add.
No, makes sense. Please.
So I'd just like to add one point, which is that, you know, one must not think of the consumer as a passive being. The consumer is also looking to, you know, for something interesting. So the key thing for a marketeer, number one, is whatever you're communicating is interesting enough, right?
Yeah.
Second, is it aspirational enough? And third is, through that storytelling, are you able to communicate the benefits, in an interesting way? If you do that, today, because of social media, your engagement rates become very high, the shareability becomes very high. And that has got, so a good campaign versus an average campaign, a good campaign outperforms by a massive mile. And the job of us as marketeers is to brief well, so that we, the output.
And that kind of behavior is increasingly very high, because if you gravitate towards somebody who's giving you great content, you've suddenly created a huge community which has a lot of engagement and authenticity to go along with it.
And since we are on community, I want to bring the angle of KTM and Triumph. Now these are motorcycles where you have a 160cc bike as well and a 400cc bike as well and upwards. Now, and they are adventure bikes which require some level of skill, some level of aspiration for you to buy in. Community plays a very, very critical role when it comes to bringing the next person into the fold. So these places, just having hyperlocal marketing or just bringing in a creator does not work. They have to feel part of the tribe, and that's why we encourage a lot of aspiring people to become a part of that KTM community, because that's where, once they are part of the tribe, they will want to then go for those kind of rides, and that's where they buy into the story and then hence buy the bike. Because these are places where we are dealing with, of course, young people who's buying. Of course, they may be paying by themselves, but it's the family that takes the decision. So it becomes very critical at these kind of places for us to build the community and have that stickiness there.
Absolutely, and communities take both consistency and authenticity. It can't be built without that, right? I think we're almost at the end of time, so I'm going to ask one question that goes across all of you. We spoke about AI coming in as well and disrupting marketing in a good way with the kind of customization that can be built in. There is a lot of behavior that we see from consumers as well of using voice increasingly to ask very complex questions. No longer is search 2 or 3 words, but it is huge paragraphs, sentences with complex nesting in it. Creator commerce has been growing at a really rapid pace as well. So what is that one technology or strategy that marketeers must adopt today to win, say, the next 100 million consumers in regional India tomorrow? You can start with Siddharth.
See, my universe is very small actually. There are only 10 crore people who actually believe in homeopathy, and their first line of medicine is homeopathy only. So 100 million customers, I don't know whether I'll be able to do it or not in next couple of years. But having said that, AI, there are so many things involved, because it's not about patient, there are caregivers also who are involved. And majority of my business, around 55-60% of my business comes from tier 2, 3. Okay. Might be patient must be well aware of a lot of things, but their family members might not, who are equal part when the decision is being made. So yes, as far as marketing goes, yes, a lot of things can be automized in terms of paced creative development, content development, everything, but that emotional touch and belongingness will still be there. So I think unless until AI will transform to articulatable intelligence, things will still move in the combination of it.
Yeah, makes sense. Suruchi?
Yeah, I think when we're talking about which tool in AI, I think today we are also realizing that there may not be, I'm just referring to the recent protests, how things, we may have not really realized that where it's going and how strong it is. But the AI tools are really helping us to understand the social listening tools, for that matter, that how important certain issues are for our audience, for our people, and how, what are these challenges that they are searching online, be it all these, how searches are also changing today. So even the hyperlocal audience is searching through voice. So this is the time when we are able to really analyze the data to that core audience, which may not be available to us earlier. So now I think having the right tools and really sitting through to understand what are these challenges that our audience is facing and to then reach out to them in the right way, I think that's going to really leverage the next 100 million,
So
like you said.
faster data, faster action is what you are looking for. Jatin?
So to me, I would say for large brands, one of the most important things is unified data. Because we are in a world where there is limited resource and there are multiple options. You can spend on AI, you can spend on digital, you can spend on CRM, you can spend on above the line, below the line, so many different options. And I think a lot of marketing teams are not really data rich or not data savvy. Once you have the data in terms of who's your customer, where's the growth coming from, what's the ticket size, where are you winning share from, where are you losing, which markets, then it allows you to prioritize resources and allows you to also change the allocation to stuff which is winning. And that shows in results, which gives management confidence, which again gives you higher monies, and it becomes a virtuous cycle. So to me, that is a very important thing which a lot of marketers ignore.
Sharper choices again is where you are going to.
Difficult to be last. Most of the people have said everything. So I firmly believe product and brand authenticity have to sit at the core. AI is here to stay. How do brands adopt to AI? And of course, I'm a firm believer, and second, the point on data, very critical to understand what is coming from where. Having said that, I think every brand has to now be present in the discovery cycle of the customer, discovery and consideration. Because the way people now look for data is completely different. The whole AIO, GEO space is evolving, and before brands realize this, it's going to become a big deal. If you do not latch on to that today, and you are not available to the AI engines, you will lose out. Because today, slowly Google search is losing its sheen. People are moving to ChatGPT. People are moving, so Claude is still not there, but ChatGPT definitely is increasing in market share. You have Perplexity, which is slowly creeping in. Gemini, of course, today at 10% market share, has seen a lot of improvement. So irrespective if it is Gemini, if it is ChatGPT, today people are preferring to talk to AI agents and get their work done rather than going and just doing a Google search, because what they realize is that it gives you a far more nuanced, personalized, and a recommendation which suits your personality. And this is all happening in the background without they also even knowing it. But we as marketers should know and at their psychological level be able to influence them. And this is where I think marketers will win today. Yeah.
No, makes sense, but just to correct that, Google search continues to thrive right now. What is changing is the kind of queries which are coming in. So it earlier used to be 2 or 3 word phrases that would come in. Now it's very conversational. And a lot of it then moves to AI mode, and people ask level 2, level 3 questions. So it's a very interesting world, and I think you couldn't be more right when you said that the trends are changing, and being attuned to those changes in some shape or form. All of you said the same thing. Consumers are rapidly changing how they are. Being close to what's happening in specific regions and therefore bringing in the right solutions for them can help with the right regional marketing to get a national impact is what I'm taking away. Thank you so much for the time today. I hope this was an engaging conversation for everybody as well. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. I request... the lunch is being served at Taj Lands and Court, which is MarCon Expo Hall. You can go there and have it. After which we're going to be having a panel discussion. It's going to be at around 2:05. It's time for me to thank the sponsors. Powered by Google, Gold Partner, Finity, Gold Partner, Origin 8, Silver Partner, M-Filter It, Silver Partner, Double Tick, Silver Partner, OneEdge, Roundtable Partners, Truecaller Roundtable Partners, SEMrush Roundtable Partners, Exotel Communications Partner, Hello.ai, Bronze Partner, LS Digital, Bronze Partner, Connect Network, Bronze Partner, Consumer.ai, Bronze Partner, PubLive, Bronze Partner, BC Webwise, Bronze Partner, Shimaru. And like to also say that there is going to be an amazing session, which is going to be an AI masterclass, the Google masterclass. Yes, and you can attend it, and it's around 3:30. Yeah, 3:25 at Solset 1 and 2. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great lunch. Can I get some energy down in the room? I know everyone's like a little tired and everything. Can I get some energy? Ladies and gentlemen, can we do this? All right, thank you, thank you. A lot of love. All right. Well, next up, we have a panel discussion, how AI is disrupting media planning. And we have a moderator for that, and that is Neha Saxena, Vice President of Head of Global Marketing, Affinity Global. May I please invite her on stage? Please give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Alongside, we have the panelists, Manish Rathi, Vice President Marketing, DSP Mutual Fund. Thank you. Pradeep Yadav, Vice President, JM Financial Services. Round of applause, thank you. And Sabir Anjuman, Head of Digital Marketing, MarTech and Content Strategy, Kalpataru. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And now to the panel discussion.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear us fine? Okay. Thank you for being here, and thank you, IAMAI, for putting together such a sharp panel. Really happy to have Pradeep, Manish, and Sabir here with me. And as we get started with this discussion, we all know that AI is disrupting various parts of our life, but media planning is one of the most disrupted areas. So these three sharp marketers here would give us some insights about how it's impacting their day-to-day media planning and marketing activities. So let's get started. My first question is to all three of you, and it's a very simple warm-up exercise. So tell me in one line, how has AI already changed the way your team plans media versus 2 years ago? We'll start with you, Sabir.
Sure, thanks. So I think 2 years back, AI was alongside, right? Like we had a lot of tools that we have been using, like Performance Max to even, Smart Bidder and all of that. I think today AI is the optimizing engine. So it has everything from audience, to creative, to in fact post-campaign measurement, everything at scale. And that scale, I would say, is nothing but speed and efficiency.
Super. And Pradeep, do you see similar impact in your areas? You seeing more optimization or more creativity?
Hi. So the luxury that comes with AI, in my opinion, is the way we can manage campaigns in a very dynamic manner. We don't really have to wait for the team to execute a campaign, get the learnings. I'm talking a couple of years back. Bring those learnings and try to improve in the next campaign. That time of picking up learnings and implementing it while the campaign is still on is what I think AI has added as an amazing benefit for media planning.
So you're saying time has become a lot more shorter in executing anything.
Time and the learnings that come along with it. It helps you save a lot of spends that you would have otherwise gone into an A/B testing or
as well. That's super. And what do you think, Manish?
My apologies to everybody. My answer, you may not like it. So now AI has made us more self-reliant. Our dependencies on agencies have reduced. So that's my
Yes. Actually quite a, what I would call, dukti rag. But yes, agree. The relevance of human-led, initiatives is being diminished by AI across the board. It's so much more in media planning.
Oh, absolutely. Execution, to a large extent, still remains with a lot of agencies. But planning, strategy, I think that has completely come in-house now.
Absolutely. Okay, and then Manish, as you talk about this, and I would ask the same question to the other panelists as well, why don't you continue and tell us what is one AI tool or capability in your stack right now that you think is non-negotiable, it's running a lot of your business and helping you make better decisions?
I'll not name one, unfortunately I'll name two. So we are a very content-heavy organization in terms of our marketing, the way we do marketing. So Claude for strategy and ChatGPT, I would name it, for copies and design. They are both non-negotiable for everybody in the team.
Okay, Claude and ChatGPT. How about you?
Yeah, likewise for us also, the industry that we are into, the broking space, we have to be really heavy on content because the market itself changes so dramatically, even within few minutes or hours, that the opportunities can come out from any sector or this thing. So ChatGPT, Gen AI tools is something that Canva is also another because it helps you get very sharp creatives out of it.
Super. Sabir, any?
So, well, I will answer this a little differently because there's so many tools and we've been changing tools every day, right? So what is non-negotiable for us is unifying customer journeys. Unifying customer journeys, and especially rather, unifying my buyer data. That is non-negotiable. Without that, I think AI would be just a vanity for us.
Okay, sounds good. So unifying journeys is super critical.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think a lot of CRM tools also enable it in a way. So if you look at HubSpot or Salesforce, they do a pretty awesome job at it. Okay, interesting. Let's move on to more category-specific questions. The panel that we have here has a strong history of doing super marketing campaigns in real estate and financial services. So we are now going to focus on both these sectors. My first question will be to Sabir, and this would be about real estate. So real estate and financial services both run on long considered buying cycles. It's usually not a click journey, right? It's usually a nurturing journey which takes at least 6 to 18 months to come to life. So does AI's bias toward real-time optimization is actually helping this journey or fighting against it or hindering it? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think AI, as we know, it helps us to achieve the goals faster, right? So in our case, what happens, especially in a category where gestation period or conversion is more than 6 months, What AI optimizes is for the quick wins, and especially what happens in our case, let's say customer or an user at that first case, pre-lead, they have browsed a lot of content, interacted with us, and suddenly go dormant. And that's where AI will market like a cold customer or a cold signal. So when it comes back, of course, that is where it helps us to fight first, that same customer. But later on, when the lead is actually in the system, we are able to use real-time optimization much better. So which is basically a lot of these data are now analyzed for propensity scoring at my call center, the voice data of the customer, plus the verbatim in AI bots that we are using on WhatsApp and other, to at least score that customer, or at least because in a category where my sales force is limited, I can actually prioritize the customer which will be eligible to buy. And especially in a category which we are very luxury, only few leads is something workable for us. Rather goes into a pipeline which is basically a future prospect. So that's how we see it. Honestly answering, it's never real-time optimization for us because we have to have patience. And that is where I think we train our model to be patient.
Oh, that's super. So like long nurturing sequences also, but with a lot of data and a lot of insights.
Absolutely. And these patterns are very different. It cannot be patterned like we generally see in categories like e-commerce, like a cart data. But here, patterns are very different because nothing or no journey is linear in this day and age.
Yeah, the consumer journey is now not linear at all. They are accessing different surfaces. Intent is getting formed even before people reach the actual platform in native advertising format. So that's happening all around, and we are seeing that at Affinity too. Thanks for sharing that.
Yes. Yeah.
My next question is to Pradeep, and it's around SEBI and RBI norms, which are very stark. And we all know about them. So financial services carries real regulatory weight, and we all know that. So SEBI, RBI, disclosure and suitability norms, how is AI-driven personalization actually possible in that space? Is it targeting, is it starting to build a bump against the compliance? How are you handling that in practice?
So unlike what Sabir just mentioned, the real estate industry where the customer buying journey can be as much as 6 months and above, in equity and stock market it is just the inverse, because calls have to be are very time sensitive, because price point, the point at which you pick up a particular script or a stock. So I think that is where the role of compliance and regulators come into picture, because data also suggests that a lot of F&O traders usually end up making losses. So as a responsible brand, we try to work in the framework of regulatory. We don't see it as somebody who's stopping our growth, but make us more responsible so that we don't give into the temptation of focusing only on the bottom line, but also taking care of their interest. So we try to work, we take them as guardrails that only keeps the entire journey more safe for both the brand and customers, because trust is where everything falls back on in our industry. So we do all mandatory disclosures that are required. We ensure that the product that we are targeting is meant for that kind of risk appetite we know from the data of the customer. And we do not use any kind of trade-inducing statements in our messaging or creatives. Apart from that, I think there is enough legroom that regulators offer to us to customize and personalize our communication. So there's not much challenge in that. And over years, there have been enough educational efforts from these regulators for brands also and for customers, so that we work in tandem with how they would want the industry to remain profitable and not negotiate on their interests. So we don't see it more of a challenge. It's more of adapting to the whole thing.
Got it. So it is a thin line, but you're saying that you have actually managed to nail it.
Yeah, we try to work very closely with the compliance team, trying to give them the objective of our campaign and what do we want to achieve out of it. And we build an understanding so that we are on the safe side of compliance.
Perfect. That sounds like a way of quickly adapting to how the industry is changing. Great. Manish, my next question is for you. For an investment decision, what's the risk that AI optimized media is actually optimizing for the wrong signal entirely? So suppose I am a student and I am looking for, say, loans. However, because I'm looking for loans, I'm targeted for a home loan rather than an actual study loan. And I'm talking in terms of loan, but it could be for investment decision too. So I'm a small investor, but I'm targeted with a PMS, for example. So how do you manage this? And how do you build conviction instead of just clicks?
Sure, that's a great question, Neha. Let me start by saying that AI is, I'm talking more from a strategy perspective, not the execution part, which can be automated to a large extent. AI is only as good as the people who are using it. And when you're optimizing using AI, you can optimize it for anything that you want. So you talked about clicks. So picture this. When we run campaigns on, let's say, Google, okay? DSC Mutual Funds running campaign on Google. Our typical CTR for SEM campaigns would be around 4.5–5%. Typical CTR for a display campaign, GDN on GDN network, would be about 8–9%. Now, what do I do? What do agencies tell me? My agencies tell me that, let's use AI to a large extent. Let's create dozens of descriptions, dozens of headlines. Let's create, banners and ads which are like self-adaptable, and we can do segment targeting and lifestyle targeting and so on. Now, what it would typically do is, it may increase my CTR from 4.5% to 5.5% or 9%, from 9 to 10%. Now, effectively, when those clicks come to my website, now mutual fund DSP, we are a manufacturer. A lot of our transactions don't even come on our website. They happen on Grows, Zerodhas, and ET Moneys and those of the world. So let's say a lot of people went there, but people who still clicked, they came to my website, they gave a lead, they converted, and that delta, final delta of conversion in absolute terms is very, very less. Okay. Honestly, it's quite insignificant most of the times. So what do I do instead? I pivot my strategy and I optimize it for intent. So my point is, if somebody is typing for, let's say, small cap fund, best small cap fund, I wouldn't probably bring them to a small cap page of DSP. Or I wouldn't just bid on small cap as a word. I would try and find what the customer is actually looking for and give him a copy which can probably help him understand the space better. So there's nothing called best. Best depends upon your time and your risk. When somebody says, what are the risks of mid-cap fund? I wouldn't bring them to a mid-cap page. I would rather take them to an editorial page or an education page where I tell them mid-cap funds have, kind of seen a down correction of almost 20% every 3 years. So the point is, these are the customers who once realized that I've tried to not really sell them anything, not really made them click on anything, but I tried to tell them the right thing, set the right expectations. Probably these are the customers who I have a better chance of converting when they go to grow and zero than do a transaction, or they go to grow and search for DSC mutual fund. So that's the battle. We don't really try and find a battle of 1% additional. We go after the other 99% using content to our advantage, using the right expectation setting to our advantage. And funnily so, our agency at Google itself, they tell us that, well, this is a strategy which is a very strange one because they're not getting CTRs, and we are okay with that.
Okay. I love the point that you made about forming intent. Because yes, most solutions, whether in marketing or in advertising, are focused on capturing intent. But it is only when you are able to frame intent or read the signals that are not too apparent and frame intent, that's when you get loyal customers, repeating customers. So very well said, point made. And which brings me now to the next question, which is about understanding whether AI is actually working in our favor all the times. And we could be big advocates, but there would generally be aberrations, or there would be, outliers where it didn't work for us. So my next question, maybe we start with you, Pradeep, this time, because we are just going to and fro. So give me an actual example, and then we'll go around the panel. Give me an actual example where a campaign, where AI recommended one thing and your gut said another. How did you address it? Who won? Did AI win or did you win? So tell me one example, and it would be great to know if it is exactly from your current organization and relevant to the finance industry.
So these challenges keep on cropping every now and then because campaigns are optimized for objectives. So if it's a reach-based campaign, you will focus on CPM or CTR, CPC, sorry. So many times it so happens that during the middle of the campaign, looking at how the whole campaign has been shaping up, the AI tool would want to recommend a lot of budget push maybe towards the bottom of the funnel, focusing on the CPA because that is where the real business is happening. So this might be a very short-sightedness that we have experienced because while performance marketing can address the needs of today, but you need to keep the pipeline to protect the growth for tomorrow. So that is where a lot of your own understanding of the objectives for which you are running a particular campaign or maybe the next 6 months focus of the company. So you will have to take that call when such a contradictory suggestions crop up, that what do you really want to do? At what stage of brand you are? If you are a new brand, which we relatively are in the broking sector industry, we would still want to focus a lot of our spends on building brand as well. So that is where you will have to sit with your internal stakeholders also. Your management will come into picture that this is what is coming up. What is the conscious and collective call that we would want to take? So yeah, these are some instances that will always keep on cropping in between of any campaign, and you will have to be very sure about your objective that you have associated with that campaign and take a call accordingly.
Got it. Sabir, within real estate, is there a campaign or media campaign where, AI recommended a certain media allocation and it contradicted your experience and you went against it?
Sure, I will just put it very straight, it's like if I have to judge human versus AI, right? So of course, AI will do the job based on the prompt or the objective we lay out. Especially what it goes wrong on my other side of my spectrum where I do 50 crores upward in South Bombay. There, any lead is actually a bad lead for us because we are only targeting that 0.1%. And AI is changing the lead. And of course, what the panelists here also said, that how we actually optimize for intent. In real estate, we call it real desire for that buyer who actually come in and actually drop in a lead. But those leads are curiosity leads for us because they will only land up on my call center asking for the price, how much, for that micro market or that pin code that you will be selling. So it doesn't work for us. And of course, I think that's where the human wins. And we optimize it for more like intent, I would say, and less on leads. But on the other side of the spectrum, which is more MMR-led projects we have, which is in Thane and Pune, that I think where AI definitely wins, and it actually kind of, again, fails all media planning that we do humanly, including my agency. Nothing wrong about it, but yeah, it helps us to be on the game of everything.
Super. So optimizing for intent rather than for volume is where you are taking the human angle first. Super. How about you, Manish? Can you give me an actual example where you said, oh no, this is wrong. I'm going to take my own way.
Okay, so with AI, I would say choose your battles very carefully with AI. Again, that's how I would start. If you are trying to do something, again, I'm talking more from a strategy perspective, not really from the execution part of media buying and everything. So if I have to create ads, if I have to create copies with simple intent, simple problems, not too complex, I would give it a reference. I would tell him, write an email using David Roga, write an email considering you are Morgan Housel, write an email, write a banner if you let's say, George Lewis or so on. And it will give me 10, 15 options, and I'll choose the one which I like the most and eliminate few of the other things. So I'll not really argue with AI too much on that part. But when it comes to a more strategic decision that I have on plate, I would definitely be ruthless in talking to AI and brainstorm with AI. So that's where we use Claude to a large extent. And this has been given as, we made projects where all of our team members have the same skills, same capabilities, instructions built in, and then it is left on them to kind of prompt and get the best out of it. So example I would give you, very recently we started our campaign on multi-asset allocation fund. I'm sure a lot of you must have heard about this category. So if you tell AI, give me a plan for multi-asset allocation fund campaign, it would tell you, okay, multi-asset, 3 assets, 4 assets, equity, debt, gold, so on. So this is how it will look like. There are baskets and there are plates, and this is how it will, the strategy would look like. And it will create copies and add copies and banners and landing pages, everything. So then we told them, we gave them a little more information. We tell them, okay, in January, our transactions were 3x of December. So something has happened. Maybe it was the gold price, which increased. Global was doing very well last year. So can you bring in those elements as well? So this is where your engineering would come in, because a normal scenario, you would probably take what it would give you, but then when you become ruthless with it and try and brainstorm and give it a direction, that's when you kind of get the best out of it. So eventually what happened, I'll just tell you, and this is a real life example. Finally, we came across, or we created 100 such copies, 100 intents that people would have when they search for multi-asset on Google. And basis those 100 keywords and 100 search words, we created Claude, of course. Claude created 3 different kind of intent. It grouped them into 6 intent and then grouped them into 3 intents, and we created 3 landing pages. So one set of people who are return chasers, who were considering the fund because they got great returns the last 3 months, 6 months, and 1 year. So this is one segment. The second segment was people who are genuinely interested in diversification. So they give them more details about how a diversification portfolio should be built. And the third were highly brand-centric people. They wanted to know what DSP is all about and so on. So we created 3 landing pages, and all the 3 pages are live right now. And the idea is anybody who comes or shows that particular intent, it's directed to that respective landing page. So this was, again, a first instance on our part to do something like that, because otherwise it's very simple. We say somebody searching for a fund, show him our page, sell the ad. But here we were trying to do something different, by, of course, capturing the intent of the customers first, and also multiple intents could be led to different pages. In fact, Claude at one instance, they also told us that let's create one landing page and kind of solve all the problems. But then we kind of reasoned out with them again that, okay, why are you saying that? I'm saying them because we use on multiple systems and we've given it our own names as well. But that's the, that's the ruthlessness with which we have kind of used it. And I think the results are there to see. We are more comfortable justifying what are we bidding for now. And the results, immediate results, it's okay, it may not come. But over time, that's the right thing to do.
I completely agree, and I can corroborate that when you are ruthless with AI and you tell that, no, I don't think this is right, maybe you need to go further into data, maybe you need to take this angle to analyze, the sharper your prompts, the sharper your output too. So the GIGO principle, the age-old principle, is still very, very applicable in the day and age of AI. So great, I think we got some great insights here. I'm heading towards the closing section, and here my intent is to take away some actionable insights from these experts. And therefore, I'm inviting them to do some future gazing into a ball. So the question starts with Manish. 5 years out, is media planning still a human discipline with AI assistance, like it is now, where you are actually taking calls from from the angle of your own intellect, or is it a fully automated function where human just set guardrails as you're doing now? So basically, how do you see 5 years down the line AI playing a role in your media planning day to day as well as the strategic objectives?
Sorry, I will not answer that question 5 years because I didn't know what was going to happen 2 years ago. So I can just do it later this year or 1 year down the line. The way we say it is the execution part can still be automated to a large extent. It should be automated to a large extent so that the teams who are working on it, they can scale our campaigns to a different level altogether. The planning is something where I am pretty sure humans will play a very, very significant role. Because better the planning, I would say that's how scaled up your campaign would be. So mix of both.
Mix of both. What do you think, Pradeep?
So yeah, as Manish said, looking that far into future, 5 years down the line, looking at how it has developed in recent time will be a very wild guess. How I see it is AI will continue to evolve to solve a lot of functional problems for us, whether it is gathering data, especially for a country like India with 1.5 billion people, and also the whole the subsets within that whole population, cultural differences. How I see it is humans will always continue to be an important part because you are still talking to real people. You are using AI to solve real daily problems, and so therefore AI should be we will continue to play the role of more of a co-pilot. Even if you automate a lot of things, giving a very basic example of an autopilot mode in a plane, you still have a person sitting there because you are carrying lives in that plane. Yeah. And especially for our kind of business, which is very heavily regulated, and we are dealing with real-time money where things can go swing either ways. I think that human judgment will still remain, whether it is in terms of the kind of products that we pitch to the customers, the kind of communication we build, stay away from any kind of promises in the markets that we are working in. So that is where humans will be there to keep that check and overall the business objectives in place. So.
Got it. Sabir, real estate is a little different. So let's hear from you. How do you envision, let's say not 5 years because it's changing every 5 minutes. So 1 year down the line.
No, I would agree with, I think, both the points gentlemen have spoken about. Of course, things are changing very fast, but AI is, of course, there to help us. And it is going to replace, I believe, a lot of operational jobs, like including execution, planning, and creative to a large extent. But having said that, what we are also seeing today, fortunately and unfortunately, a lot of templates have become like Claude. and it is becoming very generic, whatever goes up as a brand creative or, of course, an internal presentation. It's very Claude-like. But that is also going to change. But what cannot be replaced is the decision making. So even if you create an agent, I think decision lies with a human. And that's what we say, that you have to take an approval, right? So that approval mechanics will continue to stay. A lot of jobs can be automated through an AI, but the decision to say click and yes and approve, it is going to be there probably even 5 years and beyond.
Super. And I would like to add some more context to this. At Affinity, we have become the founding members of AdCP, which is Ad Context Protocol, which is laying the global standards of agentic buying. And increasingly, what all three of you mentioned, that the decision making stays with human, is turning out to be true. As we see agentic campaigns being executed, the objective setting is still happening by the humans, and the interpretation and optimization and the decisions and decision making around it is still being taken care by humans, even with an agentic execution. So very well put together. And here is my last question, a very quick one, but it is for the junior marketers that we have here in this conclave. Tell us one thing you would advise them to start doing and stop doing because of AI. Let's start with you, Pradeep. Quick one.
So understanding what AI capabilities are, it will take a lot of operational work and the burden. I think what upcoming marketeers should really focus on is how they can use AI for making better decisions, strategies, and also what we initially discussed, keeping that thin line between the judgment part, how much of decisions can be completely relied upon and where your individual sense of judgment comes into play. So get your hands on a lot of tools to see how best you can apply them in whatever category or business you are contributing to, but always keep seeing them more of as a tool that helps you faster decision making, more intelligent strategy, and keep your individual decision making. Do not ever compromise on that, and I think that will be a good combination if it can happen.
Over to you, Manish.
Okay, don't go by my gray hair. I don't know much, but with my limited experience, I would say...
Are you saying you're too young?
I'm not young, but I look too old, but I'm saying that with my limited experience, I would say stop waiting for the right tool that you'll start using and start with anything that you have and just experiment and just be ruthless, that's all.
Okay. Ruthless is the word I'm taking away from you. Yes. Sabir.
Sure, I'll just pick that word, be ruthless again. So which I would say that do every outcome that you have used AI for, do a stress test. That's very important. Otherwise, most of the time, AI is a bias. And of course, some tools have stopped hallucinating though. But it's important you question the recommendation before even sending it out for approval or believing that AI is obviously right and I should be doing it. I would say what you should stop doing it, believing AI can do all my things, which is actually very, I would say, a quick win, especially drafting your emails to doing a brief to a media plan and everything, but use it to optimize it for larger context, like question why the objective is this, use AI as your wingman for taking that decision, and of course, to scale fast in terms of what you are trying to achieve. And only just seeing AI as a creative support and everything, because that's, of course, that is going to be there. So challenge AI's outcomes, I would say, and that is nothing but stress testing. And of course, that's ruthless.
I loved both the analogies here, stress testing and ruthlessness. Super. So thank you all the panelists. This was a super insightful discussion. We all understand that AI is going to be a big part of media planning as we gaze into the future, but the decision making and planning as well as strategizing will still remain with the humans. So it's all the more important that we understand AI, but we don't start depending on it. So superb, thank you for this session. Thank you, IAMAI, and I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah. Well, we have a little time and we can take 2 questions. You have questions? Any questions? Yes, please. That gentleman there.
Hi, this is Milind from 3M. Prior to AI, suppose as a marketer, if I had to make a PowerPoint presentation, I had to do on my intellect. After AI has come, what we have seen is once we want a strategy or something out of it and we present it to the boss. Now the boss says I don't want AI. Aap aapka dimag lagao. So as bosses, what do you have to say when your team presents you something with AI?
So I'll take that question. It's a good one, I'd say. See, to imagine that somebody would come to you without using AI will be a crime now, honestly. And it will only be better with time that your juniors or our juniors or my team, I would say, they start doing it well. Of course, when we're writing communication, we need to make sure that we reduce the AI-ness of that particular thing. But not using it is a crime. So use it better. I would say that.
Thanks, sir.
We have time for one more question. 2 actually. Yeah, that gentleman there.
So this question is more towards understanding how AI models generally work, right? We all, in fact, here maybe 90-95% of the people we here use AI for standalone queries. So for example, if I'm coming up with a campaign, I'll feed everything in and I get suggestions on A/B testing, stuff like that, finalize and go ahead and do it, right? How important is it to feed back the campaign metrics post the campaign has been done to AI, saying that this was the output, right? I mean, obviously, as organizations are using ChatGPT at an enterprise level, they are looking at those enterprises accounts, okay? And I'm sure since it is learning from the enterprise data, it is learning how it will, obviously it will improve the matrix better going forward, because one is something that they'll do an AI-based, AB-based testing basis their understanding of how these campaigns typically would work in a market. But how is that feedback of that campaign the real metrics, feeding it back, again going to the same chat and saying that, okay, this is what the campaign metrics are after 2 months, and this is maybe just for your FYI, there's no action required, but this is for your feed. Going forward, maybe you can analyze this and then make even further better decisions. Do you think that it will impact, or any of you are doing it right now?
See, I think there are 2 questions in yours. One is, I think, around safety. But if you were asking about data being uploaded or being sent or prompted to AI, if the solution that you already have is, or the tool that you already have is enterprise level, so be rest assured, it's all secured, because it is only going to move around the universe or the environment of your organization. And your question being, again, if it is secured, should we even use that data to analyze? Of course, yes. See, I mean, today we are using AI on the side, just like a human. We are talking to an AI, right? So imagine that you have a colleague and you give him half-hearted information and expect a full report. It is not possible. Likewise, like if you are not able to share information for whatever reason, could be personal or organizational, expect bad result out of AI.
So yeah, it's just like giving a feedback post a conversation, or it could
Absolutely,
be anything.
yes.
We have time for one last question. Yeah, lady there.
Hello, hi, so this is Vaishnavi from AdGully. So my question is to continuity of that first question, that bosses are asking for HI as well, human intelligence. So how does it balancing both AI and HI in like media planning?
So I think a lot of that part of the human contribution in decision making will come from your past experience. maybe you can look into other industry peers, you can reach out to them to understand how they have been working out. Because it is more like somebody gives you a recipe to make any particular dish. You have the recipe. But given that recipe to 3 different people, the outcome will still be different. That is where your own individual learnings, contribution, your whole thought process is what can make a difference. And probably that is what, if it is in continuation to that question, probably that is what your superiors or managers are looking for, that it is not an over dependency on the AI tool at the cost of your own intelligence. So I think there is enough data available if you know enough people who are working alongside with you in their respective fields. There are research that would have been done. So it is more about your manager might be more interested in understanding your process of how did you arrive at that particular judgment and to what extent the AI tool was used. Because as I said, you are again dealing with real people, and AI being an ever evolving thing will always work on past data. So it should not be influencing it too much in a very skewed manner. So that is where that human intervention or contribution comes into picture. So that's what I think of it.
You know, one thing, sorry, I'll just continue to what you said. One thing that AI has done now, and I've kind of seen it very closely, that it has brought back the long copy format, a lot. Open LinkedIn and you'll see half of the posts there are all AI written, and you can easily make it out. I know sentences like "it stayed with me," and a lot of M dashes and small sentences. These are all AI writing, and it only depends on you how you want to polish it more. It doesn't mean you shouldn't use AI. Use it for better context. Use it to give your own examples, analogies. Enhance it, polish it using AI. Use it like you'd speak with any other human being than talking to a machine. These small prompts, and just put all those prompts in your system where that when I make messages, please don't make it sound like this. It's this. That would kind of solve a lot of your problems. And also put in what your boss wants to hear. So that would also solve.
So just to give you a real example, we prepared for this session. We used a lot of AI. How can we deny it?
I was going to say that, yes, AI helps in preparation. Yeah. And but one thing that we have to understand that the AI also hallucinates. And in media planning, that hallucination can cause us quite a bit. And that's where human discretion will come in understanding where is the actual fact versus the hallucination.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Well, I would just request you to just stand ahead of the table for the photo opportunity. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting session. All right, with that, I would also like to tell you that there's going to be a Google Masterclass at 3:25. Yes, and it's at Solset 1 and 2. Well, it's time for me to thank the sponsors. Powered by Google, Gold Partner Affinity, Gold Partner Origin 8, Silver Partner M-Filter It, Silver Partner Double Tick, Silver Partner One Age, Roundtable Partners True Caller, Roundtable Partners SEMrush, Roundtable Partners Exotel, Communication Partner Hello.ai, Bronze Partner LS Digital, Bronze Partner Connect Network, Bronze Partner Consumer.ai, Bronze Partner Pub Live, Bronze Partner BC Webwise, Bronze Partner Shimaru. And also to our supporting partners for their valuable association with the 20th edition of Marketing Conclave, AdGully, AdTech Today, ED Times, StartupNews.fii, and Bloggers Alliance. All right, next up is a panel discussion. How storytelling must evolve for brands to stay relevant. And may I please call upon stage the moderator for this panel discussion. And it's Chetan Usher, founder and Chief Executive Officer, Tonic Worldwide. Give him a big round of applause. And the panelists are Karthik S., Head Brand, Raymond Lifestyle. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Krunal Patel, Head of Marketing and Corporate Communication, National Stock Exchange. We also have Kausalya B., Founder, Glam Guider. Please give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the final panelist is running a little late. She will join this interesting panel discussion. And that is going to be Shweta Iyer, Senior Vice President and Marketing Head, KISHT. So she's going to be joining in the discussion. So may I please ask you to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I know
Right.
we are.
I'm so sorry. Shweta is here. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shweta Iyer, Senior Vice President and Marketing Head, KISHT. All right. So sorry.
No, thank you. Glad Shweta could make it in time. Great. So, we are in an era where, consumers are not buying into products, but they're buying into stories. But at the same time, the problem is that, they are bombarded with so many messages every day that, there's a little bit of a blind spot there, right? So before I pull in the stellar panel in, I would like to do a quick show of hands, okay? Can you all just put up your hand if you have bought a product in the recent past, just because you resonated with that story that you saw, right? You didn't need the product, but you bought it because you liked the storytelling that was there. How many of you? Okay, we see more hands going up. Great. And if you can just keep your hand up if you've just today scrolled past the story because you didn't find it interesting, right? So that's the gap, right, that most marketers are trying to bridge today. How do you move the consumer, or how do you not get ignored, right? And I'd like to start with Karthik. Karthik has, you have Raymond as a brand has a huge emotion equity, right, in form of Complete Man. And I know it's a 100-year-old brand now. So how are you evolving it for the new customer? How is your narrative evolving?
Thanks. Yeah, so Raymond has been associated with the Complete Man for, we're a 100-year-old company. We've been talking about the Complete Man for nearly 4 decades now. And this is a question as a marketer, as a marketing team, that we think about quite a lot, because there's always a discussion that the man of today is evolving. There is the angry young man of Mr. Bachchan at one point of time, to a man that is more comfortable in showing his emotions as of today, to the man who wants to become an entrepreneur, create a startup, and do bigger and brighter things very fast. That's evolving at the moment. Our endeavor is to figure out how can we keep a pulse of this and try and build communications, stories, and marketing plans that help us bring this to life as much as possible. The one good thing about Raymond is that in the brand's DNA with respect to communication, when we've tried to talk about Indian men, we've always tried to see, is there a way where we can position this man to be slightly, just one, maybe a step ahead of what societal norms are as of that time or that period. In doing so, it's very important for us to gather the pulse of what is actually happening in the society, so that we are able to position ourselves in that fashion. For example, there's a lot of talk about work culture, 20-hour work weeks, the grind mindset, and all that. So that's something that we thought was a very fertile ground for us to address given the conversations that are happening, and also given the conversations that we're seeing in small town India also, with respect to how they want to progress, how everyone wants to make a startup and get funded these days. So our communication led us to talk about a little bit of balance between work and life, and trying to show how it is that a man can also do well and can also have time for his family. And there was very fertile ground for us there. So in that space, I think we are able to position the complete man and therefore Raymond quite consistently over many, many years. That's kind of been our guiding light, and we've almost always stayed true to that thought. And that's also, over a long period of time, helped us build that back into our brands. All the stories have connected back. Every time I meet somebody, and this is very fun for me, because I meet people from different, as they say, boomers, millennials, Gen Z, etc. And inevitably, almost everybody has a Raymond product story. Usually it'll be like, Mera pehla wala interview na, my dad gave me one suit. Usually this is the standard story that I hear. But it's always a lot about, wo wala aapka ad tha na, wo principal wala, that we will never forget, etc. So that was 1990s, and we are in 2026 now, almost possibly 4 or 5 decades later. And that thread has never changed. The stories have changed, but the idea has remained quite consistent.
You mentioned about, that the stories have evolved, and you've recently also used AI to do a 100-year-old film, right? What was the reason to do AI? Was it to, ride on a new technology to make it, relevant to the current audiences, or was it fast, choppy production?
I like to romanticize the idea a lot, but no, it wasn't. It was a very simple thing. It wasn't actually a 100-year ad. It was a linen film that we had to bring out, and we wanted to talk about the origins of linen. Linen, the best quality linen is sourced from Normandy in France. So nobody had made a film about where, and we actually get all our linen from the flax seeds that are grown in Normandy. So we thought, let's talk to consumers and tell them about where this comes from, and therefore build a story around the provenance of the product. This was the story, the storyboard, everything. We just found that it was getting very expensive for all of us to travel to Normandy. So we thought we'd let AI take care of that part. So we've got about 50% of that in India, and 50% of that is, well, with the help of our AI agents, we've built that.
But I keep hearing this, right? Saying that the more you use AI, it takes away the focus away from storytelling. So in the age of, multiple formats of content that we're developing for performance marketing, short format, brand films, if it comes with a label which says it's made in AI, does it lose relevance? Any of you can take it. Krunal, you want to take it?
I think there's a lot of confusion with regards to AI replacing something. AI is a solution. No, it's not like that. If you see 30, 40 years back, things were something different. We have seen the entry of, say, Adobe and Corel Draw. Before that, the artists used to draw something and they used to give you creatives. Now, I'm sure there might be some debates during that time also, okay, we have shifted some new technology, which will give us some solutions. It was not like that. Then after 5 years, we see the evolution of social media, entry of social media. After that, there's e-com, and then something called OH, then something called performance marketing. In a similar manner, Adobe to this called AI is better solution to make your decision faster, make you more agile marketer, better marketer, and still remain very beautiful when it comes to communicating something which you want to communicate. Now, things made up with AI is not that great stuff, or slop is there. Yes, it's there, because we overthought that is some genie which will give a solution. We are stopped using our brains. That is not ideal thing. I think this will get changed, because the moment consumer will relate that something is not attached to my emotions, something is not connecting to me, marketing will get
kind of cashing with their money which they have overspent. So that will change for sure. When, we don't know, we can debate that part. But yes, somewhat storytelling is getting a backseat. That's something which disheartened all of us. Storytelling is not something which been just evolved. Somehow we relate storytelling with advertising and entertainment industry. But if you see years back, our ancestors used storytelling for giving a different message from the Vedas time. And we, all Indians, and not just Indians, but other civilization also likes the way of giving a message through storytelling. Now, same philosophy will remain there in future. It is still there. Somehow we think that simple prompt will give you a solution. No, it is not like that. Again, I'm saying it's another fancy tool, much better tool. So there's a reason we find it little negative parts nowadays, which is affecting with some contents.
Yeah, I mean, because I think most of us here are in a business of building trust, and I think no more than Shweta would, because I think you're talking to, the Bharat, and who's, when they are borrowing for the first time, for them, it's a lot more about trust than it being another transaction, right? So your job probably is the hardest, right? Saying that, how do you make them believe in the trust of the brand, then not look like another transactional, financial provider. So how are you navigating that? And do you think is an AI label making a difference to storytelling or no?
I'll answer that question in two parts. Yes, it's extremely hard to communicate trust in a fintech brand, given that there are scams every day.
Yeah.
Celebrities are getting scammed. It's all over the news. So yes, there is a lot of skepticism, especially because there is KYC happening digitally, there is video selfie happening digitally, there is a lot of personal information that we take from the customer. So all of that, people do hold back. But one of the ways, we do multiple things to circumvent that issue. One is over-communicating to the customer, especially when it comes to hidden fees, late fees, all of that. We sometimes go to the extent of over-communicating. There is always a sort of pull and push between the product team who says UI has to be clean, and then there is marketing and customer service which says, hey, maybe let the UI take a hit, but let's over-communicate. If the sentence has to be longer, if we have to use 4 extra words, let's do that. But let's not compromise on transparent communication, right? And that's something that we carry forward across functions, be it technology, be it the kind of consent that we take. All of that is communicated upfront. Customer support, of course, is there for education. We use our social media, we use our retention channels, all of these channels to communicate and build that trust, earn that trust. Of course, it takes a lot of time, but we have a very high retention percentage, so obviously we're doing something right. Second thing is, has AI helped us build that trust? I don't think so. We use AI extensively for a lot of our content. I don't think storytelling has been compromised because of AI. And we use AI in such a way where there are some elements which requires human intervention, so be it. There are some kind of assets that need AI, but we are not fastidious about using AI for everything. There is a healthy balance. But yes, we've built a lot of assets with 100% AI, and we've not had to compromise on storytelling. The third part is onboarding of our brand ambassador, Sachin Tendulkar. We realized that with the industry having changed, we needed somebody that embodies trust. So we signed on Sachin Tendulkar. Of course, in India, it's Shah Rukh, the Big B, and Sachin that have that sort of gravitas and command that sort of trust and credibility. So that was the primary reason why we onboarded Sachin. And we've seen our NPS go up, the kind of customers that come in, surge in the retention numbers. So it's a combination of all of these things that help us build trust.
I think trust is getting a lot more focused, right? I think consumers are demanding more and more honesty, right? And I think, Kaushal, you built your entire business on that plank, right? So are you seeing that, your whole business is that you're kind of challenging that brands don't need to, to do a lot of marketing fluff. They need to just turn around and show the label, right?
Afternoon, everyone. It's not that, brand storytelling is vanished or we don't need it. But the most fundamental part of whatever campaigns we plan around or the vision that a product can hold around should be, the fact that's kept ahead of everything, right? So today we all are evolved thanks to AI. We have been talking about AI for a very, very long sessions around. With this AI, again, the information is available so robustly around people. So even if your story conveys a message, you know that later part, the consumers are going to go back and do their own research. There will be a lot of creators who will be, again, giving a lot of other way of, interpreting their own way of information. So to survive, again with storytelling, I believe the more important part is to keep the facts and be transparent with the consumers that, when it's in a beauty-centric product like Glam Guider, which is giving solutions to all the confusions around, what to buy, when to buy. For example, every brand comes up with a lot of storytelling with celeb endorsed or non-celeb endorsed. They say, for example, 5% niacinamide. Then it needs to really say, like, is it really needed? And for the kind of, product that you're using, is this the required amount? So those kind of, breakdown is much more important. And once those trust layer is built, I believe then, your story gets more science-backed and, again, emotion-led, rather than just turning around the emotion as a table. So that's my take.
Right. But I think a lot of stories for, for the brands that are on your platform, right, are driven by the consumers themselves, right? So are we saying now that is UGC the new way of storytelling? Will it eclipse the traditional format of storytelling as we move forward? Because today everybody with a phone and few seconds to spare can make a great brand story, right? Like you were saying, Karthik, right? People came and spoke about their experiences, and if they had to just record themselves and create some content around it, that's a story, right? And then you can capitalize on it. So is user-created content going to eclipse the traditional storytelling as we know it?
Definitely, to an extent, I would say. Definitely, that's a very big transformation that we've been witnessing for a bit period that now. But I don't think so. That's the fine, because again, as I said, whatever the generation that we are currently, we would have seen the Gen Z is really, being very loud in what they want and how they wanted to position there. So again, I feel they will be doing their own research. Whether they are using AI as a platform or any information platform. And once they believe that, there is an evidence to whatever you are saying, that's where I believe the take will be for the brand to, the success metrics for the brand will lie.
Right. Do all of you agree here with this? Or anybody has a contrarian point of view? Yeah? See, I've been hearing a lot of, like we all discuss, we spend a lot of time discussing AI, right? And maybe it might be good to just hear the room and ask them if you can shout out saying what is the number one factor why would you skip a piece of content? Is it AI? Is it boredom? Maybe it's lazy content, or it's badly produced. What is one reason that you would skip a piece of content? Please shout it out. Is it whichever is the reason why you would skip the content? I think this is a post-lunch effect. Anyways, so I don't think consumers really care about saying where, if, for example, if you look at the Cadbury film, right, nobody really asks saying that what camera was it made on, right? So I don't think consumers really, in my opinion, right, I don't think they care as long as the storytelling does its job, right? But I think what is really challenging today, and again, I think that's for Shweta and Krunal, I think you need to create different formats of content, right? Because you're talking to a consumer who's on different devices, on different platforms, is talking different languages. And, languages change, cultures change every few kilometers in our country, right? So how do you handle the velocity of that content while keeping the soul of your storytelling intact, right? That must be a challenge, right? Because the more pieces of content you create, you go on diluting the core story, right? It happens.
So in our case, specific to NSC, our investor base who is using NSC products or NSC platform located at 99% pin codes of India. That's the way our consumer base or investor base are residing. 13 CR active investor base. We might be a kind of small country, not a small country, in top 10 country population point of view, we need that. Such a diversity category itself is one way boring, but same time there is a greed market, which we call it, but it is not a right format. In India, if we see the capital market being formed with such a beauty that thanks to product and technology, the common man who might not have that much deep pocket, but they still trust the capital market. It is a trust economy, which we've been built over 30 years with NSC. And though I'm not doing the brand building for my company, but the number says that India, the kind of per capita income which we do hold, if we add one more zero, the another country do have a similar kind of market cap of all the listed companies, which we do have. So that shows the number strength that even though we don't trust our real brother and sister to lend us money sometime, but we make sure that if some other company is getting listed some other place of the country, we might go and invest. So there is a regulation, compliance, all the do's and don'ts which we check, and after that we need to communicate something. What we need to communicate something as a marketer, we make sure that we don't preach about product and services. We can say that we have great products under NSC, but what we have decided from past 13 to 18 years, Sochkar, Samajkar, Investkar, that's the organization of our campaign, which is all about purpose-driven marketing. Each and every penny which we spend is all about purpose-driven marketing, where we make sure that the right education gives you, hey, stop, think twice, learn it, then only move ahead. We ourselves say that if you don't know about specific product or services, don't use it. If you do that role, which can take your brand to the very higher ground on a, say, a brand archetype, stage brand personality, I think on longer run, consumer will understand this brand is standing with me. They are giving me some rightful knowledge. They are making me more wiser. For them, I am not just a consumer number or data point to enhance or optimize it. We don't consider our consumers or our investor as a point to enhance and optimize our campaigns. And when you do that thing, I'm sure they will trust on us. So trust is the most important aspect. Now coming to your actual question, such a diversity definitely need a communication on their respective language, because their understanding about different aspect of products is difficult to judge that they will get a same product in an easier manner. So yes, we use AI effectively to manage the productivity of marketing, content creation, and also the asset creation effectively. Same time, the storytelling, the core essence, the fundamentals of marketing, the storytelling has not been lost. So it's a hybrid model which we work. Traditional advertising merged with the AI frontline. Yes.
So you're actually going against the grain, right? While all of us here are probably saying, go create a lot of content by today, you're saying stop, pause, think, don't transact.
That's our message, but when it comes to marketing efforts, last year we churned more than 700 content in a year.
Okay, wow. Awesome. Shweta? Yeah.
So we create content at scale. We use AI extensively, like I mentioned, but the reason why storytelling does not get diluted, specifically, you mentioned different languages, speaking to many Indias, speaking to different cohorts. The approach we've taken is we create content at scale. There is a dependency on AI these days. Teams are becoming leaner. Agency dependency, of course, I shouldn't be telling you that, but agency dependency has come down significantly because of AI. But one thing that we do is, I think marketers sometimes run the risk of creating one master asset and then translating it into multiple languages. We don't do that. While we do use AI, we create separate creatives for each region, for each cohort. If it is Tamil Nadu, then we write the copy in the said language. It's never a case where we write it in Hindi, we write it in English and then just translate it. If it's for a region, if it's for a cohort, then the copy is written for that audience specifically. And those are the master creatives. So in essence, there are no master creatives. There are multiple versions of multiple creatives.
Awesome. So I think the fundamentals of craft, I think if you manage that, the foundation, then whatever formats you can expand into. Any of you, Karthik, how are you managing it? Because you have different cohorts of customers, right? Different occasions that you need to communicate, right? Is there a common thread that runs through? Of course, it does. But then how do you ensure that it stays on track?
Before I start, it's so interesting that when we're talking about the evolution of storytelling, we've been talking about how AI has become a part of storytelling, and that itself seems to be the evolution of storytelling. But I'll answer your question. So, well, one thing, and this is to what Shweta just said, it's very simple. All our mainline communication, they don't have any dialogues to begin with. And usually they cut across, the stories are, the acid test is someone can understand the story if they see it. That's all that they need. So there's no need for dialogue, subtitles, any of that sort. And it's a very nice formula that I think Raymond picked up right at the beginning. And that's helped us carry through. That's one part of it. But we still can't stay away from regional campaigns or festive occasions. You were asking earlier about UGC. I think somehow Raymond hasn't gone very deep into the UGC bucket, but what we've realized is there is a lot of, trust on regional influencers. So we work a lot with regional influencers. There are 2-3 benefits of that. Number one, it's very, and these are not big influencers. There'd be smaller ones, but it's usually the smaller ones that we find that people resonate with and trust a lot because they operate in a much tighter circle of people who view their content. The second thing, obviously, they bring the regional and the colloquial aspects that no matter how much script writing we did, we would not be able to capture that. And 3, we are able to set guardrails very clearly. Now, given that Raymond is a brand built on emotion, if we were to work with somebody very much in, say, a slapstick space, that would just not resonate with our brand as much. So we have very clear guardrails in terms of how we work. One example is, this is a much bigger example, but I'm quoting that because a lot of us will understand that. We recently worked with the likes of Jim Sarup for one of our ads, and he's been used by many brands very diversely in different ways. But when he had to come for our communication, it was very clear that he had to carry the message, a little bit of his personality, a little bit of our brand, and try and bring that to life. So for us, using local influencers, Jim is not the example of a local influencer, but using more local influencers helps us get a lot of the regional touch in. And then of course we have our media that does the cover fire in terms of large scale communication as well.
Awesome. I'm going to quickly ask all of you a quick rapid fire question, right? Try to answer it as short as you can. We'll start with Shweta. So one storytelling trend from last year that you would abandon.
That I will abandon.
Yeah.
Unpopular opinion, but using influencers is something that I believe is passé now. Especially in finance. Maybe it works for
it's
consumer
tricky.
brands, but I've stopped using influencers.
More or less same, but another answer can be too much of information when it comes to product and services.
Okay.
Keep the consumer at the center stage.
Trying to be too much on the trend, running behind what's...
So trend for the sake of it.
Yes.
Thanks. I think last year a lot of brands were adopting AI, trying to create images very quickly. We realized that drops engagement. So unless you're doing it right, it's better not to do it. So we've completely stopped doing that.
I'm going to quickly hand the mic back to you. So UGC or brand films, what builds long-term equity?
Shit, I'll have to, well, currently brand films for a brand like Raymond, I think. We do a lot of brand films, yeah.
I think UGC, yeah. With the given scenario, that's...
Brand films.
Sorry?
Your question was officially
UGC or brand films?
Brand films.
Brand films.
I'd also lean towards brand films for sure, because again, we don't do UGC, but brand films need not be your long corporate videos that you shoot once a year. I think even the regular videos that you create for social media, all of it counts as a brand film. So owned assets, definitely for sure.
Depends, I think it depends on the cohorts that you're operating around and the underlying compliances that you need to follow. Probably,
I think category-wise.
Yeah, that makes the difference.
Yeah. No, so I'll start with Shweta. What is harder to do? Is it harder to change brand perception using storytelling or build trust for a new category or a new brand?
Definitely build trust, at least in this category. And brand perception is a function of that trust. I don't think those are mutually exclusive. But building trust in a category where trust is low, in negative, I think that's harder to do.
Krunal?
So brand perception is a methodology to reach a destination which you call it as a trust, winning a trust for your consumers. So if you don't have that thing, it's very difficult, but it has to get covered.
Of course, both, but I think the brand perception, I would say, because it comes with a lot of baggage, and then, you have to create a whole new story around, to create that trust and give enough of proof around that. So I feel, yeah, definitely both, but then, yeah, this way is more than,
Thank you. For me, I'm answering from the category that I'm working in. I think perception is a lot more challenging to create. Trust is fairly there among most brands, even startup brands for that matter, but who they are, what their story is, what they're trying to sell, how good their garments are, etc. That's something that's very, very hard to do. So that, perception.
Thank you. I think we have last few minutes left, so we'll just throw it open to the audience if there are any questions for our panel. Yeah, somebody there. Is there a mic that we can give? Or?
Hey, hi everyone. Myself Malvika. I'm from Deloitte. My question is to Shweta actually. So you told that you are doing away with influencer marketing, and we see a similar trend with Kiran Shah from Go Zero, putting it out on LinkedIn because he's building a brand in public eyes, and even he is doing away with influencer marketing, but moving to in-house creators. So do you see this trend moving ahead? Do we see more, or probably do you also think of in-house creators coming up at Kisht?
In-house creators for finance is a little dicey. They need to have the credentials to be able to talk with a certain level of conviction. So maybe not for us. We use in-house creators for a lot of other things that we do, like Vox Pop, consumer sentiment. For a lot of our social media videos, we use in-house creators, usually somebody from the social media team. But specifically to disseminate financial information, we have not onboarded an expert, and that necessarily needs to be somebody with that kind of expertise, maybe a chartered accountant. And these people also need to be certified with SEBI to be able to create content about finance. So not yet.
Correct. All right. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Yeah, we have some.
Hi, my name is Pinky and I lead the growth and marketing channel at Euronet. So my question is open for entire panel. Right, with the consumer attention getting shorter and shorter, how do you capture the emotional resonance without sacrificing the core depth of the marketing message?
Sorry, what was that? Without sacrificing the?
As the consumer attention span is getting shorter, how do you convey the emotional message without sacrificing your entire, brand equity or a message?
Okay, so we attended this challenge at Meta. They challenged us to write a 6-second ad that encapsulates our brand ethos. And we have very clear brand ethos, who we are, what we do, very clear. We did some, but I remember the example that they showed us back. It was an ad about Mumbai rainfall. A guy in a car, well dressed, he gets out of the car, runs to a lady. She's selling umbrellas. He gives her 10 rupees or 100 rupees, buys an umbrella, gives it back to her, runs back into the car. That's it. 6 seconds this ad was, or this video was, and it encapsulated everything that we put in our complete man ads. So you are absolutely right. I think there is a drastic shortening of attention spans, but I don't think that's too much of a challenge. That's point number one. Point number two, it's not always a dramatic reduction in attention spans. One of the earlier organizations that I worked with was Pidilite, and I mean, even now they have an ad out. At that time they made this ad, rather we made this ad about a sofa. You've all seen that ad, right? No, but it has one of the highest VTRs in Google. Everyone's seen that ad, very happy about the story. Sharma Inka sofa, I think that's called. Yeah, so, I mean, it works both ways, but having said that, we can easily, how do you say, choose our horses for the courses. The story doesn't need to change. Yeah, thanks.
To chime in here, I think one way also to ensure that emotion stays intact is sometimes defy these rules, right? Google comes back and tells us, hey, make sure that the product is mentioned in the first 5 seconds, otherwise you're going to lose customer attention. You know, they have this entire PDF file which with a whole bunch of rules, ABCD of building a video and all of that. Sometimes you just need to take that punt and say, okay, this video maybe need not do that. Be willing to sort of go out of those boundaries and focus on emotion wherever emotion needs to be focused on. So you don't have to stick by those rules every single time and keep it extremely clinical and transactional.
Thank you, Shweta. Thanks, ma'am.
One last question.
Hi. If storytelling is the heart of the brand, which do you think needs to evolve faster? The story, the storyteller, or the audience? Thank you.
Anybody?
If I'm not wrong, you're asking, which is more impactful. Yeah, I still believe the audience end of the day, because you have to give the solutions that the storytelling can be emotional or any the way you convey the messages, but end of the day, if you're not going to give the solutions to your audiences, then I think that will not create a long-lasting impact.
Any more questions? One more. Somebody in the first row.
Hello everyone, I'm Suniti. My question is, since we spoke about using AI for brand films in comparison to producing them, and do you think your customers really connect with it, and how do you think it affects your brand recall in a saturated market?
Yeah.
So this is very nascent learning, so I'll share that with you. We can generate AI at our desktops, we can generate AI through agencies, and we can generate AI through production houses as well. Last year, we made 2 films. One of them, as I mentioned, had 50% of that was on AI, indistinguishable, because it starts in India, goes outside India, comes back to India, all having the same character. Nobody could understand what was happening. Another film we did, again a master film for Raymond. In this case, we didn't tell anybody that we'd put AI as well. Again, it was impossible to discern that there was AI usage. Apart from this, there's a lot of content that we used to generate that was AI-led. It depends on what and who you're working with, at what cost you're working with. One thing we've engaged with are at least the digital teams that we work with, or the platforms that we work with, have proven to us that if it is very poorly generated AI, masquerading as human AI, it's not gonna work. I mean, people don't engage. They just swipe past it immediately. If it is AI that is purely AI generated, then people tend to watch it. I mean, I know so many people who watch videos of aloo and tomato talking to each other. That's absolutely fine. But if you have somebody who's pretending to be a model or a father who looks AI-ish, you disconnect. And then again, if it's indistinguishable through some of the better production houses that we worked with, then it doesn't matter. It's just like any other communication that you're putting on.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a great panel discussion. May I request you to please stand this side of the table for a photo opportunity. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, meanwhile, the Google Masterclass is happening at the Salt Set 1 and 2. If anyone's interested, they can go there and attend this amazing masterclass. Well, thank you for your time. All right, next up we have yet another panel discussion, driving ROI through conversational platforms. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 20th edition of Marketing Conclave, and we would also like to thank our supporting partners, AdGully, AdTech Today, ED Times, StartupNews.fii, and Bloggers Alliance. While getting back to the panel discussion, this is driving ROI through conversational platforms, and we have the moderator for this is Karan Taurani, Executive Vice President, Media, Retail, Consumers and Internet, Elara Capital. Please give him a big round of applause. All right, we also have the panelists, Chavi Malhotra, Strategic Sales Director, Vonage. All right, next up, we also have Manoj Nair, Senior Vice President, Growth, Digital Marketing and MarTech, Shriram Finance. Please give him a big round of applause. All right. All right. We also have Prashant Chaudhary, Head of Marketing, Fino Payments Bank. Please give him a big round of applause. Shweta Srivastava, Vice President of Customer Operations, Mahindra Holidays and Resorts, India. All right, Manoj Nair is here. And Vikram Raichura, Founder and Managing Director, Hello.ai. Over to you, Karan.
Hello. Yeah. So great. We are going to discuss the broader landscape of conventional marketing, specifically on the recent changes because of AI. I think as a market, if you see, India is only expanding towards the programmatic ad spends. Globally, the share of programmatic is obviously higher. I think what's going to happen here is that we actually saw a phase wherein we were driving more of impressions. Now we are talking of ROAS, ROI, LTV, all these kind of terms. And with AI, I think the efficiency of this ad tech ecosystem will only become more and more intelligent. So we'll discuss everything, where we were, where we are, and where is the future unfolding in this AI-first ad tech. So firstly, I have to start off with, this question is open to all the relevant panelists. I mean, what's changed in the last 1 year, specifically some initial signs around AI, but how do we see this entire conventional marketing be like a different thing over the last 12 months? What are the kind of innovations that we have seen? Any potential drivers for efficiency? I just open very briefly if anybody can speak and start off this one first.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the question. So I think we've seen AI among all our conversations, but what specifically we've noticed is, so given I come from Vonage, we power a lot of conversations, whether it's in messaging or voice. Specifically around voice, we've seen a lot of interest and use case-based solutions coming up, which are targeting certain, for example, banking and collections. So there are use case-based solutions which are really driving the conversations rather than having one single agent solving for all. So that's been the change I've seen over the last 1 to 2 years. Maybe anyone wants to add?
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manoj and I'm from Shriram Finance. I think to answer this question, we cater to the Bharat of India, correct? So predominantly there, so point number one, digital has changed or digital marketing has changed. Instead of looking at top funnel, all of us are looking at LTV and the conversion, correct? Second, AI, whether AI will solve for it, answer is, we still have to wait, because to cater to Bharat, the Varnak piece is yet to be cracked, and the colloquial language of customers, the way customer speaks and the understanding of the customer, emotion of the customer, those things still AI have to solve. That's my answer.
Hi, this is Prashant from Fino Payments Bank. So according to me, last 1 year, there have been a lot of changes. And in fact, as we speak, there are a lot of improvements that's happening in the AI as we know. Agentic AI is in place right now, and it is becoming common word than earlier LLM models to agentic. And of course, a lot of people have been trying to get their agents in place. One of the case, which is the recent news, which is Bajaj Finserv delivering about or generating 1,600 crores of business purely through AI, agentic AI, and a conversational model. I think that is the proof of the pudding. And we have just started. There's a lot to do and a lot more yet to see.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Shweta from Mahindra Holidays. I think if you ask me from my point of view, because I will look at it from customer experience point of view, more than a marketing or marketer. In last couple of years, in fact, we've listening to this AI buzz. When it started, it was very fragmented. We were looking at one touch point, one use case, maybe one cohort of customer, let's do some experiments. Now, the whole transaction element is transforming into relationship with, customers, wherein not only one use case or one, particular part of touch point, entire journey has been mapped with across all touch points. So I think that's a very positive, I would say, outcome of AI we've been using from last couple of years, where we are now looking at, engaging customers through these conversational platforms. So that's my point of view.
Hi, I'm Vikram from Hello.ai. So AI has helped us in being very, very efficient. With efficiency, we are able to take a lot of bets as marketers. Multiple number of bets and multiple number of A/B testings we can carry out, and then double down on whatever works, and that too automatically. And coming to the Bharat piece, AI is not just for the tier 1 and tier 2, it's for every part of India, every part of the world basically, because once the nuances of language are captured and delivered at scale, then there is nothing that stops AI from connecting with every individual across the board.
Right, so it's a very different perspective from each of the panelists across what they are seeing in their specific industry. So Chavi, this question for you basically, what is a bigger monitorable here? So, conversion platforms or, marketing or AI-led initiatives, have they led to higher ROAS or have they led to a lower cost? What's your opinion on that?
That's a great question. So I think it depends on how you're approaching, but what we are seeing is revenue per conversation. Gone are the days when you've been targeting on the right channel, bringing the customer, but what next? You're again bringing them to a landing page, an app, a checkout mechanism. But what we've seen is a more seamless journey. So if you've been able to capture the customer, for example, if they are on WhatsApp, you're able to suggest them, walk them through, show them the options, be creative, and complete the sale very, very seamlessly. That's more like a, an ROI perspective, and that builds higher trust because you're able to engage the customer in their preferred channel. So I would say it's a balance of both, but revenue per conversation is what we are tracking, and that's where the industry is heading based on our interactions with our customers.
So you're saying that ROAS has largely moved up because of the efficiency of the engine.
It's being closely tracked now, how the conversion is from the conversation.
And any specific platforms wherein the ROAS is higher or lower, or in terms of efficiency, how are the platforms faring against each other?
That's a bit of a trap here. So when we work with customers across the globe, they come with very different objectives. So I'd love to share an example. We worked with a company called Holiday Pirates, and they actually moved from emails to more interactive channels like WhatsApp and RCS. And they did that testing, and they saw a massive result where they were able to increase 53% of their subscribers through WhatsApp, and even in some cases 97% open rate. Another very interesting example, so RCS has been catching up, limelight, and it's been widely used and asked about. One of our customers in the Europe, so very interestingly, they've put the QR codes on the airport, so whenever somebody lands, they're able to just scan it, start the journey. Instead of downloading an app, they're able to book the cab and go through it. So it makes your life very, very seamless. They don't even realize there is a channel that they have to engage on. So that is how seamless the conversations have become. And again, you can then say ROAS, but it is also how seamlessly they've integrated in their daily the way they interact with the channels. Yeah.
So Harshita, specifically, on this this entire thing of the insurance business part broadly, what exactly? Sorry, Shweta. So what in your business specifically, which is the lifestyle part, how has this efficiency-led conventional platform improved your business or probably given you more leads? Okay, so is it that tracking right now has become very easy because this is one segment where you probably track 100 people, but only 10 people will end up, purchasing a plan or doing something of this sort. So is your efficiency gone up because this is something which is not, maybe on a daily basis which I need, right? I need it on a discretion basis. So is this helping your business model in terms of generating higher sales, or you're targeting for that matter in your business model specifically?
Yeah, absolutely. So since I'm from Mahindra Holidays, we are into business of selling memberships, and our customer is our members. They buy our membership for a very, very long time, starting from 5 years to it goes up to 25 years also. That's a very long time to be engaged with the brand. So we have that opportunity because member has already bought, right? So in terms of in the sales, you're asking for the sales funnel, right? So in terms of sales, we are using AI. In fact, we have been using in certain line of businesses. And there is an efficiency that we have seen. In fact, I will just share one of the use case that we have recently successfully delivered is for collecting annual subscription fee or collecting EMI from our customers, which is very seamless through agentic AI. Human-like bots are reaching out to our customers and giving a nudge which is required to get the payments in, and that has resulted into not only a good experience but also resulting into some cost saving. I normally don't talk about cost saving because I don't like this word, but we were able to get that also. So yes, of course, we are seeing efficiency building in, and I think it's about we keep trying and see what best work for our brands, and it aligns to our strategies.
Right, and in this entire spends that we are doing, the marketing spends towards driving more sales, Manoj, the question is on the customer acquisition cost. So how is the CAC, been in the last 2 to 3 years? Has it come off? Has it increased? And are we also looking at metrics more in terms of LTV rather than just CAC? What are the numbers over there indicating?
Yeah. So definitely the answer is CAC has increased because the cost of acquisition is increasing by all the digital channels, in fact Google, Meta and all. So yes, LTV is the goal the organization is driving. And that's where the efficiency gets built, and we achieve the ROAS, and also retain the customer. So hence, one metric we very closely watch is product per customer. That's an important metric. Once the customer is inside, then how do we cross-sell different products? So that's the primary metric which we drive. Hence, LTV is an important metric for us.
Right. And you know, again, as per you, which are the platforms which are the best in the lot, which gives you higher ROI or ROAS as per your assessment?
See, till now, from our standpoint in digital, Google is the platform. But at the end, what happens is that most of our products, especially in lending, it is a digital model, correct? So hence, we look at a 360-degree approach, because it is always possible that digitally a customer is coming into the funnel, but he is converting at the branch, or the other way. So Google, yes, the efficiency is good, but it is a 360-degree approach. We look at all the channels, and we try to figure out which channel has contributed and where the conversion is happening.
So, you know, Vikram, here specifically to get you on the conversations around AI, globally, or rather, you know, India has mirrored global trends. We have seen how advertising took off in TV, traditional media, went on to search social, then video, now maybe e-commerce, then maybe AI. So what is the relevance, you know, what is the relevance of these platforms when things actually migrate to AI, firstly? And secondly, do you think AI actually will depend on advertising in a very big manner? Because ideally, if you look at globally, the cost of AI is so expensive that it's more going to be led by enterprises. But will we have a large portion of ad spends moving towards AI? And if that were to be the case, then what about the ROI on these platforms? You know, what will exactly happen to the dynamics of the industry?
So what I understand is that we no longer have just a funnel. The funnels have migrated into journeys, and conversational AI is a touch point in that journey. Touch point is to create trust so that the transaction happens, and it's no longer I would say I would urge the marketers to no longer see it just for the acquisition piece, but make it part of the entire journey, end to end, in the entire customer life cycle. Because when that happens, the trust increases, the comfort with the brand increases. As Manoj pointed out, that products per customer. How do you increase the penetration of products per customer? Because when you make his life comfortable for one purchase that he has done, that's when he is very, very open to another purchase. And coming to the budgets will not just be for the conversational AI piece, it will be across the journeys. As digital platform keep increasing the prices, or the competition is too high for certain keywords or phrases, that will funnel into the conversation. So you will see the cost rising, but the LTV also rising at the same time.
And what is the angle of agentic AI here? So I think with the advent of agentic AI, I may not need to converse that much with a platform, or, you know, to know about the brand, because things will be automated beyond a point. So how will the role of agentic AI kind of, you know, give up on all these kind of tools that we are seeing?
So the role of agentic AI will be to create a seamless journey. It's no longer just a question and answer. It's about getting the work done for the customer as well. If a person is looking for a gold loan, the agentic AI would book an appointment for the store visit as well. So it's basically making the entire journey seamless, small nudges leading to big purchases.
And Prashant, you know, on the voice-based part, you mentioned about, you know, Bharat and vernacular languages. How easy will this process become because of the adoption of AI? You know, conversing with the customers, knowing your customers more well, or driving higher conversion, specifically in the deep markets, which are like tier 2 and beyond kind of markets, right? How easy will this process become because of AI?
Right now, I will not bet entirely on the AI, honestly, in the market that we operate in, especially because I think empathy, that is critical in the conversation, because conversation everyone knows and everybody loves conversation, right? Using complete AI right now, and AI is still yet to learn the empathy part, you know, like some of the dialect, as he rightly mentioned, because we serve Bharat, we understand the person who is perhaps within Maharashtra, the Nagpur has a different dialect than the Bombay guy, Bombay person. So getting that correctly, in the conversation, that is the key here. I would also like to point out the conversation helps where human efforts are more. The AI helps there. For example, how many times we have heard that a call center or a representative of a brand says, can we speak at 7 o'clock? No, sir, we end at 6. This is the typical conversation that happens. Now, 7 o'clock, who is speaking then? Because the customer is free at that time and you got to reach out to the customer. AI helps here. That's point number one. Point number two, at the same time, if we start tagging the customers, someone who is comfortable with the AI conversation, someone is not. Even that kind of tagging, if we start doing at the back end, I think that will help in a long run. So which customers responds well? And this is the short-term solution. Of course, the AI is getting better, as I mentioned earlier. As it gets better, the customer perception and the the action would be more proactive towards the AI. So I think that's what matters. In terms of the conversions, yes, we see that conversion to an extent. So for example, some of the top of the funnel activity, we are trying to implement this. The key metrics for us is the incremental revenue that we generate or incremental numbers that we achieve as against the spend on the AI. If that incremental, that justifies it, well, it's working well. And that's what we are trying to get there. How do we make that sure?
And what about data privacy in these smaller markets? What is your opinion on that? I mean, are customers more receptive on sharing data, or there are some features of allow, disallow in terms of advertising, because that will eventually impact your efficiency and ROAS and ROIs. What is the view on data privacy of this customer cohort?
That's a pretty huge topic actually, because if you look at DPDP Act, I'm sure there are many of us are still clueless what the DPDP Act says and how does it interpret, so to say. But India as a country, I am, and this is my personal opinion, that we disregard privacy. Okay, we as people disregard privacy. And I'm not talking about people who are sitting in Bandra West, I'm talking about the Bharat, and the entire. And this is my personal observation. I might be wrong, and there are exceptions, of course. However, at the same time, I must state this fact that I have seen increased awareness towards the privacy, starting with the metros and the tier 1 towns and so on and so forth. Because people are figuring out, like, for example, I'm just gonna give you one example. Everyone here has a smartphone, I'm sure, all right? And everyone has an average of 10 apps on the smartphone, right? How many of you, and you can raise a hand, how many of you have even checked 50% of the apps and their permissions? One. That answers the privacy concern, right? Now, and we are all literate, and the postgraduates and the PhDs and all of that, right? So you can imagine the guy in the village, okay? So, but it's our job, it's our duty to make them aware of these privacy concerns, because that also leads to the frauds and the scamming and all of that. Because I belong to a bank, and we see this every day happening, we live through it. There is a huge focus, and that's why even the statutory bodies like RBIs and everyone else are behind us. That's okay, we need to increase our awareness. And we do that with every campaign. Probably there might be a reason that we don't do a cross-sell or upsell campaign, but we are very regular in doing our awareness campaign, because we want our customers to be safe and secure. It's not about their money, it's about the trust that they have on the bank, on Fino, or any other bank for that matter. And that's where we need to make them aware of.
Anyone else in the panel who can add this? So specifically, we are going to see implementation of the DPTP bill coming in the next, I think, 6 to 12 months. We've given some cool off time to gather data. And after there will be hefty penalties on companies or platforms who don't implement it. What are the implications of this on your conversions, on your marketing campaigns? And obviously, India people are not privy to privacy. I mean, they do give the permissions because they want targeted advertising eventually. But how could this be a spoil sport in your campaigns?
I don't think it would be a spoil sport because today also, as rightly pointed out, any financial institution, for example, Shriram Finance is audited by RBI and we are a regulated entity. And our audits go for close to 6 months in a year, which means only 6 months we are not audited. Okay, other 6 months we are completely audited. The RBI person is sitting along with us and audit. So hence data privacy is a key point, and we have to, as I talked about product per customer or LTV, it's an important piece, correct? If one customer is not satisfied and he raises a complaint, not only regulator, but we lose the customer also. Hence, some of those pieces of DPDP Act is already in place. Only point here is it has to be structurally put into place with a lot of consent mechanism, storage, all those nitty-gritties which specifically the regulator is asking. Otherwise, I don't think much impact will be there. See, one example, say for example today, a lot of you have been using fintech apps or any apps, correct? By default, when you have a need, you give a consent for account aggregator. It's a very big consent because you are sharing the data with that institution so that the institution can give you whatever product or anything, right? So hence, by default, the customer is giving the consent and customer is also aware of to an extent. And that awareness, as Prashant rightly pointed out, organization's responsibility that we have to give the awareness to the customers, and customers as to a bit, customers is also aware. Answer is not much impact would be there.
Right, and as per you all, I mean, what are the kind of campaigns or what are the kind of customer journeys that will require human intervention, and what are the kind of things that will actually be driven by AI and bots going ahead? Any views on that?
Yeah, I think it's a great discussion on, what can be done through AI and what cannot be done. So I'll take it in the context of hospitality industry from where I come from. Very clearly there are 4 parts of the journey. One is the pre-booking, which is when, we go in the market, acquire a customer, and then, tell them about our offers that they can, leverage. There, I think AI is playing a major role for us, where the simple questions, reservations, related offers, all of that we are able to communicate through AI, through agentic AI, where the conversation happens with the customer and it can be easily, solved. So pre-booking is, I think, sorted largely. Then the second stage comes where you have a booking and there's an opportunity to upsell. I will say largely this is also now taken care of. There is something called digital concierge now, where when you have a booking, you can, use agentic AI to upsell, and you can, kind of suggest flight bookings, you can suggest airport transfers, you can suggest whole lot of other things that a customer may need apart from the hotel booking. So there also, I think, but it's a very important part of the journey where you are getting more revenue because you've already got the customer in. Now it's your time to get more revenue by selling or upselling, cross-selling other things. Then the third for us is very critical, which is in-resort stay, when guest is staying with us, right? I think it is, people don't realize that much. It is largely underappreciated. But a lot can be done in the resort itself, right? When your guest is staying, you can engage the guest from the time guest has checked in to check out using, your conversational AI. But in a resort setup, you also have this, thing of people. There's a physical presence of resort staff who can also take care of it. So it's partial here, where, few of the things you can do through AI, where there's a nudge you can create throughout the, stay. But you also have to, do it if there's any service failure, if there's any complaint, you have to act fast. Then you need an agent, human agent to take care of it. And the last part is your post-stay engagement. I think this is where we know whether we have won or we have lost, right? That's like a report card, because then the survey goes and we take feedback, and then we come to know what are the actions that we have to take. While some of it can be taken care by AI, actions, what needs to be done, all of need human, intervention. So if I, summarize these 4 stages, first one is completely to be taken care of AI. If we want, we can do that. At the second stage, it is largely done, which is, when there's a booking and we can upsell and cross-sell. At the third stage, it is largely physical, or it is largely, you have to, you need human presence to solve, and if anything goes wrong when guest is staying with us. And the fourth is post feedback, stay engagement. There also it's 50-50. So if I have to just recap, your reservation, bookings, check-in, check-out date, feedback, etc. can be done through AI. But if there is a group booking, there is a wedding that you have to plan, there's a group booking that you have to plan, there's a service failure, all of that still requires human touch in a hospitality industry. So
I think by a conversation, close to 60% of the process can be handled by AI, broadly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We can use AI and we can see the result. It was still in experimentation phase for most of it. But yes, we're seeing some early results.
And do you believe this can improve with time? I mean, the efficiency of this can this 60-70 go to 80-90, or can this become half also if the results are not good? What is the risk over here?
It depends on process to process, which process is giving you what ROI and what customer satisfaction. Based on that, the system also will keep learning, because it's AI, it's the base of machine learning. And once you start optimizing these things, you start tweaking everything, you will see that some processes will be 100% AI driven, and some would be largely human in the loop, and some would be just 20% AI. As she rightly pointed that if there's an issue, you need a human first. You can't send the AI to solve the problem. That's all.
Can I just add?
Yeah.
So I will not name the brand. I was just browsing their site, and it's a hotel brand. And I got a call yesterday, agentic AI, because I am in the business, so I know it. And she said that I am Ananya, and hello, and can I help you with, you went on our site, can I help you with reservation? She asked a couple of questions. So when I said my check-in date is 10th August, agentic AI couldn't catch that. I don't know why. And I said it 3 times. And it repeatedly said, okay, 15th August, instead of understanding 10th August. So these things sometimes, cracking in between, that we need to really take care of. Though it looks very straightforward, that what is a check-in date, what is a checkout date. Sometimes, the Ananya couldn't catch. Ananya is not human here. Ananya is agentic AI.
Ananya is one of the most popular names for AI, yes.
Yeah, I know.
And I wanted to add to this. So I think there are a couple of, pointers when we look at agentic AI and how it's scaling. It is very important that 3 points, which is memory, context, and the ability to really act and not just react. So maintaining that context, which I think Ananya couldn't really do that. I think that's very, very important. That would decide how seamless it is that we are not able to identify whether it's AI or human. So that is very critical to decide that percentage that you asked, whether it'll go up or it'll go down.
Obviously, I think as things evolve, these systems also become smarter with time, and the percentage of errors will also, kind of come down. But just, in one line from all of you all, any kind of advice that you would like to give marketers for the next 3 years? How can conversational, led targeted advertising improve your ROI? Just in one line from all of you all.
So I'll start. So basically, don't look at just the acquisition piece. Look at conversational AI across the entire journey, and brands need to somewhere stop selling and start supporting and enabling their customers. The more they do that, the more the business will increase, rather than just focusing on selling.
I'll copy that. I think move from transactional management to relationship management. Engage rather than targeting a right audience. Engage with your right customers. That's how I will look at it.
Okay, so mine is little unorthodox suggestions, not from a marketing point of view though. Point number 1 here, 3 years in marketing, hell lot of things can change, and it will change. Okay, perhaps we may not have a job as a marketer. Okay, we may be called something else, I don't know. Having said that, the advice would be AI is everywhere, including the boardrooms till the floor. Everyone is talking about AI, some form or other. What you would be asked to justify the cost of AI. So start optimizing it. Start looking at the tokens or the cost that you are spending on, say, whatever models that you are using, and start optimizing for that. Because somewhere down the line, your CFO or a finance guy is going to ask you, okay, you're spending so X amount, and we have 10 people at 10,000 rupees salaries, okay, why you're spending so much in AI? So you need to answer that. And that's where the critical difference, I guess.
Definitely that has to be answered. So my point here is we should look at AI as a new team member within your team or within your organization. Why? Because AI comes with its own understanding, its own learnings, because it is a model which has been trained in some data. It doesn't know our data or your organization's data. So that has to be trained and it has to be optimized. So example, from a marketer standpoint, most of you know who handles marketing. Performance Max as a Google campaign is there, correct? It will work only if it has been fed with the right kind of data, and it takes time. Otherwise, it doesn't, correct? Similarly, AI also will work when it gets to know about your data, your customers, what is the context of the customer, what is the customer preference, who is the customer, and it will take some time to eventually learn and understand that, and that's what my answer would be. Thanks.
I would say look it from a perspective that conversation is the funnel. If you're innovating in the space, build with trust. I'm sure everyone is in a race to build and innovate in the space, but make sure it's conversational. Look at journeys such like the apology journey, where a bad experience can really turn it into a delight. Those are the critical pieces which we need to figure out. And the last but not the least, revenue per conversation, as I mentioned earlier. That's very, very important.
Yeah, I think the most interesting piece was the ROI from AI. I think that is the most important, because that's a dilemma where we can't solve, but with time we'll hopefully get an answer to that as well. So we have time for 2 questions. If any questions, kindly raise your hand. We can take a couple of questions. Yeah. The lady there. There.
Hi, I'm Ria. I had a short question, which is basically now AI has evolved in giving product recommendations, links to if you're asking a question, right? Say I'm looking at, okay, I want to buy some new shoes. And then I say, okay, I want to buy, shoes in my budget, which is say within 1,000 for rainy. And then I get 3-4 links, which are directly giving me to the websites, the price and everything. So is this a part of the conversational platform and ROI where person comes from there, directly buys the product or not buys the product, whatever that is? So is that a part of your conversational platforms? It's for the whole panel. Anybody can answer.
Yeah, it starts with the conversational. It does not start with a search query. It's a conversation that the user has with the GPT or something, and it leads to the website. So as I said earlier, it's no longer a funnel, it's a journey. So the conversation can be the enabler or it can be the decider. That's all.
Yeah. One more question.
I think. All right, then. Thank you so much for this amazing panel discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. I would also. Very insightful panel discussion. Well, this is the time where I would like to thank our sponsors. Powered by Google, Gold Partner Affinity, Gold Partner Origin 8, Silver Partner M-Filterit, Silver Partner Double Tick, Silver Partner 1H, Roundtable Partners, Truecaller Roundtable Partners, SEMrush Roundtable Partners, Exotel Communication Partner, Hello.ai, Bronze Partner, LS Digital, Bronze Partner Connect Network, Bronze Partner Consumer.ai, Bronze Partner Pub Life, Bronze Partner BC Webwise, and Bronze Partner Shimano, and also supporting partners for their valuable association with the 20th edition of Marketing Conclave, AdGully, AdTech Today, ED Times, StartupNews.fii, and Bloggers Alliance. Which brings up the next session, which is address and a fireside chat. And I'm very happy to announce that post 5:30 p.m. it's beer o'clock at the Expo Hall, where you can go and enjoy yourselves. But getting back to the address and fireside chat, the new age marketing playbook, humans, AI and agents working together, for which I would request Mr. Dheeraj Gupta, Chief Technology Officer and co-founder M-Filterit, to please come on stage. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a presentation. Up to you.
Thank you so much. We are living in a world where I think since the morning, every presentation you have heard would have talked about AI, and you were like, oh my God, another conversation on AI. Well, this is going to be a little different, maybe not that different, but I think it's something which is important. We at M-Filterit have spent a lot of time working on traffic measurement, invalid traffic, brand safety, that's what we are known. But one question clients kept asking us is, how is it improving the efficiency of my campaigns? Clients don't care about invalid traffic or wastages or brand safety. They care about campaign efficiency, right? How do I get my campaigns to be more efficient, reach the audience I want to reach, ensure it is done at a lower cost, and I get the value outputs which the campaign investment deserves. So the question then is not just about ensuring whether the campaign is clean or not, but also ensuring if it is optimized, it is planned well, it is productive, it is ROI positive. And then we realized a problem. The problem was that currently, if any one of you marketeers had an idea, hey, with all this conclave conversation, let me try this out, and you think of a brief, well, the sad news is by the time you try and stitch this together. It'll take a long time for you to go live with your campaign, because all these activities from brief to planning to campaign setups, execution, optimizing, reporting, governance is all being done manually on Excels, on emails. We talk about the AI world, we talk about how AI will change everything. But guess what? The plumbing of how campaigns are planned, designed, executed, and optimized is being done manually. And it's being done manually since ages. The end result is that right now, as I said, if you come out with an idea at this stage that let me do something, you make a brief, you send to the agency will come back after 7 days. They'll say, no, let's do this. Then you send it back to the agency will come back after another 7 days with a plan. Then maybe a couple of iterations, then your plan gets approved. Then you go to finance and say, okay, generate the PO, get an estimate, get a creative, another 7-8 days. Guess what? It'll be 30 days practically before your campaign will even see the light of the day. And this is what all of us as marketeers, as agencies, as publishers are dealing with every day, every time, because campaigns take a long time to plan, to create, to deploy. And the world is moving much faster. By the time you've planned something and by the time it sees the light of the day, maybe the requirements have changed. The need has changed. If you're planning something for Independence Day and you realize that, okay, I need to do something for the Independence Day which is coming up soon enough, well, I don't think you have enough time now, because if you want to start planning today, it's probably not going to see the light of the day by that time. Now the question is, can AI reduce this? Can AI convert 30 days to maybe 5 days? Can AI help in optimizing all these wasteful, unproductive activities, give much better outputs, much better execution to resolve the plumbing of how campaigns are created, planned, designed, and executed with the mundane tasks being done by agents rather than being done by humans? And just wanted to also talk about optimization. I don't know how many of you have realized this, but this is just a simple YouTube campaign which we ran, and we just looked at hourly bid rates. For a single campaign with the same TG, creative, affinity, demographics, everything same, every hour of the day has a different CPM. And the fluctuations in the CPM swing almost 30–40%. So if you're buying during, for example, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. this time of the day, you're going to get much cheaper CPMs to reach out to the same audience. But during other hours of the day, you might end up paying 30% more. Now what does that mean? That means that ideally, if you keep optimizing your bids and adjusting your bids dynamically for this, you can actually buy your campaign cheaper on YouTube with the same target, the same demographic, the same audience. This is called micro bidding. But guess what? If a human is going to do this, either you're going to get him to wake up 24/7 and keep doing this. And if your agency is going to do this, it's probably not going to happen every some hours. It's going to happen once in a week. And the end result is you get CPMs which are barely there. But if you could optimize this continuously every few hours, you can actually write this and get in 20–30% lower CPMs on your same YouTube campaign which you're executing right now, just taking advantage of this flow. Try this out. Just look at an hourly bid rate in your DV360 for a YouTube campaign and you'll be surprised at this curve, right? And which is where then we thought that let's try and look at Impulse. Can I have the video please? And let's just look at
every campaign starts with an objective. But turning that objective into real media performance is never simple. The brief is in an email. The plan is in a spreadsheet. Campaign setup happens across platforms. Optimization sits in separate dashboards which doesn't understand the original plan. And reporting often comes too late to guide the next move. The result? Too many handoffs, too much manual follow-up, and too little visibility across the full campaign journey. Introducing Impulse by mFilterit. One pulse, one agentic OS for your entire campaign from start to finish. Connected, integrated, and smart. Every platform, every step, complete visibility, complete governance. mPulse is an agentic media operating layer designed to bring campaign planning, setup, optimization, reporting, and intelligence into one connected experience. A brief agent helps structure campaign objectives, budgets, audiences, timelines, and KPIs, and brings out research. A planning agent helps turn approved inputs into draft media plans for planner review, pulls audiences and channels from industry-wide platforms like GWI, Comscore, SimilarWeb. A setup agent helps make campaign creation faster and more consistent through templates, validations, and platform-ready workflows. An optimization agent monitors live campaign signals, surfaces issues, and recommends actions. And a reporting and insights agent connects performance, planned versus delivered views, logs, and campaign intelligence, creating a 360 feedback loop which continuously ensures campaigns execute efficiently so teams do not have to keep chasing fragmented data across fragmented tools. They get one clear operating pulse across the campaign lifecycle. Human judgment stays in control. Agent supports where it adds speed, and every decision becomes more connected, more visible, and more accountable. mPulse by mFilterit. Agentic media operations for modern marketing teams. One pulse, every platform, complete visibility. See how mPulse connects your campaign lifecycle. Schedule a walkthrough today.
So we've been working on this for the last 6-8 months under stealth mode. We just launched it last month. And this is like an operating system which helps you in managing your entire workflow from an ideation at a brief level to actual campaign delivery, optimization, reporting, and governance. We are live with tools, platforms like Google, Meta, DV360, OTTs, Spotify's, e-commerce, etc., and all of them planned, created, optimized through agents with human overview, and that's it. I'm happy to report that we've been able to roll this out across 4 different large FMCG clients, and we've seen about 30% reduction in CPM rates on planner rates and about 20% in pure A/B tests where unmanaged YouTube optimized line items versus mPulse optimized line items had 20% differentials in CPMs while meeting down the funnel benchmarks of VTRs, CTRs, etc. I'm going to cover that up. Different agents, the brief agents, planning agents, campaign creation, optimization, budget management, governance, insights. Each of these agents work independently. You can choose one agent and not take the other, or let the pulse go through each of these agents one after the other. Small things which make a chaos in the campaign. How many times you were about to launch the campaign and suddenly you realize that the CTA is longer than the length allowed, or the line item name is longer than what you wanted. The DCM tags are lying there, someone has to go and pull out the tags from there. Someone has to go and create the taxonomy. Someone has to go and set up affinity audiences, and there are errors in that. All of these, the agent takes care of automatically, ensures it pulls tags from DCM automatically, pulls in tags from other third-party measurement platforms, creates the campaign, does a QC, validates it, and you just have to turn in the button to make it live. Something which otherwise takes maybe 3, 4, 5 days just in creating the campaign now happens in about 30 minutes. This is obviously not something which I say in haste. We've run this over hundreds of campaigns now and successfully run this out. The good part is that each of these sequences creates a feedback loop. The data which comes in from the brief, the planning, the optimization goes back into immediately your next campaigns. Creatives which did not perform in your campaign immediately feedback to the brief agent to make sure that your next campaign takes care of all of these without this becoming a loop which you are inefficient on. Maruti actually did an innovation on this. We won this first prize. They pushed us to create this campaign. We are going to go live with them in the next week. Maruti campaigns are now going to run this out end to end. We won the first prize in this hackathon, and that's how this whole thing came up in the first place. A quick case study. This is an FMCG client who ran an A/B test line items which were managed by us versus line items which were managed by YouTube directly. 9.21% lower CPV rates compared to the YouTube self-optimized campaign. 10% higher VTRs, 1% higher CTRs. So secondary objectives met, reach and frequency met, and then you got about 10% lower CPVs in your campaign across line items which YouTube was itself managing. And that's money in the pocket. 4 line items, all 4 line items actually saw reductions and savings. The benchmark itself changed for the client. What they were planning for now is 10% lower than what they used to plan. Another case on the setup side, the plan ingestion, validation, naming, DCM, QC, something which took 3 days, 4 days earlier from a manual approach, now getting done in 30 minutes. We recently had the Mother's Day campaign. Friday night, the 10 o'clock the campaign came in, 10:30 the campaign was live, Mother's Day was on Sunday, and the campaign executed. If at Friday night, 10 o'clock, the Mother's Day campaign came through a manual flow, probably it would not have seen the light of the day by the time Mother's Day happened. So those are the efficiencies now which are coming in, allowing you to do things like micro campaign planning. Now you can, if you can roll out a campaign in 3 days, you can actually plan a campaign for maybe just 1 week. Create the campaign, go live to deal with a micro problem rather than making just large campaigns which run for weeks. Last one, again, a CPM optimized campaign, 14% lower CPMs, 32% higher CTRs at the frequency which required. So agentic AI is something which is now here for us. Marketing efforts which right now go into Excel sheets and emails can be better spent. And with that, I actually invite Tushar Vyas, Chief Strategy Officer for WPP India, and also the President, and he just recently exited. Tushar, please come on stage. Let's have a conversation on agentic AI. Thank you, please.
Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So Tushar, you spent, I think, 25 years in the agency. You've seen a lot of AI disruption happening in the last few years. You've seen how AI is changing how agencies are operating, clients are operating. In your opinion, where do you think this is going? And what do you think is the path forward for clients and agencies in this new world and era?
Yeah. So first of all, the industry which we operate is in a forefront of our technology. It's like a tip of a spear kind of thing. So this is the first industry to get impacted. And we have seen a few generations, right? Every 10 years there's a massive change happens. So starting from the television, then the dimension of television came, then digital came, mobile came, and now the AI piece. So it's tuned to adapt as a structurally in terms of when technology change, when consumers change, we need to sort of evolve with that. So I'm sure directionally it sort of set a pace. Sometimes consumer changes faster than the industry or the rest of the ecosystem catches up fast. But that's a part of a process of evolution, I would say. If I were to deconstruct advertising in a sort of very, very layman term, it's a broadly 3 things, right? So creation of message, distribution of message, and what you just mentioned is like a workflow or a plumbing required to manage the ecosystem, right? And that's where role of agency and role of the industry player like you comes into play. So when it comes to distribution of message, I think that's where the most of the disruption started, right? In terms of Google coming in, Meta coming in. So how do we make the distribution efficient to the consumer? And that's where the entire journey of personalization started in terms of reaching at a right moment, right consumer. I think the next game is a sort of message piece, and that's where the entire Gen AI is playing a role in terms of how to think of a content more like a supply chain, right? How to make the content more relevant from the platform perspective. So same content which goes into Amazon is a same message which goes into Amazon is a different versus what goes into Meta, what goes into Google, right? Because it has to be very, very contextual to platform. And that's where Gen AI is playing a role, and I think some amount of maturity came in terms of how to do platform-specific supply chain kind of a thinking in terms of creation. I think the next piece is the entire plumbing. So how do we bring all the pieces together and make it efficient? And there is, of course, the two dimension, right, in terms of one is adopting the 2 days process, and the second part is also, reimagining the process in an AI era and how the entire environment works. So that's where I think the maximum amount of work is required. So once all three start moving in a, in a sort of some kind of a sync, and that's where I think the real magic will start coming. It's again, from an AI perspective, relatively early days, everybody is learning, and I'm sure there is a sort of journey to be covered.
No, absolutely. That's a nice way to represent. I think a lot of the audience would have covered conversational AI, the previous panel was on it, or Gen AI, which was about creatives and the messaging and the personalization. But I think that point of yours, that the workflow and the plumbing of how things flow through to create magic, I think that is where the need of the hour is also to bring efficiency on, because if that takes 30 days to plan, right, then the whole magic kind of disappears. I also wanted to ask you on a question related to what do you think is the agency's involvement in changes like these, right? I'm sure a lot of these will result in a way by which agencies and clients' workflows will change, right? And I think you mentioned also that this will probably require a reimagining of how the current work is done. With all your experience in the agencies, what is your thought on how agencies should deal with this, all this change?
I guess there is definitely a sort of realization and recognition that this is like a generational change, right? This is a change which is going to make a significant impact to industry. So look at all the networks, they have been sort of working on this, upgrading their tech stack. They are developing their own sort of AI. Each one has got their own way of working it. Some of them are calling it operating system. Some of them are calling the agentic system. But there is an upgrade which is happening. What I see directionally is everybody is going more in terms of augmentation. So I have a process, manpower, I'm going to augment that with AI and I sort of create a layer. Also, there is some amount of a customization also involved, right? Because each of the client and each of the category behaves in a very different way. And I just have to look at like a broader segment. Digital first client versus an enterprise client will behave very differently, right? Because digital first client might have a builder mindset when it comes to use of technology. Enterprise, client will have a different way of looking at it, right? So they may look at the ecosystem, or they may look at the customer first kind of a thinking. So I think the orientation and segmentation will be very, very different. So again, the way the agency build their solution for a segment will vary. And the component they adopt for client may also vary. So there will be a significant amount of co-creation also required with agency, with industry players like you, and with the client, right? And of course, there are sort of platforms has a role to play, LLM has a role to play. So all these are going to be integral part of our ecosystem. So it will be some part will be bespoke, some part will be standardized process, which will evolve once we go through the journey.
No, I agree. The way I look at it though is that advertisers have two options. One is they could lease the model, lease the AI and rent it by basically the model and the data is sitting with the agency and the client is renting that for bringing efficiency, optimization for their campaigns. Or they can own that data and they can own that model, invest in it, and build it in-house. I think both have the role, as you said, some clients would have a builder mentality and would want to own the model and the data. I think what I can see is, and just as a side note, when we started Impulse, the first month we got about 5-7% efficiencies, but by the time we crossed the second month and we got multiple more campaigns, the efficiencies went up to 15-18%, and now it's almost 20-25% range, which means that models will keep getting more and more efficient, at least for the next foreseeable future. And the efficiency gain is on the table. Now, whether that is absorbed, that gain is absorbed by the agency or that is absorbed by the client is something which probably will matter and will differentiate how different clients operate. What's your thought on it?
Yeah, just to build on that, you would sort of, in a way, deconstruct that, right? In terms of where sitting what. So when things are, in a way, getting reimagined, right? So this is a kind of phase we are where there is an opportunity to reimagine things, and it's good to think on a first principle basis, right? So the question to ask is not agency, client, or ecosystem. The question to ask, where is the skill set going to be? Where is the knowledge going to sit? Where is the data and infrastructure tech and infrastructure going to sit, right? So I think those are the fundamental questions. And again, as I said, some of this may vary based on the segment of a client you are looking at, right? Depending on their capability or skill set. I keep going back to the like a tech-first enterprise kind of example, but the way they approach to this problem will be very, very different, right? A sort of tech-first kind of client will say, I have an engineering capability, I understand, sort of AI stack which I build, and I'm already using for 20 different things. Marketing is one of the process I'm going to add to that. While, the enterprise customer will have a very, very different view in terms of, they think in terms of maybe, knowledge. How do I harness my knowledge? How do I get best insight? I'm okay if somebody else is running a process for me.
Understood.
So I think those are the kind of decisions which will be taken at a company's level. And there will be some amount of a reset. And I'm sure new player will come. Some of the reconfiguration will happen in terms of way of working. But it's good to go to first principle basis and say what I'd like to own, where I'm going to add a value in the entire value chain. Is it a skill, is it a tech, is it a knowledge, or is it a process, or maybe whatever way you are sort of classifying your business is, right?
I think I'll touch a different topic now. Within this flow, one of the key things which happens is that now suddenly data is getting democratized, right? Data which was sitting in platforms and had limited access to clients, and clients had to struggle to get that report, and maybe it came after the whole campaign was over. Now data is available at your fingertips. Insights and analytics is available immediately because AI is able to crunch all those data points and bring you a crisp summary. I think this democratization of information between the platform, the agency, and the client suddenly opens up a lot more interesting nuances, because now clients can actually take in between campaign steps, modify strategies, change behavior, maybe change a campaign structure every few days, rather than just letting the campaign run and then at the end of the campaign do a post-campaign audit and analysis. I think this brings that dynamism which we expect from digital. I mean, the ability for us to tamper with schedules on a TV or a radio is extremely complicated, right? But in digital, all of this is something which we expect or assume, but it never came in. But I think that's the dynamism which I think as a side business model comes in, because now suddenly all of this is achievable. What's your thought on it?
And yes and no, actually. So what you just said is very true in terms of one cycle which we are running. But increasingly, this is becoming a two-speed world. So there are a certain part of processes which is moving at that level of agility which you spoke. But when you have to build a brand, there's some component will still have needs a consistency. You need to tell your story again and again, right? So that is not going to change at that space, right? Because the way you position your brand doesn't change. Your value and mission which you're driving through brand doesn't change that fast. So there's going to be a foundation which will be solid and which will remain for a relatively longish period. But the way you execute is going to be much faster, right? So those cycles are shorter. Those cycles have got a flywheel. There's got a feedback loop. But foundation, you need to keep it. And that's where I think the beauty of brand building comes into play, right? There is a still value in discovering new things, right? There's like a serendipity. If it is just optimization, then it will become very, very boring. So you need to keep bringing back that magic of a brand building periodically back. And that will bring that freshness which is required in the marketing.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think nothing breaks nothing changes in terms of the creativity, the art, the consumer insight. I think those plays will still remain human, because finally marketing is an art of talking to humans and convincing them, right?
Yeah.
I think AI can only make it easier and simpler for humans to do that, but finally humans obviously have to bring that artistic expression or the
Yes.
humanity feeling which connects people to a brand.
As a process also, you need to keep zooming and zooming out, right? If you get into too deep into optimization, then it's become a self-fulfilling proposition kind of thing. So that's where you need to zoom out also, look at the larger picture and see what I'm missing out. Is there any new thing? Is the ecosystem evolved? My audience has changed, and then sort of get in, right? So that's
No,
a continuous
absolutely.
process.
I'll talk about one more thing which I think is extremely important this day and age. We're talking about crores and crores being spent on a campaign. I think the important element is governance. Right now, a lot of times a campaign is planned and given for execution, but what's actually happening to the campaign, and is it following the guardrails and the guidelines which you've set up, are something which is like a post-campaign audit analysis when nothing can be done after that, right? The campaign is gone, the money is gone, you can just cry over spilled milk if anything has happened. One of the things we've baked into Impulse is a governance agent which keeps monitoring the campaign continuously to see if any line item or any ad set is violating the guardrails which the client has set up. I'm sure as an agency that's always been a pressure, right? Transparency, governance, auditability, and making sure that campaigns follow the guardrails which the clients are setting up. And what's your thought on this approach versus what is probably currently being done?
Yeah, I think this is a fairly complex and evolving sort of problem, right? Because again, as the ecosystem evolves, some of the newer element you have to keep bringing it, and I'm glad you are bringing some kind of a structure to this. And there will be various dimensions of governance, right? So one which you address from fraud, compliance, all this area in which you have been doing it for many years. So that's again a solid foundation. But there'll be also guardrail which will come from a sort of brand, what brand stands for, right? What's my tonality? How am I going to represent what environment I represent my brand? I think the panel before just talking about some of the call center agents. So, how your agent responds is also your brand representation. So what tonality you are using, how you are interacting, how you are answering questions. So it's each interaction is an element which is contributing to the brand. So it's a broader definition we need to look at, not just in terms of compliance, but in terms of representation of brand, in terms of representation of also company values and what to be done and what not to be done. For example, I'm picking up a generic example, but at a beauty company, generating an AI-led human and a running ad might not be acceptable to some of the companies, because there is a, ethically it's a sort of not acceptable. Because you are selling something which is real beauty, and if you start creating a sort of content using AI, then it doesn't go well with the value system which you set, right? So and there are many specific examples we can talk about that, but those are the areas which companies are getting more and more conscious, and goes through various layers of.
In fact, I'll interrupt. I think you've touched on a very interesting point that organizations have touched AI, using AI on, for example, content, discussion, engagement, interaction with clients, which is the more difficult part, where human involvement and emotions and expressions are far more complicated, right? I mean, I'm sure today's conference, most of the conversations would have been on conversational AI or creative generation, Gen AI, etc., where human interaction, expression, humanity, emotions is extremely important and is always challenging for AI. Maybe not in a couple of years, but currently it still is. But the simple part of the plumbing, the back-end activity, which doesn't have emotions, which doesn't have expressions, probably much more simpler for AI to execute, is something which is still broken. I think that actually brings that maybe we've jumped to elements which are more human and maybe probably more dependent on humans, but processes which are still easy to fix and easy to plug with agents or something like just a campaign creation, right? Why there's no emotions there.
Yeah, the answer may vary, again, as I said, depending on client. You know, and in fact, there's too many things happening actually in the ecosystem right now, and I'm sure if you are sitting on a marketer's side, you're also equally confused and worried, right, in terms of there are 100 things happening, where to start, and how do I simplify the ecosystem. Let me give an example. My son just moved from school to college, and when he moved to college, he said, I would like to do tech upgrade. I said, what tech upgrade means? It can be buying a phone, it can be buying accessories, it can be changing laptop. So this is where the CMO is, right? The ecosystem is changing. AI is coming to ecosystem and upgrade happening everywhere. And somebody need to come and decode that. Where do I start? Which part of the process I need to start? What's my journey look like? What's my maturity look like? So it's a critical, and I'm sure the forum like this and some of the player like you need to do that job. Even the agency ecosystem need to do that job in terms of simplifying, charting out path for the set of clients and guide them in the journey.
No, absolutely. I think the endeavor which we were trying to do, and is remind that what I started my presentation with was, how do we bring more efficiency and optimization? And when we got into it, I think it became a path where we saw, okay, all these processes which were supposedly easy to fix by AI, but still being done by humans. I think it's been an exciting 6 months for us with Impulse, and we've got some great case studies and some great outputs over hundreds of campaigns now. And if any one of you want to try that out for your campaigns, please do reach out. With that, I have time for a few questions. Anyone has any questions for Tushar or for me? Yes, please. Can we have the mic there?
Hello, I have a question to Tushar. So you mentioned about the brand. As a industry leader, how do you calculate the brand value or brands? On which basis as a marketer? I am a founder of Ohm's FinTech account aggregator, so I want to understand that.
Yeah, so there are actually various models exist in terms of brand value calculation. So like Kantar is a research agency. They have got a brand Z, which is a model that helps calculate. WEP, where I used to work, has got a brand asset valuator, BAV, which helps you calculate. So there are few models exist in terms of calculation, which helps calculate financial as well as non-tangible value of a brand. So,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Kushal.
Good to see you again, Tushar. My question for, I think, everyone in the room and also sort of leaders like you is that we're moving in this whole pace of AI getting into our lives as well. Are we using that too much, already too fast? And are we losing that human element of, because human element of creating for good advertising and marketing is getting lost? What are your thoughts? Do you think we'll be able to make fantastic campaigns, or we'll keep doing moment to moment living ROAS campaigns?
Let me try and answer that. I think I covered part of that, but directionally. But I think I completely agree with you. I think the human element in creativity, in design, in concept of the marketing has to remain with humans, because finally marketing is about connecting with humans, not connecting with bots, right? Which means that the emotions which connect people to the brand has to be human-led, and agents can only support in bringing out information and insights, but it has to be a human-led approach. And that's where probably I was indicating that maybe all the Gen AI work which we've done in kind of automating creatives, maybe that was something which we've gone a little too far ahead, and maybe we need to bring back a little bit of humanness and emotions in and expressions in how we are making our creatives, because that is what finally the human sees in the marketing spend. AI which is behind is actually something which should immediately be done, or I think the time has come for it to be done, because that doesn't actually have any dependency on emotions and feelings. It has to do with productivity and efficiency and just the human spending more time on things which are more important rather than mundane activities like creating a DCM tag or uploading a video on YouTube, right? Those are things which are ideally suited for an agent to carry out because there are no emotions involved in just uploading a YouTube video, right? So my sense is, I completely agree that there are sections in marketing which have to be human-led and human-dominated. For example, the creative element for sure, or the interactions. The previous one was on conversational AI. If bots are going to keep talking, I'm sure all of us would have experienced. It's great from a cost saving, but it's pathetic from a user experience point of view. And we all want to talk to a human rather than a bot, right? So those are areas where I think maybe we've gone too much into AI. But wherever I think the backbone, the back-end activities are, those are the ones which we should actually just
Just a repeat to the same question. Tushar, earlier this year, I think some of us who were in Cannes, Cindy Rose spoke about the fact of talking clearly, of putting out messaging for the consumers to know which pieces of content are AI and which pieces of content are not AI. What are your thoughts in terms of letting the consumer or the final user know that this is generated through technology and this is not?
So before I go there, let me build on the earlier piece also, right? In terms of my mind, there's a clear demarcation in terms of how we work and how we engage with the consumer, right? So when it comes to how we work, which is related to marketing process, your priorities will be very, very different, right? So automation, optimization, how do I get efficiency? So the lenses in terms of process you are looking will be very, very different. The second piece is how we engage with the consumer. The use of AI is very different. There you are looking at what? You're looking at insight. What are sort of levers of engagement? How do I, drive sort of journey or make it more relevant in their consumer journey so there's a better value exchange happening with the brand, right? And some of the work, and I continue to be a big cheerleader of some of the work our team has used to do in a Cadbury's and stuff like that, right? The use of AI will be very different in those kind of situation versus, optimization kind of situation. So I think those are the differentiation you need to make. When you are talking about engaging with consumer, optimization is not the key priority, right? Your insight you are generating and engagement opportunity you are generating is the priority.
Yeah. And just answering your question, by the way, Tushar, you missed that out. But answering your question, I think right now, AI content is still, you can determine that this looks AI, and there's a gut feel that it's hard, it's becoming harder, but there's still a way by which you can say this looks AI. But I'm pretty sure in 6 months' time, maybe that will also go away.
They very clearly said in Cannes that we will make sure we have different categorization when marketers put in their entries to sort of say this is AI enabled and this is human. And that's, of course, the gold standard in terms of marketing, right? So that's what I'm saying, that this is some of your biggest leaders across WPP won some of the biggest campaigns this year at Cannes as well, and they sort of had those broad categorization. So do you think that's something which we'll see in India soon as well?
Yeah, so there's a couple of layers of those guardrails, right? So one, which will be, agency will drive some of the norms and ecosystem. But some of the companies also have their guardrails in terms of what to do's and don't. And those varies category by category, right? And on top of that, there will be industry body like ASCII and all, which will set certain norms. So I see this as a also tiered sort of problem and a tiered journey kind of thing where multiple players will play the role in setting up a norm.
Well, thank you so much for all the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? Of your time's up. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a very, very interesting fireside chat. Well, I would request you to just... Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. All right. It's time for me to thank the sponsors. Powered by Google, Google Partner Affinity, Gold Partner Origin 8, Silver Partner and Filter It, Silver Partner Double Tick, Silver Partner OneEdge, Roundtable Partners, Truecaller Roundtable Partners, SEMrush Roundtable Partners, Exotel, Communication Partner, Hello.ai, Brown's Partner, LS Digital, Bronze Partner Connect Network, Bronze Partner Consumer.ai, Bronze Partner Pub Live, Bronze Partner BC Webwise, Bronze Partner Shimaru, and also extending our thanks to supporting partners for their valuable association for the 20th edition of Marketing Conclave, AdGully, AdTech Today, ED Times, StartupNews.fii, and Bloggers Alliance. Well, this brings us to the last session of the day, and this is a fireside chat, and we need your undivided attention here. The long game of user stickiness and loyalty. Well, I think definitely everyone's interested to know this. So may I please request Chandan Mendirata, Chief Brand Officer of Zepto, to please come on stage. Please give him a big round of applause. And Mahesh Narayanan, Managing Partner, GPT1 Ventures. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, please take it away. Thank you.
Good evening. Excited to be here. Welcome, Chandan. A few years ago, most marketers grappled with the challenge of getting consumers to open their apps at least once a day. And cut to today, you have a consumer in her kitchen opening multiple apps, multiple quick commerce apps, comparing prices, and then ordering her groceries and having it delivered in under 10 minutes. In an environment where every player promises speed, convenience, and endless choice, the real question is no longer will a customer actually open the app. The real question is, will she choose you? You know, a few years ago there used to be this famous tagline of MasterCard that there are few things money can't buy, for everything else there's MasterCard. I think of it as, in the marketing context, there's one thing money can't buy, which is marketing budgets can't buy, which is loyalty. You can buy impressions, you can buy clicks, you can buy app installs, you can buy even the first transaction. But what you can't buy is genuine customer loyalty. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are here to explore today. My guest today, Chandan, has been building one of India's fastest growing consumer companies. And I wanted to make sure that we spend the time with him chatting about, not chatting about frameworks and buzzwords, but chatting about the stories behind the decisions that they make, the experiments, the innovations, the debates, and even some of the failures that have gone on to shape Zepto's thinking in terms of driving loyalty and long-term customer relationships. Welcome, Chandan.
Thank you so much. Before I begin talking about it, you mentioned that the customer is opening multiple quick commerce apps multiple times a day. अब मैं यहाँ इतना दूर आया हूँ तो कुछ तो बेच के जाऊँगा ही. You don't need to open the yellow and the orange apps anymore, and I'll tell you why. We have the everyday low prices for thousands of SKUs with no delivery charges or handling charges, making it the easiest quick commerce app ever. So feel free to only open the purple app and transact to your heart's content. You talked about loyalty, brand loyalty. For me, how I see brand loyalty is a long-term outcome of consistently delivering brand love. Now, brand love can be delivered by, of course, sticking to the promise you made earlier, that you deliver this in so much time with the best quality.
Right.
Right? What we say as speed, quality, assortment, price. SQAP are the 4 pillars. Deliver speed, great quality, have all the assortment at the best price. As long as we're delivering this, can we create something more? So is this enough to create loyalty? It is just fulfilling the promise. But to create that loyalty comes with consistently delivering the brand love. And that's what I want to spend some time on. What is this brand love that I keep talking about? And we measure brand love by earned media. Earned media is something when your customer talks about you.
Right.
So our goal is to find moments where the customer starts talking about us on social media, because now media distribution is democratic. Right. Everybody has their Instagram profile, maybe 500 followers, but everybody has a WhatsApp group with family written on it.
Right.
Some school ke dost written on it, some college yaar written on it. We all have those WhatsApp groups. And if I say we are the best versus you tell your family that Zepto is the best, they will trust you more.
Right.
There's a lot of trust in how you will perceive us.
Right.
If you can create those moments that when customers start talking about us, and we'll probably never be able to measure that. What you write in your family group, I'll never know.
Right.
But we get an idea, because somebody put forward it to me that this I received in this college group. We of course can track LinkedIn and Instagram, and that's how we track. We essentially we have to find these moments where we can create that brand love. We divide into 3 pillars. We call it festivals, events and occasions.
Right.
Festivals are Holi, Diwali, Rakhi. Events are important events in somebody's life when you'll be willing to actually adopt a new product or a service or switch brands.
Right.
These are important events in our life. For example, becoming a parent, switching jobs, moving cities, or moving houses. These are important events in our life. We don't face many events, maybe 6, 7 in a lifetime,
right.
10 in a lifetime. Festivals are 10 in a year, 12 in a year. And then occasions. Occasions, think of just this Sunday, we did a campaign on a rooftop at Zepto office called Barish Ki Sham. Now Barish Ki Sham is an emotion, is an occasion. Can I build some brand love around Barish Ki Sham? We did an event 2 months ago in Mumbai called Nani Ka Ghar. Now Nani Ka Ghar is nostalgic, is an emotion. If I say Nani Ka Ghar, you will go back to summer vacations where you would visit your Nani. So these are occasions. I have to find a use case for you to open a Zepto app multiple times a day. So it could be a regular doodh atta bread, or it could be aaj kuch acha karte hain. So I have to find those instances. So we divide into festivals, events and occasions. And then we're building content that can get us earned media.
Right.
Give you an example. Last Janmashtami, we did something very simple. What we did was we sent out empty Amul butter packets with our orders, with a note inside saying "Makhan Chor got here before you did. Happy Janmashtami." That's it. And idea came to us. We reached out to Amul, and Amul was like, "You want millions of empty Amul packets? What does that mean?" I said, "Yeah, we just want empty Amul butter packets."
And they got tons of earned media out of it as well.
Exactly. So, and it costs nothing. It costs nothing to send an empty Amul packet. So we sent millions of empty Amul packets and got lot of love. So and we've gone now really deep.
Right.
Janmashtami is still big. For example, can we go further, like to smallest of events? For example, I bet nobody in this room knows when is Father's Day, but I bet half of the people would know when is Mother's Day. The country is not celebrating Father's Day. I don't know why. Why men are not celebrated as much as women. I have 3 women at home. I'm the only male at home. But fathers should be celebrated too. And this is what our insight was, the first Father's Day campaign. I think we were the first brand to celebrate a Father's Day campaign. Because what we do is we go to Google, say important dates for a marketer to know.
Right.
And then the Google gives us the entire list. Plug-in of the sponsor here, Google. And a smallest of events. For example, yesterday we were thinking, there is an event in September called, of course you can make fun of it, it's called Are You OK Day.
Really?
I'm not kidding, you can look it up, it's called Are You OK Day. I think it's September or October.
Is it mental wellness?
Yes, it could be mental wellness, or you can make it something, but it's Are You OK Day. Nobody knows. We do not know. It's in a list that we got from the internet. Now we're thinking, what can we do? So the question is, can we go deeper into these events, festivals and occasions and build mental memory structures with Zepto? क्योंकि कुछ भी है, Zepto पे कुछ ना कुछ तो मिल ही जाएगा.
Right.
Yeah, that's
a fascinating way to think about. India is a very highly price sensitive market, and to be able to build deep brand connection and brand association, looking at events, occasions, looking at nostalgia, building that deeper connect is a fascinating approach to building that connect, right?
So you mentioned that if you talk about context of India,
right.
For example, Maharashtra, Ganesh Chaturthi is celebrated with all
much power,
joy.
correct.
For example, last Ganesh Chaturthi we sent out a small flyer. It's a what we call the Mushak flyer. It's a mouse with a note, with an empty note, where you can write. So the tradition is that you say in Mushak's ear what you want.
You pray for what you want.
So you write this and place at the Ganesha's feet and hope your wishes come true. Now when you do this, something so emotional, tradition, that flyer will never be thrown.
Right.
That flyer will be placed right where the eyeballs should be.
Right.
In the mandir next to Ganesha's feet. So we look at this Indian context as well. What we really love, what are we spending our time on, and build those micro moments which get us earned media.
And one of the things that I think when we were chatting about yesterday, you said, which was very interesting, was because you've done this repeatedly, you've built those micro moment connections. Today you remove the brand for a moment in the creative, and people will still associate with the colors and the brand, and they will be able to associate with the fact that this is Zepto and this is the kind of promise that always delivered. Yeah. Right? That's fascinating to hear.
So just consistently be delivering it. If you see the purple color with the white font on it, even if I remove the Zepto logo, I can bet more than 50% people who have exposure on internet will say it's probably a Zepto creator.
Right. Yeah. Great way to switch kind of gears. A company like yours, which is one of the fastest growing companies in the country, is known for all the innovation that you guys do, all the experiments, and one of the big experiments that you guys are proponents of is gamification and gamified kind of experiences in e-commerce, which is, I want to say, an industry first, which you guys almost pioneered, right? And it's on the line sometimes. Sometimes it's a hit or miss with experiments always. How do you kind of build these thought processes when it comes to experimenting and gamification with user loyalty?
So we don't spend a lot of time on research or mulling over things. Whatever the idea we execute. And good thing is that I think we are very lucky to be in this space, that we have so many brands who partner with us.
Right.
So no organization, no brand will have unlimited depth of funds available.
Right.
Every marketer has limited marketing dollars.
Finite capital.
But the point is, if you can create something so interesting, then let's say a Google would come and partner with us. For example, let me give you an example. This Father's Day, we did something very interesting with Google Gemini, and we reached out to Google Gemini and said, there is nobody else who would do this the way you do. So please come, and they agreed, and that helped us minimize our costs, because there's no way we could have done it with our own APIs. The insight was very simple. Our dads keep telling us, it was very difficult for them. They had a tough childhood. They used to swim rivers to get to the school. They studied under the street light, or they would cycle 50 kilometers to get groceries. And now see, it comes so easy to you on Zepto, or you have Wi-Fi. I do not have even electricity at home. So we created a comic. So you go to Google Gemini with this link, upload your father's picture, and it will create a comic with your father in it, living that internet lore, where you'll see your father swimming the river, you see your father under the street light, you'll see a father cycling down getting
Superhero
groceries.
with a cape.
With a cape, exactly. So it's like your father is a superhero. And hundreds of thousands of clicks and generations that happened on, and Google Gemini is extremely pleased. So we create a movement for our partner brands.
Of course.
So back to your question, how do you think of these movements? And some are hit, some are miss. We see it from a lens of a content creator.
Right.
Who's a content creator? The content creator makes a reel every day. Not every reel goes viral. But that's okay. The point is, even the content creator doesn't know which reel will go viral or which reel will tank. As long as you're delivering 30 reels a month, 5 will do well.
Right.
2 will do very well. 1 will be outstanding.
Right.
But which one of the 30 will be outstanding, the content creator still doesn't know. Even if the reel has gone viral, the content creator will say, I don't know why it went viral.
Yep.
Maybe I said this, maybe that, maybe that. So we have applied that content creator lens on Zepto. If we create a movement for every small event, like I was mentioning, some will go viral.
Right.
And again, our virality, we are not spending a lot of performance money in amplifying. It is getting amplified through earned media. So the cost of distribution is minimal, because now a big part of distribution happens through LinkedIn.
Right.
Which we own. We don't have to pay. A lot of distribution happens to Instagram, our page. So a lot of owned media that we are deploying, and then leaving it to the creative to create its magic and get earned media.
It's fascinating. It's probably one of the way you think as a brand, is completely different, and that's probably one of the reasons why your social media amplification is so much more stronger, almost leaning towards the way a content creator's content gets amplified, right? The whole fundamental marketing paradigm has kind of shifted in the way you guys think, and that is
whatever is trending, right? A content creator would find a trending event and
Right.
make content on it. We also find those moments.
You've created some of those moments.
We create some of them. moments.
I remember Zepto has got probably multiple moments where other brands jumped on the bandwagon and wanted to be part of that moment, right?
I'll give you the example. This was, I think, 1.5 years ago. We did a campaign with Manyavar Kurtas.
Yep.
So it was a Shadi campaign where we did a film with Manyavar Kurtas. And the film is simple. The doula is celebrating, all the Bharati is celebrating, and these 3 doula friends are wearing regular coat pant in a Shadi, which according to Manyavar, everybody should be dressing up like a Manyavar. And then the doula orders right from his car. The 3 Bharatis come all dressed up in Manyavar, and the punchline is, "Ab har koi banega Manyavar in 10 minutes on Zepto." I put that film on LinkedIn. And this is something I do, that a lot of content actually comes from, a lot of future ideas come from LinkedIn comments or Instagram comments. Because 20 years ago, a research would do it.
Yep.
Now, a comment section is your research.
The best ideas come from your most ardent fans and lovers of your brand.
Exactly, that's what we were talking about yesterday, right? So, somebody commented that, can you also get me a doula in 10 minutes? Can I get a green flag guy in 10 minutes? So I called up Shadi.com CMO. He's my classmate from MBA. Said के बहुत crazy idea है. मैं तुझे hoarding भेज रहा हूँ, design approve कर दे, कल सुबह live जाएंगे. And I'm calling him at 5-6 p.m. and saying के कल सुबह live जाएंगे. तो उसने कहा भेजो. So I send him a copy. मान्यवर चाहिए? Question mark. मान्यवर kurtas delivered in 10 minutes. Right hoarding. मान्यवर चाहिए? Question mark. This will take more than 10 minutes. Shadi.com. And he makes a change के right वाले में ना मान्यवर चाहिए नहीं, बस वर चाहिए कर देते. So this went live next morning. So I read a LinkedIn comment, called him, went live next morning. मान्यवर चाहिए? Question mark. Get मान्यवर kurtas delivered in 10 minutes on Zepto. वर चाहिए? Question mark. This will take more than 10 minutes. Shadi.com. Went live. And another part of the playbook is, while we think outdoor is only for outdoor, but we bring outdoor
indoor
on social.
Right.
Because that's, if it's outdoor in Bangalore, only people in Bangalore will see it. If it's on social, the entire world will see it.
Yep.
We brought it on social and it went viral.
Other brands are jumping
Other
on
brands
that.
put a third digital holding on top. के website चाहिए, app चाहिए, ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए. And I remember some 250 versions that I saw on LinkedIn. I'm sure there will be multiple more that I did not see. and there's a banter between Anupam and Adit also went live. So we kind of engineered that conversation also. Anupam commented ke Adit tum bhi shaadi kar lo. Adit replied ke I'm married to Zepto. And Anupam replied, hamare pet pe kyun laat maar rahe ho? Then Adit replied, let's take this conversation offline. Mom is on LinkedIn. Then Kevalya's other founder mentioned on it, ke, sending the screenshot to auntie. So this conversation made it much more wholesome.
Right.
A lot of it was incidental because I saw a LinkedIn comment, but it went viral. The campaign became much bigger than just a film with Mane.
Fascinating. No, which brings us probably to kind of a little future gazing, right, where we are today and forward. We're all in the world of AI today. I think the one truth that we all know is AI can make marketing campaigns more efficient. I think the big question for you is, can AI build deep brand love?
Broadly, see, our playbook is that have fun. If you have fun, the customers will see marketers or the team having fun, and they will see this is a fun brand. I was just listening to the previous conversation, and yes, that's true that currently the AI creatives look like AI creatives. They're very close to perfection. I mean, I'm sure in due time they'll be there.
Every day it's getting better.
Still, so he said, don't make it look like natural.
Yep.
If internet loves the AI slop, let's make some and try it. So we were launching a campaign in Jaipur to highlight our everyday low prices. So we actually made a camel say it, because Jaipur mein, Raipur, Rajasthan hote hain, camels, very loose connection. Highest CTRs. So a camel is saying ke, Jaipur mein milenge lowest prices only on Jaipur. Why do I have to make it look genuine when I can have a massive fun with it?
Right.
So we're using AI and having fun. You'll see some of our future creators also, it's just having fun with AI, because if the internet is having fun on AI, why would I be serious with AI? We'll also have fun.
No, I think we are on the clock right now. That's a fascinating way to probably conclude the session. I was thinking that customer loyalty is not about one marketing campaign, right? From the conversation that you were talking about, it's about every interaction, every experience, and making sure that you deliver on the promise that you've built. And then that goes on to build trust, and trust compounds over time, and trust compounded over time goes on to become loyalty, right? So I think fascinating approach to here. I don't know if we have time for one question from the audience. Are we okay? We can take.
Yes, sir.
Chandan, I love what you do in terms of building traction through all the possible micro moments. I think the question is more in terms of from a larger brand perspective, that is a brand about always creating these little one small things, or because the fact that we've grown up in times of reading the Kotler and Drucker and so many others, you've got to create that big Eureka campaign. Why don't we see, for example, or will we see Zepto do what a Fevicol did, a Cadbury's did, because that's what builds for that huge goosebumpy feeling. When I see these micro moments, it's dead 3 days later. I need that goose flesh that I can say today that in the room, if anyone asks what campaign you remember, Fevicol, Asian Paints, something else. Will Zepto do that?
Yeah.
Is my question.
Definitely. There are no two ways about it. We want to be remembered for sure. It's just that the media consumption habits have changed over the years. What used to happen 20 years ago is not true today. The only consumption of media used to be on TV or newspaper. The current generation is not reading the newspaper, is not watching the TV. And media consumption happens now 5 hours a day, 3 hours a day on our personal devices. And everyday content gets stale. So that Eureka content that stays the test of time definitely will do. In fact, I'll give you an example. Last year, we did something with Son Papdi. That was our tentpole campaign. Not a celeb. We have done something with Akshay Kumar also, celebrating everyday low prices. Very fun. You've never seen Akshay Kumar, the Hera Fairy Akshay Kumar in an ad film. You haven't seen. I bet you haven't seen Akshay Kumar in an ad film, the Hera Fairy character for last 10, 12 years, 15 years. So we brought that. But my tentpole event was the celebration of Son Papdi. Now Son Papdi as a character during Diwali has a lot of internet lore that Son Papdi, everybody rejects Son Papdi, everybody forwards Son Papdi. तो हमने कहा Son Papdi का भी तो दिल होगा ना, Son Papdi भी तो इंसान है, उसको भी तो दिल दुखता होगा. So we actually made Son Papdi a character. Think of a marshmallow character, जैसे how marshmallow is. We actually made a guy with a Son Papdi head on it, on him, and telling his sad story कि उसकी life कितनी खराब है. वो जाता है, 3 लोग कैरम खेल रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं भाग जा, हमें 3 ही चाहिए. Like चौथा कैरम वाला तो चाहिए ही होता है. So he's like rejected from different instances, and then he finds Zepto. Zepto brings Son Papdi glory, and then we launched a campaign that हर Son Papdi में जीतो 5 करोड़ तक का सोना, तो अब Son Papdi forward नहीं होगी. So that's so we are creating the tentpole moments, but no aversion to creating tentpole moments. But the idea is that ऐसा ना हो कि हम 3 महीने tentpole में लगा दें और फिर बाकी 3 महीने हम बहुत कुछ कर सकते थे उन 3 महीनों में. So we don't want to spend how brands used to do 20 years ago. Do 2 films a year. Spend 2 months researching, 2 months writing, 2 months executing. In 6 months, I would have done a lot today. So times have changed. You'll probably not see as many as Fevicol and they've done exceptionally well, of course. Amul, great case study. But not as much as you'd see how you saw 20, 30 years ago.
Chandan, maybe just to add to that would be the TG you talk to, right? Yeah. It skews younger, maybe the personality of the brand as well. All of that also lends well to the choice of media that you're going with, right? Is that?
And again, I don't know if one tentpole campaign would do well. What if it tanks? Then I have next window coming up in 6 months, because I would have spent so much money on doing it. I want to create smaller tentpole events every 2 months and micro events 5-6 times a month. उसी में से कुछ वायरल चला जाएगा, मुझे नहीं पता कौन सा जाएगा. But that's exactly how the current landscape of media is. That's how I see it. I could very well be wrong. I'm not saying I know everything. It's just my hunch that the times have changed, and I don't come from traditional marketing background. I am not a career marketer. I have not spent 20 years in marketing. I've been doing marketing for just 6 years.
Maybe that's an advantage.
So I don't know what transpired 20 years ago. I am seeing it how I see the world, and that's how I'm seeing it.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope this was fun for you guys as well. Thank you, Chandan. Thank you so much for having us. Ladies and gentlemen, Chandan.
Thank you, Chandan. Thank you, Mahesh. It was indeed an amazing session. Well, it's time for me to thank the sponsors. Powered by Google, Gold Partner, Affinity, Gold Partner, Origin 8, Silver Partner, M-Filter It, Silver Partner, Double Tick, Silver Partner, 1H, Roundtable Partners, Truecaller, Roundtable Partners, SEMrush, Roundtable Partners, Exotel, Communication Partner, Hello.ai, Bronze Partner, LS Digital, Bronze Partner, Connect Network, Bronze Partner, Consumer.ai, Bronze Partner, Pub Live, Bronze Partner, BC Webwise, Bronze Partner, Shimaru, and also supporting partners for their valuable contribution, AdGully, AdTech Today, ED Times, StartupNews.fii, and Bloggers Alliance. That brings us to the end of day 1, and I would also like to inform you that there is an IAMAI member dinner, Shaping the Future of Advertising and Media, which will start at 7 p.m. sharp. It is a member dinner at the ballroom. Thank you.